Hello. Okay. Hi, I'm back. I'm still hungry, but I'm gonna give my body a chance to believe that I ate. And we'll see how it goes. But like my stomach was growling for a little bit during the stream, and I was like, God, I wonder if that can be picked up on the mic because I have a very loud stomach, and I found that out when I once was like, oh goodness. I was just talking to my friend, and then I was trying to ignore my stomach growling, and they were like, "Is that you?" And ever since then, it's been like this. But we're gonna go back into this story. We're gonna do Genjiro's route. So we're gonna start saving here because this was just getting us to the right route. And then when we pick back up for Yoichi's route, which who knows when we're gonna start that one. We'll go back up here, but we're gonna see how it goes. We're gonna see how we can do today. I don't believe I have any plans at this time. At this moment, presently, today, I do not have any plans. So I might be able to play crazy long. I asked people if they wanted to play Lethal Company today, but they never got back to me. So there's a small chance. Hang on, I'm going to cough really quick because I just ate food. There's a small chance that I might stop to play Lethal Company, but otherwise, I'm most likely going to be sitting here for at least 6 hours. And we're going to see how long his route is. These routes have been pretty long. I'm trying to remember how long it took me to beat Kunitaka's, and I honestly can't remember right now. But my goal was to finish this story before Christmas. And the main reason for that is because on Christmas Day, I am going to a Christmas party at my friend's place, and my friend is the friend who let me borrow this game. This is her game, not my game. But because it had winter in the title, I was like, ooh, I could play that in December. So that's our goal right now. And currently we're on the second route. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boys. So we've done one route. We have 5 more to go. And we're just starting the second one. And it's already the 12th. And I started this on the 1st. So the prologue does, almost in my opinion, count as a route. So it's almost like we had 7 routes. And we've done 2 of the routes now. But each of these stories have like their own like get into the routes section, which honestly is very remnant of a previous, like an older Otome game, which I don't know when this one originally came out. So I don't actually know how old this one is. This one might be an older one. They do a lot of ports. So they'll have like an Otome game that came out, let's say on the Vita, and then they re-release it on the Switch or release it digitally, stuff like that. And the older ones did this like separation pretty consistently, where you kind of had to not think at all. You're like, all right, I'm going to go this route. This is the colors that pop up when this person's happy. That's the right color. Stuff like that. That's very reminiscent of the older ones. But then again, Verche Evermore was a newer game, and it straight up said, pick her out. Who do you want to talk to? My goodness, what was that? Was that my Discord? What does that sound? Don't do that at all. It was my Discord. My Discord's trying to turn on. Okay, we're going to quit Discord. That scared me. All right, yeah. So those are my little notes so far for the game. We'll see how we do. My goal is to try and finish these 2 routes this week. Even if I do play Lethal Company tomorrow, my goal is to finish these next 2 routes on this week. Because then we'll be in good standing. It's already the 12th. We have 13 days to finish these games. And that's if I finish it in time. I know she won't be mad if I don't bring it back to her on time, but I had a goal. No, don't overwrite. Okay. My thing has acted like I've just gotten on stream twice now. I paused when I first joined in because my stream chat wasn't showing at all. I just realized everything's shaking because I moved my mouse. All right, we're gonna load into his. All right. Hi! Well, was my chat being weird because it was acting weird on my computer? That's when I didn't start right away. Concerned already. I'm also gonna eventually go back in and edit the font I picked my favorite color, unfortunately. It looks fine. Okay, cool. It doesn't show very well on the screens. I probably just need to change the font style, honestly, and make it thicker because it's a little bit thin as it stands. But you know what? For a little while, we didn't have chat at all, so I'll take what I can get. So wait, is it even a few more months? Because at the end of the last one, it literally said a few months. I almost prefer when everything happens so fast and I go like, this is insane. You guys just met yesterday, but they're like, they just add a few months into everything on this one. A few months had gone by in a blink of an eye since we solved the Kamikiri case. It was still early summer when I first came to Edo, but now it was an entirely different season, bringing with it more and more chilly days.
Oh, Joe-chan! Is it
actually going to be winter at some point? Hey, sweetie, we've got a great catch today. What's Jen having for supper tonight? Oh, looks delicious. I still have other stops to make today, so maybe next time. I'm not dating Kuga yet, so that makes perfect sense. Goodness, you're on your own again today? I haven't seen you with Kuga much at all. I'm much more used to coming here now, so I've been trying to bother Kuga, my master, a little as possible. Oh man. Oh, I see. So she's his servant? That's the job she got. It's a great attitude to have. You gotta knuckle down and work hard now now that you get to serve a great samurai like Kuga. I will.
そんなのわざわざ言って聞かすまでもねえよ。親戚筋とはいえ、あの源さんがわざわざ雇ったんだぜ。そこいらの娘っ子より優秀に決まってんだろう。
Okay, so they've done this before where she's like, "Oh, I'm related to them," and that was to Omonari. Oh my god, do I know people's names right now? So they're saying she's related to him. Doesn't that turn it into weird if you start dating the guy? Just saying. You might be related, but didn't he go out of his way to hire you? You gotta be head and shoulders above any other girl now that you need us, not that you need us to tell you.
俺の売り込みもうまくあしらわれちまったしな。
Man, he talks like someone who I would not want to meet in the middle of the street. You expertly sidestepped my sales pitch, which only proves it. Ha 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 ha. I didn't mean it like that. Having tight purse strings is a good thing. Besides, maybe somebody else around her is selling bigger and more delicious fish.
厳しいね。そんなに言うならじっくり見てってよ。ナマスにしてよし、焼いてよし。ついさっき魚河岸から運んできたばかりだよ。
Harsh. At least take a good look at what I've got. If you're gonna say that, I just bought these from the Riverside Fish Market. They're perfect raw or grilled. Drawn in by his assertive sales pitch, people walking down Main Street and even people who live behind the shops drop by to take a look. I'm reminding everyone that this is fiction. I can't believe he turned a simple conversation into a sales pitch like that. I have a different job, but maybe I could learn a thing or two from his drive to produce results in any situation. The thing I really need to keep in mind here wasn't tightening my purse strings or doing my best as a servant. It was patrolling Castletown to check on the townsfolks, blending in, and being careful not to let anyone figure out my true identity as a member of the Oniwaban. This was my second most important duty at the moment after slaying Blightfall. Since it'd been much too suspicious for a woman who wasn't anyone's wife, daughter, or employee to loiter around town, I introduced myself as Kuga's servant. While working on the Kamikuri case, I assumed I'd end up at Yanagi's brewery where Yoichi worked. Apparently that's the path she wanted. Apparently there'd been some contention over Kuga patrolling all of Castletown because of how large it was, so they decided to add me to the roster. I haven't done any servant work though, and I'm still living at the Onuoban base. I feel like telling people I'm Kuga's servant has helped me fit in way faster than I expected because he's so popular around here though. Occasionally, saying hello to people and talking with them probably also helped forge some of those relationships, I'm sure. Most of the people who talk to me just want to talk about Kuga though. That's fine for now, but someday I need to be close enough with folk to have deeper conversations. If I didn't, going undercover as a civilian would be completely pointless as someone who wasn't from the samurai town. Oh my, is that you, Leah? Oh, Mimi. While thinking to myself, I ended up walking in front of the tea stall where Miharu works. Even you, Mimi, even you want to know where Kuga is? Kuga's not with you today. Mimi too. He's such a popular guy. Kuga's patrolling in the opposite direction from me. He might pass by here sometime this evening. Goodness, that's not what I wanted to ask you. Huh? Oh, don't worry about me. I got pretty used to fighting while going on patrol with Kuga. I undergone a lot of training since then. I progressed so much. I was now able to defeat a regular Blythall all on my own. Dang, look at her. This route she's doing good. She learned nothing in Samurai Town. What the heck? I wasn't able to kill them in a single blow like everyone else could. They now considered me part of the Onuoban's arsenal. While patrolling separately like that, we're patrolling separately like this because they all know I'm capable. Haru's being strange. That's great, but that's also not what I'm worried about. I'm talking about, you know, I do? Meaning what exactly? You haven't done any servant work since you started working for Kuga, have you? Miharu's over here worrying about me. You could, I don't know, cook his meals, do some sewing, all kinds of things. Huh? I was wondering what on earth she was talking about. Miharu seemed to be fretted that I was doing an incredibly poor job, but I was utterly confused. Mimi, didn't I explain this to you earlier? I work for Lord Yoshimun as a member of the Oniwa. I spoke in a hushed voice just in case, giving her the same explanation about my situation as before. I'm Kuga's servant in name only. It's just a cover so I can carry out my duties. I know that, but being the servant of a samurai is the quickest shortcut to marrying rich. What? Sometimes the lords you attend to fall in love with you at first sight. Other times it's their friends or relatives who take a shine to you. If not, you'll still learn samurai etiquette, and when you marry and quit your job, you might receive expensive kimonos as a dowry. Maharu's over here knowing what matters. She's like, boys and money. She's like, that's it. She's like, you can get married and you could marry good. Like, that's it. First, she was saying the same thing when she's like, hey, so which one of these boys do you think is cuter? Huh? Now this. Truthfully, you can't get promoted into a job like this without knowing how to sing or play the shamisen. It's a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. Maharu, who are you married to, huh? Meaning what exactly? You mean work hard so I can marry into Kuga's family? What? quite, but if you married Kuga, I wouldn't worry about you at... Wait just a moment. I wasn't considering getting married yet in the first place. I don't get the marrying into wealth part either.
そうだったの？私はてっきりあなたが将来のことを考えて武家の奉公人になったんだと。
I figured you became a servant to a samurai with your future in mind.
だってもともとは与一と柳屋さんで働くようなことを言ってなかった？
Weren't you talking about working at Yanagi's brewery with Yoichi originally? Things still weren't set in stone back then. Also, I used to have to keep my job secret from you. I'd really appreciate it if you keep this to yourself.
なるほど。でもよかったわ。
I see. But I'm glad.
だって柳屋さんで働くのもいい花嫁修行になるでしょうけど、お武家様への奉公は町娘の憧れだもの。
I'm sure working at Yanagi's would have been excellent wife training, but you're the envy of every girl in town serving a samurai.
ちゃんちゃん。
Komami's like, yeah, me too. Komami had been hiding in my kimono, but had stuck her head out at some point. She happily chirped in agreement. This
こまめ
bird
ちゃんもそう思う？
understands
女同士考えは
everything
同じね。
except that your former master wasn't trying to hurt you, he was helping you. Everything else she understands, 100%. You think so too, don't you, Komame? Girls think alike. Chirp! Does Komame really think that? I had a weird feeling about all of this. I mean, I get what you're saying, Mimi. I hope I'll get to be with the one I love someday, but being able to carry out my current duties means a lot to me, so I haven't given the future much thought.
ええ、気持ちは分かってるつもりよ。生半可な心構えでやれる仕事じゃないものね。
Oh, I know. It's not a job you could do if your heart wasn't completely in
それ
it.
でも姉としては、あなたに幸せになってほしいの。
Still, as
お
your
役
big
目はもち
sister...
ろん大切だけど、あなたのすべてを捧げないといけないわけじゃないでしょ。
I thought you were done, sorry. Still, as your big sister, I want you to be happy. I know your job means a lot to you, Leah, but you shouldn't sacrifice everything for it. I guess not.
そうよ。お役目を頑張りながら、少しだけ将来に備えることの何がいけないっていうの？
That's right, Miharu. Look ahead. What's next in my life? Member of the Oniwa Ban? Question mark, question mark, question mark. You gotta figure it out. What's so bad about prepping for your future a little bit while working
そ
hard?
れに、あの紙切り事件の後から、良いかだってめったに見かけなくなったじゃない。
Besides, haven't there been fewer Blightfall sightings since the Kamakiri case? She wasn't wrong. Blightfall sightings had fallen drastically recently. That didn't mean black threads, that is, emotional imprints, had disappeared from around town, though. Blightfall spawned spontaneously every few days. However, the Blightfall that spawned were shockingly helpless. They were so easily dispatched, it was hard to believe the trouble that Kamakira had put us through. Is that why they let me go on patrol by myself
ず
so
っと
soon?
こんな平和が続くなら、あなたの処遇だって考え直していただけるかもしれないわ。
If this peace lasts forever, they may rethink how they treat you. How they treat me.
もともと久我さんたちだけじゃ手が足りないからあなたが呼ばれたわけでしょ？良いかが減れば助立ちは必要なくなるはず。
Yeah, but I'm valuable, Maharu. How dare you? They originally summoned you here because they were short-handed, right? If there's fewer Blightfall around, they won't need your help
もっ
anymore.
と先になるだろうって覚悟してたけど、意外とお役御免の日は遠くないのかもと思って。
I'm sure you were prepared for that to happen much later on. But that day might come sooner than you expected. Mimi? I see. She's not just worried about my job and the Oniwa bond, she's worried about what will happen to me after I leave. Like I said earlier, right now my mind was preoccupied with carrying out the roles I've been given. Now, with the Blightfall situation beginning to change, maybe I actually did need to think about what would happen once I left the Oniwa bond.
あなたさえ良ければ、私がお店のご主人に頼んで、うちで働いてもらうこともできるんだけどね。
If you'd be interested, I could ask the owner here if he'd be able to hire
で
you.
も、もったいないわ。事情があるとはいえ、 旗本のお殿様の家に奉公した経験があるのに、結局ごく普通の水茶屋勤めに収まるなんて。
Still, that would be a waste. With experience serving a shogunate retainer, you deserve much better than working at a regular old tea
それ
stall.
にあなたは可愛らしいし、きっと素敵な縁談もあると思うの。ああ、本当に久我さんが見初めてくれれば。
It's impossible to say if Kuga fell in love with you at first sight because he'd already be in love with me and he's not already in love with me. That's not how first sight works. Unless you're talking about when he finally gets his emotion back, so it's probably going to happen around chapter 5. We'll see. Besides, you're cute, Leah. I'm sure you'll receive some incredible marriage proposals. And if Kuga actually did fall for you at first sight, maybe absolutely
あ
not.
ら、絶対だなんて言うものじゃないわ。確かに久我さんは全然女気がないけど、だからこそってこともあるし。
Never say never. Kuga doesn't have a mistress of his own, it's true, but that's exactly my point. No way will that happen. He's a vessel after all. I felt a little bad that she was getting so excited over this, but it's hard to describe how I feel about it.
もう、浮かない顔ね。もしかして久我さんのことは好みじゃない？
Why the long
こまめ
face?
ちゃんみたいに陽一がいいとか？
Kuga not your type? Maybe prefer Yoichi like Komame here. And she's like, Yoichi where? Just hearing Yoichi's name came up made Komame happy. But yet, being told, this guy never hurt you for real, doesn't grasp that concept. That's not it. I really don't understand this stuff. I guess I did get a bit, pretty nervous when Kuga held my hand at the festival a little while ago. I was just bewildered by the unfamiliar contact. Is all. It didn't feel like love to me.
ならもっと久我さんと親しくなるべきよ。それはお庭番のお役目にも必要なことでしょ？
In that case, you should get to know him better. That's essential to your role in the Onuaban, isn't it? Well, yes, I think so.
私も嫁ぐだけが女の幸せとは思っていないけど、久我さんほど嫁ぎ先として有料な殿方も珍しいから、ついおすすめしたくなっちゃうのよね。
I don't think marriage is the only way a woman can be happy. I just couldn't help but suggest it because I can't think of many better samurai to marry than Kuga. You don't have to marry a samurai, though. Just as Leah and Miharu were happily gossiping amongst themselves. Achoo! Genjiro, the topic of their discussion, let out a huge sneeze. Do I have a cold? No, people are talking about you behind your back. Although a bit puzzled, Genjiro stepped into a narrow alleyway to continue patrolling. Found you. He had no idea a pair of glowering eyes were glaring at him from behind. So our report for the day. Leah, could you please? Sure, I saw emotional imprints, but not very many. I saw no indications that Blightfall might spawn from there. According to the townsfolk, a fight broke out between some customers at the Dapper, but it was still settled amongst themselves almost immediately. I mediated the fight at the Dapper. Aside from that, no problems on my end either.
この広い城下町を2人が一日中歩き回って？最近いくらなんでも平和すぎでしょ。
You mean you two spent the entire day walking around town? Been way too peaceful around here lately. It really has. Like Uichi said, it had been one surprisingly peaceful day after another. Since Miyagi was absent today, the Castletown crew had gathered at Yanagi's brewery to give our daily report instead of at the Onuaban base. I've been trying my best not to miss anything and to talk to the townsfolk frequently.
心配するな。余一は何もお前の不手際を疑っているわけではない。
I didn't think he was, but I guess character might have. Don't worry, Lee. Yuichi, it's my glasses getting pressed weird against this. Yuichi isn't accusing you of doing a poor job.
まあね。 実際あんたたちが見回りで見てきた通り、良いかだって出てこないし。
Haven't seen any Blightfall crop up, not like what we've been both seen out on patrol.
そういうお前はどうだった？何か気になる話はなかったか？
What about you? Have you heard anything interesting?
噂自体はいろいろあるけど、大名家のバカ息子が奉公人の娘をつまみ食いしたとか、仇を探して江戸に来た浪人がうろついてるとか。
Rumors, yeah. The idiot son of a daimyo having a fling with one of the servant girls, a ronin who came to Edo to settle a grudge.
仇。また仇討ちか。
A grudge? Vengeance? Again? A fling, huh? Well, that's no good. Although it's honestly nothing I haven't heard before. Flings and revenge were both shocking topics that had never even crossed my mind back when I was living in the village, but they were common occurrences in Edo. Mimi said every girl in town aspires to serve samurai, but hearing about this kind of makes me wonder. Kuga wouldn't do anything weird like that, but I'm sure that's why she told me to do my best.
どうする？大したことなさそうだし、今日はこれで解散にする？
What now? None of it sounds like a big deal to me. Should we call it quits for the day?
いや、そのいざこざから良いかが生まれてこないとも限らない。念のために少し事情を探ってみよう。
No, Blightfall might actually spawn from quarrels like these. We should at least do a little digging just in
あっ
case.
そう。それ任せてもいい？今の時期、酒屋ってかなり忙しいんだよね。新酒の季節だから。
Gotcha. Can I let you guys handle it then? Breweries are pretty slammed around this time of year since it's brewing
わか
season.
っている。余一は番頭の仕事に集中しろ。
Understood. Focus on your job as head clerk.
どうも。
Thanks.
行こ
Let's go, Leah. Okay. Okay, bye. Which was how Kuga and I ended up going into town together for the first time in a while.
おう、お二人さん連れだって夕げの買い出しかい？
Oh, would you look who it is? You two shopping for dinner together? I walked around town with Kuga in the glow of the sunset. It didn't take long before a talkative man from a renowned employment agency reached out to us. Those in the business of helping people find servants or otherwise recommending capable people for hire. That's a good
う。そん
sign.
なところだ。ところで、少し気になる話を聞いたんだが。
You were actually. By the way, I heard something troubling.
んで、その旦那が間違えて入っちまった座敷で待ってた稽古ってのが、あのお国太夫だったってわけよ。
And he went into the wrong house where a geisha was dancing, and that geisha was Taiyu Okuni.
後から姿へ見てひっくり返ったらしいぜ。かわいそうに旦那、義郎へは出入り禁止になっちまったらしいが。
Apparently, he flipped her likeness over when he saw it from behind. Poor bloke was banned from entering brothels after that. A painting of someone. That was a funny story, but we were wondering about a servant girl who was courted by a daimyo retainer.
ならさっき話したので全部だぜ。気の強い娘で退職金踏んだくってもともと好いてた男と立派な祝言あげたってさ。
I already told you everything. She was a strong-willed girl, so she took the severance money and threw a huge party with a man she fancied all
若
along.
様も金は腐るほどあるだろうから痛くも痒くもないだろうしな。八方丸く収まったってわけだ。
That young man.
めでたしめでたし。
That young man probably had more money than he could ever spend, so it was no skin off his nose. A happy ending for everyone involved. Peace. So much peace. It was almost putting me to sleep. Well, nothing beats peace for a townspeople. For the townspeople. Artu, hi. Oh, wait, hang on. I can do this. I can do this. There, that's real. Hello. In the end, the affair had already been sorted out, like the man from the employment agency said. We asked him if he knew about someone trying to get revenge on anyone else in town, but he said he didn't. Maybe it was just a rumor someone embellished a little bit.
あるいは、以前江戸へ来た仇討ち浪人の話をしていただけという可能性もあるな。
There's also the distinct possibility they were just talking about a Ronin with a grudge who came to Ito in the past. I see. Oh well, even one person who needs to get revenge on someone is one person too many.
ああ、
Indeed. I guess. I only learned this after coming to Ito myself, but a samurai's day of vengeance was an extremely difficult thing to carry out. Having their loved ones murdered must have been hard enough, but they weren't deemed a full-fledged samurai until they exacted a revenge for it. Is that... Oh, for what? What? It's like saying every single samurai has to have their family murdered. I'm sorry, what? They had no choice but to leave their hometown behind, disguise themselves as Ronin, and journey until they killed their foe despite not knowing where to find them.
おい、
Like... Hang on, I'm gonna think of it. Hang on, Kuga, I got this. Like, John Wick. Leah? Yes, yes.
今日は歩かせすぎたか？疲れが顔に出ている。そろそろ切り上げるか？
Boy's out here telling this girl she looks tired. Did I make you walk too much today? I can see on your face that you're tired. Maybe we should wrap up soon. Oh, no, that's not why I'm thinking about revenge soured my mood. Not that Kuga would understand even if I told him. I've got this. Now's my chance. I was just wondering, what will happen to me if life continues this way?
こんな生活？
This way? Yeah. Like how peaceful it's been and how weak all the Blightfall are. I was talking to Mimi earlier. I was summoned here because of my relentless battle, because of the relentless battle against the Blightfall. You guys might not need me once things are calmer.
いや、それはない。
Not
お
a
前の能
chance.
力は唯一無二のものだ。
Your powers are one of a
良
kind.
いかがおとなしくなったとしても、いつまで続くかはわからん。万一の時のために、お前は江戸に残ってもらうことになるだろう。
It really felt like they'd be more likely to get rid of one of the vessels than her, but yeah. The Blightfall might be tamer now, but we have no idea how long that will last. We'll probably keep you here in Ito on the off chance something does happen.
もしこのまま平和が続き、見回りさえ不要になるほど良いかが静まれば、
But if the peace does last and the Blightfall subsides to the point that we don't even need a patrol anymore,
有事の時以外なら、お庭番ではなく、ただの庶民として暮らすこともできるかもしれん。
you might be able to live life as a normal citizen instead of as an Oniwaban, aside from emergencies. Really?
ああ、すべて吉宗様のお心次第だが。しかし、お前が望むのであれば、理解はしてくださるはず。
Depends on what your Lord Yoshimun thinks, but I'm sure he'd understand if that's what you wanted.
こんなことを尋ねてくるということは、お前は庶民としての生活を望んでいるのか？
Are you asking because you
故郷に
wish to be a
戻りたいか？
civilian? Would you like to go back to your hometown? It's not that. Although I'd love to go back from time to time to visit my father's grave, I've come to enjoy living in Ito. But if I could live a normal life, I'd like to be your servant, Kuga. Kuga looked at me curiously when I declared this.
私の。だが、今もお前は私の奉公人だろう。
My servant? But you already are. That's just for carrying out our Oniwaban mission. I mean that I'd like to be your actual servant. Mimi said serving a samurai is great work experience. It'll come in handy in tons of different ways. Will it? Whether I choose to get married or find a different profession.
有利。まあ、そういうこともあるかもしれんな。
What handy, you say? Well, that may very well be. I don't have any way of saving up money, so I'm sorry if it's a bother to you, but I'd like to build up my experience serving under you, Kuga.
別に私は構わんが、
Gonna pause
お前
here.
なら、
Not
お
like
庭
real
番の
pause.
事情も分かっている。
She should have
普通の
money.
奉公人相手のように、役目を隠
She's
し立てする必要もない。
part of a secret agency, sure. But she works with the shogunate. Just because they provide her a home doesn't mean that she doesn't have other necessities, and there's no way she's not getting a salary for that. And if they told her to stay in town, if she did become a civilian, even though this is just Kuga's theory, because he doesn't know, they would definitely have to pay her to stay there. I don't particularly mind one way or another, you know, about the Onuwa bond. I don't need to hide my job from you like I would around a normal servant.
しかしお前は妙なことを考えるな。良いかが減った後の生活など。
Oh, he looks concerned. Don't get any strange ideas about life once there are fewer Blightfall around, though. Huh? But there weren't many of them before, right? At this rate, it's not completely impossible that things might go back to the way they used to be. What would you like to do if that ever happened and Lord Yoshimon said you're free to live however you wanted? When I asked this question, Kuga was uncharacteristically silent. Maybe he's not sure what he wants to do. I figured he'd want to continue being a castle watchman. I thought to myself rather breezily, meanwhile. Huh. The silence continued even longer. I started worrying that I had said something strange. I figure he might be mad or something, but he's not even capable of feeling that way in the first place. He's keeping quiet because I asked a difficult question, isn't he? In which case, it didn't matter if he was mad, apologies, and changing the subject was probably the best move here. I'm sorry I asked a weird question, didn't I?
変なこと。というわけでもないのだが。すまない。お前の質問の意味がよくわからなかった。
It wasn't weird per se, apologies, but I didn't quite understand what you meant. What?
私たちキコは、対良いかのために作られた存在だ。良いかを退治する以外の生き方はない。
We vessels are being created to slay Blightfall. There's no other way of life for us.
良いかが減れば、活動の機会が減るだけだ。もし、この世から良いかが消え失せるのならば、私たちは封印されるか、処分されるだけだろう。
If there are fewer Blightfall, we'll have fewer opportunities to work. If Blightfall disappeared from the world, we'd simply be sealed away and disposed of. I gasped in spite of myself. Hugo's voice and gaze were both so gentle it sounded like he was just talking about the weather, a complete mismatch for the appalling thing he just said. At the same time, there was no emotion behind his words either. It makes sense for him to think that since he's a vessel, but like a tool? Okay. Nope, we get happy flowers and we don't get anything. I thought he'd appreciate like a tool. That was my bad. Although I could do the same thing I did the other game and give all the right answers and all the wrong answers. That's an option. Should I do that? Try to get them at the same time without having to fast forward through them both at the same time. That way both the choices are fresher in our minds. That's what I did last time. I didn't want to distract you, but I wanted to thank you. I've been watching your Virche VODs. I can't stay too long, so my lunch. I hope you enjoy the game. Oh, thank you for watching my VODs. I appreciate it. If you're the one that's been commenting on them, I appreciate that too. Thank you so much. It makes my day. I hope you enjoy your lunch. These ones will be going up later this month, so you can watch these VODs too if you're interested in this game. It's honestly got a similar premise to Virche, except everything's bright and colorful instead. There'll be... I still hate ad pull, yes. I know you hate ad pull, but guess what? That game made me hate Lucas, and I thought nothing could make me hate someone that looked that much like an angel, so... my heart still breaks a little bit. Alright, I think we're going to do the thing I just said I wasn't going to do. I'm going to do side by... no, because that'd be too far, wouldn't it? I decided not to, because there's too many choices, and I just realized that would be a lot more save files. Alright. I talked myself out of it. Look at that. Literally reading a webtoon about angels and demons. I mean, they're great source material. If there was an Otome game that was like that, I'd be down. I mean, I just did a date with death. He's not really a demon, but he's dark, mysterious. He lives in the underworld. You might not think you're a demon, but you could be. You're okay with that. Being disposed of because you no longer serve a purpose, that would make me so sad, especially when you worked so hard to fight Blightfall up until that point. He went silent again. Kuga didn't seem to understand what I just said. Maybe I should explain a little bit more. Don't you want a reward?
Hobby?
Reward? Yeah, if you don't want anything, then you could at least get a few words of thanks from Lord Yoshimun, or maybe a head pat? All I managed to do was confuse him even more. I stressed out over how to convey my thoughts.
お前の言いたいことを理解できているかはわからんが。
Not sure I understand what you're trying to say, but...
私たちは良いかを滅するために生まれたのだから、良いかと共に消えるのが最善の道に決まっている。
I feel like personality-wise, him and Yoichi are like the same but a little bit different. He's like serious, but like factually, and Yoichi is like serious, but like sarcastically. If there was a diagram, they would be on the same diagram, but in different directions. I know. We were born to slay Blightfall, meaning the best course of action would be for us to disappear along with them. But it didn't seem like my reasoning had made it through to Kuga at all. I refuse to accept that being thrown away is the best option, not just for Kuga, but for all of the vessels. We were only talking about what ifs, idle chit-chat, that had nothing to do with our jobs. I probably could have left it at that, but I wouldn't stand for that thought of letting the discussion end there without Kuga understanding how I felt. I heard that in the past, any vessel who regained their hearts and memories were disposed of. That rule only exists to vessels from having their minds corrupted by Blightfall and becoming the enemy themselves. If that weren't a concern, what would it matter if you or any of the other vessels lived however you wanted? Kind of hobby do you think Kuga would have? However we wanted? Yeah, isn't there anything you want to do? Take a trip outside Edo, experience what it's like to have a different occupation or class? His concerned face is probably like the saddest face I've seen. Kuga went silent again. Genjuro is like a stoic, strict. Yoichi is more mean in a teasing way. Yeah, but it's the similar style. Like it's like they're both have like I'm a little bit too serious, like you can't joke with me kind of class. Which I like them both, but we'll see how they play out. Have you already played Winter's Wish, or have you watched someone else play Winter's Wish? Asia's been watching somebody else play Winter's Wish, so she already has known some of the story too. As the silence stretched out, I began to feel guilty. I had good intentions bringing it up, but maybe I'm just annoying him. From Kuga's, no, any vessel's perspective, disappearing with the Blightfall was leaps and bounds better than worrying like this. You borrowed it from your local library? Was it a Switch game? Your library has Switch games you can check out? Because I didn't even know that was an option. I liked your date with Devil VOD. I couldn't stop looking at it once the CG at the end. That one was so good. I really liked A Date with Death. I laughed the entire time. Yes, your library has Otome games. Oh my god. My sister just walked in. Dude, they have Otome games at the library, maybe. I'll have to look into it. I'll have to see if they have any. I borrowed this one actually from a friend because I didn't own this one. Asia says you're lucky. See, I think you're lucky too. I love Atomi games. This is what I like to do. Oh my goodness. Maybe I was just forcing my human way of thinking onto him.
考えたこともなかったな。
I never thought about it before. My library has got manga. I'm lucky with that. Same. My library has manga too. I actually, because I live in Arizona and Phoenix, there's a lot of libraries here. So what's really nice is they have a feature where if there's a book you want and it's not close to the library you're at, but it's at one of the nearby libraries, they will transfer those books to the library that's closer to you so you can come pick them up. That makes me so happy. You're playing Virtue right now that you borrowed from the library. That's like crazy. I find that crazy that the library would have such a new game too on top of having them. Wow. I got all the endings, so I was pretty excited about that. But I like playing them too. I used to watch people play, but I like it more now when I play it myself to get to see how it goes. But I like reading everybody's opinions after I play because I'm like, who agreed with me? He said that after a long silence. We're hurting this guy. 12-hour stream. I'm so sorry, Asia. You were there for the whole thing too. By the way, I have no plans today, so this could be a long one too. Like, at least I think I don't. She's got headphones on. I'm like, I have no plans today, right? Okay, great. Yeah, I could be here forever. Since we lack hearts and memories, our thoughts and ideas also limited me in some way. Limited in some way. Whoops, I added a word. This won't be 12 hours. I don't want to be up until 3 a.m. That'd be 5 a.m. for you. I wish I could stay longer. I hope to join future streams. I appreciate you joining for now, even for a little bit. I like it. I love it. I love having people to talk to. It makes playing a lot more fun for me. Hang on, I had to move my desk. But thank you for watching the VODs. I actually was telling my friend that the Virtue VODs have done really good. Not like, they're not crazy, but they've gotten like 30 plus views on average. And that's insane to me. I thought it was so weird. And I told my friend that, and he's like, that's pretty good because they're VODs. Like VODs usually don't get a lot of views to begin with. And I was like, thank you. You make me feel better. I am going to be trying something new. I'm currently writing scripts for it right now, but I'm going to do reviews for the games too afterwards. So that's going to be coming soon. Talking to you is always a surprise. Nobody who knows I'm a vessel has ever asked me questions like this. That's so just like depressing. But also, again, I've said this a couple times, they act a lot more emotional for having their feelings locked away. Oh. He looked a tiny bit amused as he said that. I'm just quirky like this. Maybe it just felt that way to me, you know, since I was human and all.
そうだな。キコに心や記憶はないが、個体差はある。
We might not have either of those things, but we're all different in our own way. Which reminds me, Eunice, because earlier I said something to you. Mouse is collaborating with Razer, and I don't know in what way yet. But she shared it on Twitter yesterday, and they posted a photo today. So I'm like, I kept checking their website to see if anything was going up that like had like Mouse's ears or something. I love watching them, especially when I can't sit to read. I watch them to work while multitasking before bed. I really appreciate them. Thank you very much, because like I pause to read all of it, and I also scare myself because I'm like, I'm going to say this word wrong, but also sometimes I want to skip ahead, but I still read it because I'm like, no, I want to be consistent. So thank you so much for watching the VODs. I appreciate it so much. All right. Right, we might not have either of those things, but we're all different in our own way. It's because of your tools that you're turned into, right? In your own ways.
与一と私は違うだろう。友成や国高、金次に大太郎、京志郎さんもそれぞれ違う。
I like that he points it out. This is the conversation we're just having about how they were different. Yoichi and I are different. Tomonari and Kunitaka, Kinji and Otaro, and Kyoshido are all different from each other as well. I should also write down my theories so I have them for later, because Otaru is definitely evil. There's always one in a route.
余一は食べることを好んでいるし、過去、お庭番で働いていた貴子の中にも、
Tomonari is
人
your
間のよう
favorite?
な趣味を持っている者がい
I
たそう
wrote my list out. Actually, let me just look at it one more time because I'm terrible with their names still. Otaru is my favorite so far, but I haven't played that yet. I'm in love with Kinji because Kinji is voiced by the guy from Collar X Malice, who was like my favorite character in Collar X Malice. And he didn't change that voice at all. So I'm just sitting here going like, it's so good. And then Yorichi came in third, I believe. Tomonari he's kind of like this right now because in other routes, they haven't really fleshed him out too much, but I know he's like the main route. So I'm excited to get there. Kinji, Yorichi, my husbands. Yeah, I'm excited for a lot of the stories. These ones look so interesting, but it does feel a lot like Verche because they also have this weird power. There's a lot of weird stuff happening, so. Yoichi enjoys eating. Other vessels who work for the Oniwaban in the past have had human-like hobbies too. Other vessels?
望むように生きろと命じられたら、何をしたいか、すぐ思いつくようなものもいるのかもしれん。
If we were ordered to live however we wanted, some of us could probably immediately think of things to do.
私にはさっぱり思い浮かばんが。
Nothing is coming to mind for me. That's because he lives for his work. This poor man. Is that right? I can tell Yoichi loves to eat, but I have no idea what Kuga likes, even though I've spent a lot of time around him. Does that mean he has no likes or hobbies? I guess it makes sense that he wouldn't know what to do if someone told him to do whatever he wanted then. Now that his response makes sense to me, I felt a little relieved. He didn't want to be thrown away as soon as Blightfall ceased to exist. He just never thought of what would happen to him after the Blightfall were all gone. So how long does someone stay at Blightfall? Is it just when they die? He's a lot like I was before talking to Mimi. I was only thinking of the task at hand. Maybe you should give it some thought, Kuga. Finding what you want to do might make you even more motivated to work hard, slay Blightfall, and bring world peace. World peace.
私には必要もない気がするが。
Ito is the world, I guess.
お前がそう言うなら考えておこう。
I don't think I need to, but I understand what you mean if you say so. I'll give it some thought. By all means. Although, like you said, Kuga is plenty motivated without having to think about this kind of stuff. Is it just me, or would this have been a little more effective on Yoichi? We'll find out next time. I kept walking while thinking this to myself.
Oi.
Leah, that's not how you say it. Kuga suddenly grabbed my arm and pulled me towards him. That's very close. This bridged the gap between us all at once. Yep, he was now embracing me from the front. What happened?
静かに。先ほどから何者かに尾行されている。
Someone's been telling us for a while. Huh. After Kuga's warning, I immediately concentrated almost behind me. Thanks to all the patrolling I've done as a member of the Onua band, I became much more alert to the presence of suspicious people compared to before I came to Ito. I do like that in this route she's learning things. She's now actually samurai-esque.
なかなかの手だれのようだ。私も気がつくのが少し遅れた。
They seem quite skilled. I didn't notice them right away. Look, he really does have the little, like bunny teeth. See his teeth instead of like an open gap there. What did we do?
相手は一人だ。それに、手だれと言っても、2対1を退けるほどの腕前には思えん。
There's only one of them. They might be skilled, but I don't think they'll be able to fend us off in a 2-on-1
人目
battle.
につかないところまでおびき寄せて、
Dude, that'd be my
事情
first
を尋
human
ねてみ
fight.
よ
I don't know if I'm ready. Let's
う。
lure
何
them
か訳が
somewhere.
あるのかもしれん。
Let's lure them somewhere no one can see and ask them why. There's probably a reason they're doing this. Got it. After solidifying our plans, Kuga and I continued talking just like before, while stepping away from the main street. You're gonna run out of space to take so many screenshots. Actually, I have a 512 gigabyte memory card, and I can fit so many pictures on my Switch right now. I can't remember, Asia mentioned it last time, like 600 right now. We're gonna keep going. It's gonna be intense. Besides, half the time I don't put these games in after I'm done with them. It's the only way I get to see the pictures of the past, like the ones from Love or Pretend. Just when we'd made our way down an alley, no one will see us here probably. I glanced over at Kuga, who also realized this was the perfect moment. He turned around and spoke to whomever was there.
Oi, omae.
I did mention about the screenshots one time. It's just because I was going to my receipts to recover photo proof and then mention the number. Hey, you. It seemed to be a man and a samurai at that. The silhouette of a man wearing a sword appeared where just a split second before he had been hiding in the shadows. He didn't try to run away. He was staring at us, holding his breath.
何者かは知らんが、用があるなら話を聞こう。出てきてはくれないか。
He went to hide from us, but he's not hiding very well, is what I'm understanding. I don't know who you are, but speak up if you have business with us. Come on out.
どうした？出られないのならば、こちらから行くが。
What's wrong? If you won't come out, I'll come to you. After tutting sharply, someone jumped out of the shadows. Oh, he's cute. Can I date? No, he's a boy. Never mind. He's a child. A boy? He seemed to be about my age. Oh no, he's about her age. It's fine. We can date him. Yeah, I think he's very cute. He looks like who? Yuki, oh, from Fruits Basket? Oh my gosh. He seems to be about my age or a tiny bit younger. My eyes had correctly spotted the sword at his hip. He appeared to be a samurai, but his kimono was a little tattered and showed signs of hardship. Don't we all? He's a form folk. Wait, where's his tag? Oh, is it around his neck? I see. That's fine. They said the form folk can date and get married. But there's a plot twist to that because form folk can be any age as well. So he could be hecka young. However, Mimi doesn't act like a child even though she was created by our character, so. Plus, it's like he's got a cute purple kimono on. I caught a glimpse of a wooden tag dangling from his neck beneath his collar. This is a great voice. Oh no. But do I know this voice? I'm Hanzo Ishii, the fourth of the Uman Ishii brothers, and you're Gojimon Akahori, aren't you? Wait a second, that's not his name. After calling Kuga a name I'd never heard before, the boy named Hanzo quickly unsheathed his sword. Huh? This is for my father and older brothers. You know the drill. Fight me! Fight me! Oh my god, Genji. Kuga? That was not the right, sorry, that was not the right inflections. Kuga! Hanzo was quick to slash at him with his sword, but so was Kuga. He stepped forward and engaged him. Die, he has the crazy eyes. I could still date him. Hanzo was the dictionary definition of the word reckless despite swinging his sword at Kuga. Kuga coolly fended off his attacks. It was evident who was more powerful here. Because of this, I wasn't terribly upset watching everything go down, but still. Please calm down and listen what we have to say. We don't know Akahori, was it? His name's Genjuro. Kuga, you have the wrong person. Or does he? He's probably... You are so energetic right now, Hanzo. Shut up, he's probably just hiding his identity. This man killed my father and brothers. I'll never let him live it down. Do form folks have family? Is this who Yoichi means when he mentioned a wandering ronin for revenge? It's awful that his father and brother were murdered, but Kuga, I'm only asking just in case, but does the name Akahori ring any
ない
bells?
な。もちろん。お前の父や兄弟を手にかけた覚えもない。
It's gonna, okay, so some part of his body is going to be like, I know that sword anywhere, right? That's what I thought was his thing. And then we're gonna find out that belonged to the guy that actually killed those people. Is that what's gonna happen here? That's the only thing I can think of. I have no recollection of laying a hand on your father or brother either.
貴様
Damn you.
極悪人め家族を俺の一生をめちゃくちゃにしておいてそれを記憶にないと抜かすか
I'd still date him. You fiend. You upended my family. No, my entire life, and you don't remember a damn thing. Woo. There are so many black threads.
こいつめんな。
Leah, he has a mask. Yeah, he's spewing an incredible amount of black threads from all over his body. He's a pretty powerful Blightfall.
何をごちゃごちゃ言っている邪魔をするなら女お前も殺す
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I was just making an offhanded comment. Calm down. What are you mumbling about? If you're going to stand in my way, woman, I'll kill you too. Leah. Oh gosh, I'll be fine. Fine. It's been a while since we fought a strong Blightfall, but the humankind only have 2 limbs. It won't be too hard to see his attacks coming. I pulled my knife out of my pocket. Wait a second. She just said that so confidently. How many human Blightfall has she fought? I thought it was 0. I pulled my knife out of my pocket, then Kuga and I surrounded Hanzo. Black threads poured from his body onto the ground in the meantime, where they formed pools of emotional imprints.
女に助太刀を請うとは本当に見下げ果てた男だな
Asking a woman to assist you? What a despicable, disgusting man you are.
多勢に無勢でも関係ない死ね言語へもいや俺が殺してやる
It doesn't matter if you have me outnumbered. Prepare to die, Genjimon Akihori, or rather prepare for me to kill you. Oh dear. Oh my. What? But all he did just now was swing his sword. It reminded me of the Kamatachi, a yokai that rode whirlwinds, slicing people with their claws. They always like to associate these people with a yokai. Formless blades protrude from Hanzo's sword, leaving deep cuts in the wall of a seemingly sturdy warehouse behind Kuga. If Kuga hadn't leaned forward, his face might have been cut instead. Is this one of Hanzo's abilities as a Blightfall? I felt a chill run down my spine. If we let him get away with this attack, it didn't matter if we stayed a sword's length away. How do you even block an attack like that with a sword?
そうかこうやればいいのかこうすればお前を殺せるのか
You'd like to what? How'd you like that? How about I kill you with another one of those? I kept trying to change that word entirely.
言語へも報いを受けろ
You're a dead man, Gagomon. You'll pay for what you've done. It sounds like an actual Digimon character. Kuga seemed to be on guard, waiting for Hanzo's next attack after the slash he unleashed earlier. However, apparently the Kamatachi-like blade burst had been a one-time thing. No matter how many times Hanzo uttered curses and swung his sword around, nothing happened.
もういい。
Enough. Uh-oh. Gah. After exchanging blows for a short while, Kuga knocked Hanzo's blade out of his hands.
これで少しは落ち着いて話を聞く気になったか
Now, do you feel like calming down a bit and learning what I have to say? Damn it. When Hanzo realized his sword had landed out of reach, his face contorted in frustration beneath his mask. Although he still was spewing an impressive amount of black threads, he had no means of attacking.
改めて名乗らせてもらう。私は久我源十郎。お前の仇だという赤堀源五右衛門とは別人だ。
Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Genjuro Kuga, not this Genjimon Akihori you're seeking revenge on.
しかし、仇の顔を見間違えるわけは。
I know what he looks like. Then you're saying you've met Kuga before? Why do you absolutely insist he's this Akihori person you speak
俺
of?
が直接会ったことはないが、人相書きがこの男にそっくりで。
He's like, alright, I never met him before. But he matches the description of him perfectly. Meaning Kuga just happens to look like whoever he's trying to get revenge on. If so, how inconvenient was that? Even the behemoth Hanzo must have been feeling a bit worried at this point. He was hanging his head in complete silence. The black threads had settled down too. Did it work? When I glanced over at Kuga, he nodded like he sensed what I was thinking. Okay then, now to use Snow Sacrament. Hanzo, you're so consumed by your desires for revenge that you're no longer a mere form folk. What? If this continues, you might cause harm to somebody besides your target. Is that what you want? I forgot she had a new magic trick. I quietly held out my hands as I addressed Hanzo, hoping to help him understand what was going on. If I touched his body and prayed for his Blightfall-afflicted heart to return to normal, the Snow Sacrament was bound to work just like it had with Mitsu. But he won't let me touch him, and I don't know why he'd walk that close to a guy with a sword. Hanzo had been acting like a good boy, but then he reached for his hip. By the time I realized what was happening, it was already too late. Later. By the time I pulled my concealed knife out, Hanzo had already dashed towards Main Street. Shoot, he was just acting so he could make an escape? Kuga, Man, he's quick. Kuga took off after Hanzo before I could finish apologizing. I guess I should hurry after him too. Are these... The black threads he shed are leaving a trail of footprints. If I follow them, I might be able to keep Hanzo from slipping away, even though I wasn't as quick as Kuga. You had the benefit of following steps. Kuga! Leah. I followed the black threads Hanzo left on the ground out to Main Street, where I found Kuga standing still in the crowd. He must have lost sight of him because there was too many people around.
Hanzo.
Apologies, He's over there. Hanzo's leaving a trail of black thread prints behind him. We're bound to find him if I follow the trail.
そうか。ならば先導を頼む。
Then by all means lead the way. I'm talented, watch me. Sure. It was a little difficult to spot them among all the people and the emotional imprints that were already there, but fortunately, Hanzo's footprints lingered. This time, it was Kuga following me through the busy streets. I'm sorry about earlier, Kuga. I let my guard
お前の
down.
せいじゃない。私の判断が甘かった。あいつをいつでも切れる状況を保っておくべきだった。
It's not your fault. I underestimated him myself. I should have maintained a position where I could have slain him at one time. Hearing him say that gave me slight mixed feelings. The Snow Sacrament used by Kuga on the other vessels purified their enemies by destroying them. Since Hanzo was a form folk, he wouldn't be able to do this without slicing into his original object, which was more or less the same as dying for a human. If a form folk's object was broken and they lost their human form, attaining a physical form a second time would basically be a miracle. I can't really say I feel bad considering Ito's peace is at stake, but Hanzo became fully pure out of his desire to avenge his father. I read that as blightfully pure as one word, like it was like combined, but he must have grieved his family members' death that much. The thought of that alone made me feel a bit cruel to end his life by performing Snow Sacrament on him. I'm still confused. If you were born from a form folk, does that make you a form folk or a person? Because you can't just be a form folk. I don't understand. He must be grieved. He must have grieved his family member's death that much. The thought of that alone made me feel a bit cruel to end the life by performing no sacrament on him.
このままあいつを野放しにしていたら、もっと強力な良いかになるだろう。
Twilight is nigh. If we let him run loose, he might become an even more powerful Blightfall.
あいつの思念に呼ばれ、他の良いかが出現する可能性もある。その前に、絶対に注ぎをしなければならない。
The imprints that he is leaving behind could summon another Blightfall. We need to use Snow Sacrament on before that happens. Right. He's right. We have no other choice. We have to stop Hanzo somehow. Eventually, Hanzo's footprints led us down yet another empty alley. He must be waiting to ambush us. Don't let your guard down, Leah. I feel like he would think he got past you guys if it took you this long. Huh, right. The footprints stop here, but why? You there, are you okay? I glanced over when I hear Kuga's voice startled and saw someone collapse on the ground a little further down the trail of black threads. Kuga ran over to help and found that it was Hanzo, but instead... You're the form folk who works at the steam bun restaurant, aren't you? Is that you, Gen?
どうしてこんなとこに店番の途中だったのに
Oh my god, that means he would have killed this guy if he had done Snow Sacrament. How did I get here? I was just running the restaurant. He looked around in confusion before letting out a big yawn. Excuse me, but did anyone run over in this direction? Did you lose consciousness after he struck you, maybe?
そうなのか。いや、店番してた後のことは覚えがなくて。
But form folk have eidetic memories, meaning they shouldn't forget things. Did I? I don't remember anything after being at the restaurant.
でも、なんだかあったけ幸せな夢を見てましたよ。
But maybe something did happen.
何だったんだろうな。
I had a really nice dream. What was it again? What in the blazes is going on? Hanzo's footprints suddenly vanished into thin air here. After telling Kuga about the footprints, we brought the form folk who'd fainted back to the steam bun restaurant in search of clues. We asked what happened before he vanished, but apparently no one had seen it happen. We couldn't find any eyewitnesses' accounts on Hanzo himself either. Interesting.
そうか。俺が表の仕事をしている間にそんなことが。
I sat right. You mean to tell me that all this happened while I was at my cover job? This was after our unfruitful attempt to interview possible witnesses. We called Miyagi and Yoichi back to the Onyuaban base so Kuga and I could report what happened.
また形人の良いかか。あのミツとかいう人で打ち止めだと助かったんだけどね。
It might not be a form folk though, because we just established that it either enters and or exits bodies. Another form folk turned Blightfall, huh? What was kind of hoping we could put an end to that with Mitsu.
けど今のところ刀を持った良いかが暴れているという報告も自然発生の良いかが出たという報告もないのが不幸中の幸いだね。
I haven't heard any reports on a Blightfall with a sword or a Blightfall spawning on their own, thankfully.
Genjuro は大丈夫だったかい？仇に間違えられるなんて随分な災難だが。
You alright, Genjiro? It can't get any worse than being mistaken for the target of someone's revenge. Unless your creation is that. The color of the threads around Miyagi's neck caught my attention. His tone was calm and sympathetic, but his threads were tinged with caution and worry, a complex color suggesting he was looking for something. Am I imagining this? Maybe the lights just play tricks on my eyes.
本当にね。しかも言語エモンなんて弦しか一緒じゃないし。
Plus, the only thing similar about your names is the Gen part in Genjimon.
半蔵の話では、人相書きと私がよく似ていたらしい。
According to Hanzo, I matched the description of him almost perfectly.
うわー、めんどくさ。
Yikes, sounds like a huge pain in the
ていうか
ass.
その形人、仇討ちの届けはちゃんと出してるの？登録があれば身元は一発でわかるはずだけど。
Did the form folk make sure to report his intention to the authorities? If there's a record of it, we can learn what his background is all of
確
one
認した
sitting.
が、近頃の記録ではなかったよ。だがすでに良いかになっているなら、
I checked
仇
but
討ちの
didn't
規
see
則を
any
守って
record
挑んでくる
recently.
とは考えない方がいいだろうね。
If he's already turned into a Blightfall, it's probably best not to assume he's following all the
あい
rules.
つらは人間でも形人でもないからね。今さら世間の評判を気にして正々堂々って感じでもないだろうし。
Because Blightfall aren't human or form woke at this point, he probably doesn't care about his reputation or playing fair and
しかし
square.
良いかを倒さなければならないことを考えれば、私が仇だと思われているのはむしろ好都合だ。
Think of it this way. If we need to take down the Blightfall, maybe we're in luck that he thinks I'm the one he's seeking revenge against.
またいずれ今日のように姿を現すだろう。その時に仕留められるよう備えておけば問題ない。
He'll probably turn up again at some point, just like he did today. When he does, taking him down shouldn't be a problem as long as we're
だ
prepared.
ね。こっちからも探す必要はあるだろうけど、じゃあ基本的には半蔵が来たら源十郎が迎え撃つって感じでいい？
Yeah, although we should look for Hanzo too. Basically, if Hanzo turns up, Genjiro's allowed to fight him.
でも話を聞くに、その半蔵という良いかはかなり危険な状態のはずだ。
Oh yeah, this voice actor is the voice actor of, oh gosh, Rengoku. I should remember. Based on what you've told us, it sounds like it's a pretty dangerous
仇討
Blightfall.
ちという目的自体が負の感情を生みやすいし、二人も危惧していたように今後さらに力をつけたり、別の良いかの発生を誘発する可能性が高い。
The act of seeking retaliation lends itself to negative feelings. There is a high chance he may get stronger because other Blightfall and cause other Blightfall to spawn as
い
you
くら
feared.
源十郎でも一人の時に襲われたら危ないんじゃないかな。
As strong as you are, Genjiro, you'll be in danger if he attacks while you were by yourself. I knew it. Miyagi's just worried about him. I was too. Kiko always seems like a skilled swordsman to me, but if Hanzo uses the whirlwind attack again, as powerful as he was, Kuga would have a difficult time handling it on his own. Why don't I help you guard him, then?
え？
Why do they look so confused? Yeah, like, oh man, it's more than confused. Sad, kind of indifferent, angry. That's what we're getting. Oh, I did it backwards. Sorry. My video's flipped for me. Miyagi looked puzzled, but so did the two vessels who didn't have hearts.
さすがにないでしょ。源十郎もあんたに守られるほど落ちぶれてないから。
Absolutely not. Genjiro hasn't sunk so low that he needs you to protect him of all people. But I'm an Oniwaban too, and you trained me yourself. Even in a real fight against a Blightfall, I could.
雑魚相手ばっかじゃん。源十郎、この子今日半蔵と戦った時、戦力になんなかったでしょ？
You've been fighting small fry. You wouldn't be any help against the kid Genjiro fought today. Indeed. Not Kuga too! As my martial art masters, I knew Yoichi couldn't help but be harsh. Still, it made me a little sad knowing that even Kuga thought I would be useless in a
し
battle.
かしそれだけ 敵が強力な良い方だったということだ。それに彼女は言葉で半蔵の気を引いたり、意図を見て状況を伝える役を立派に果たしてくれた。
He's just that formidable of a foe. I have to say, Leah did an excellent job probing Hanzo and telling me what was going on by looking at threads. Kuga?
そうなの。なら源十郎と見回りしている間にちょっとは鍛えられたんだね。
Really? Sounds like she's got a bit more training going on patrol with you, Genjuro. I did. I wasn't much help in battle, but I managed to make it back home in one piece.
それは俺も嬉しいけどね。でも君に護衛を任せるのはちょっと。
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but I'm not so sure we should rely on you to guard him, Leah. Wait, of course not. I never actually intended to be his bodyguard. I was thinking I could be more of a messenger. If something happens to Kuga, wouldn't it be better to have someone around to call for help? I'm officially Kuga's servant, so no one would find it suspicious for me to be with him all the time. True. See, they're so similar.
そういうことならいいんじゃない？もっと早くそう言えばいいのに。
But then we wouldn't have this misunderstanding, and then you couldn't be confused and surprised. Not a bad idea then. You should have said it so earlier. I tried to tell you, but you sent the conversation veering off in a weird direction.
確かにお前の言う通り、番頭の仕事のある与一や他のお役目もある宮地殿に四六時中の護衛をお頼みするのは明らかに具合が悪いな。
You're right. Yuicha has his job as head clerk at Lord Miyagi has other duties of his own. Asking them to guard me day and night would be very inconvenient for them.
宮地殿、彼女の提案は理にかなっていると思います。お許しいただけますか？
Leah's idea makes sense to me. Permission granted.
でも年頃の娘さんを一人暮らしの男の家に。
Yeah, but we've already dealt with this conversation before. It's fine. I'm not sure how I feel about having a young girl her age, staying with a man who lives alone.
いや、貴子だからこんなに安全なことはないのか。じゃあ、いいのか？
That's like the coldest thing. But you're a vessel, so there's nowhere safer for her to be. All right, I guess she can.
いいってさ。しっかりやりなよ。
Wow, Yoichi, thank you. Hear that, Leah? You said yes, do a good job. Thank you, I'll do the best I can. She doesn't catch sarcasm very well.
だがそうなると、これまでのように不利ではなく、本当に私の奉公人として務めてもらわなくてはならないな。
Much obliged. In that case, you'll need to act as my actual servant instead of just pretending. Huh? Obviously. Girl, did you really not think that far ahead?
周りの目もあるしね。演技で済むなら、俺もお庭番の仕事がないときはずっとグダグダしていたいもんだけど。
Well, gotta worry about what other people think. I mean, if acting's good, I'd love to lie around whenever I don't have any Oniwaban work to do. It's true. Yoichi is me. Even Yoichi works as a head clerk instead of just pretending, even though it's only a cover. Got it. I'll put my best foot forward then.
ま、女の奉公人は適当に食事の用意して、掃除して、あとは雑用でもこなしてりゃそれっぽくなるでしょ。
Female servants typically prepare meals, clean, and do other jobs. That sort of thing. I see. I really was grateful for Yuichi's advice as more of an experienced servant than I. Alright, I'll do my best to be both Kuga's guard and servant. We go like that.
Oi.
Hey, Leah. Ah, what's the matter? Kuga is it you know who?
いや、そうでもない。肩に力が入りすぎだ。その調子じゃすぐに疲れ果ててしまうぞ。
Nothing of the sort. You're tensing your shoulders too much. You'll wear yourself out doing that.
明日からは手分けしていた見回りを共に行うことになる。つまり倍歩くことになるし、お前には奉公人としての仕事も増える。
Starting tomorrow, we'll be doing our rounds together instead of going our separate routes. Haha, get it? Because that's what you call a route in this game. In other words, you'll be walking twice as much and also doing more servant work. But as long as I don't miss Hanzo's footprints, I'll be able to detect any potential danger before anyone else.
だからこそ、お前には長く安定して力を発揮していてほしいのだ。
Which is why I'd like to see you hold steady and exert yourself over a longer period of time.
おそらく今夜、半蔵が襲ってくることはない。あいつは私との実力差を自覚していた。故に、芝居を打って逃走したのだろう。
My guess is that Hanzo won't strike tonight. He could sense that I overpower him, which is why he put on a show to make his escape.
次に奴が挑んでくるのは、私に勝る力を手に入れたとき。それがいつになるかはわからんが。
He'll attack next time when he's strong enough to defeat me. お前が途中で
力尽きては、護衛の意味もなくなってしまう。
I'm not sure when that might be. There's no sense in guarding me if you run out of energy halfway through. So you're saying it's not good to use all of my strength all the time.
半蔵の襲来に備えているのはお前だけじゃない。私もだ。
Right, you're not the only one preparing for him to attack. I am too.
日頃の見回りと同じように、お前が何かを見逃しても私が見つける。逆もまたしかり。
It's just like when you're doing your regular rounds. I'll find anything you might overlook and vice
だから
versa.
もう少し気を楽に持て。
So relax a little. It was true. I'd been tensing my shoulders ever since we left the Oniwaban base, and it was just the two of us. No, when Yoichi was training me, he told me overexerting yourself for no reason leads to mistakes. It probably applies when on guard duty too. Got it, you're right. It's okay if I make a few mistakes here and there since you'll be with me.
それが年長者の務めだ。
That's my duty as your senior, but how much my senior are you? On second thought, it's a little awkward for me to be thinking it's fine to make mistakes in the first place. What's that? Because you're a perfectionist? I get it. Based on the way he was nodding his head in agreement without the slightest bit of concern, Kuga felt the same way. While I'm thankful he's such a caring guy, I'll try not to take advantage of that.
そういえば聞きそびれていたが、今夜の夕げはどうする?
Reminds me, I meant to ask you, what are you going to be doing for supper tonight? Oh, I was going to make something when I got back. It's already late though, so I probably won't be able to make anything fancy.
それ以前に、私は自炊をしないので、家に食料が何もないのだ。
I didn't make my own food before, so I don't have any ingredients to cook with at the house. Really? Then how'd you make those rice balls for lunch the other
あの
day?
時は、張り込みが必要になるだろうと予想していたからな。自由に歩き回れるときは、あんな手の込んだことはしない。
I planned ahead knowing that I need to do a stakeout. I don't do anything that elaborate when I'm out walking around. The rice balls were delicious, but elaborate? He must not know anything about cooking.
この時間ではボテ振りも来ないだろうし、米屋も青屋も終わっているだろう。なので、外で済ませられればと思うが、どうだ?
There aren't any street hawkers out around this time of night, plus the rice vendors and grocers have closed, so we should probably eat out. What do you think? I forgot the dictionary word. I got too distracted. Oh no. Not you. Oh gosh. I don't remember other... Nope, that was the other one I skipped. I already forgot what the word was. I guess oh, there it goes. Nope, Palace Doctor was not the word. We'll never know the word now, guys. I don't mind at all. When you say eat out, do you mean at a stall or at a restaurant?
そのようなものだ。酒も出すので、居酒屋だな。
Oh, something along those lines. Yes, maybe in izakaya since they serve drinks. Izakayas? I've seen them before, but I've never been in one even while out on
だろう
patrol.
な。若い娘の一人客は珍しいから悪目立ちする。だから初めからお前の担当からは外していた。
I didn't think you would. You'd stick out like a sore thumb since you don't often have young women come in alone. That's why I left it off your assigned route.
しかも、これから行くのは娯楽街帰りの客を狙った夜明かし店だ。なおさら、一人では行く機会がないだろう。
We're heading somewhere open all night. Meant for those heading home from the entertainment district. All the more reason you would never have been there alone.
料理の味はいいし、店主も気のいい人間だ。お前が気に入るかはわからんが、情報を集めるにはいい店だ。
Their food's delicious and the owner's a good man. I'm not sure if you'll like it, but it's a great place to gather information. He must go there a lot then. I'll need to act like a servant so no one will think anything up. I'd already spent a bit of time patrolling Castletown as Kuga's servant, but that didn't necessarily mean I'd gotten to know all of his acquaintances. I would be meeting a lot of people for the first time if we went places I couldn't normally go. I want to make some connections for my future Oniwaban efforts, especially since Kuga trusts me to go on patrol, but go on patrol by myself after all the hard work I put in. Sorry, tomorrow I'll be back to going on patrol with Kuga. Still, he's also letting me be his guard because I proved I could patrol by myself. I'd believe this more if she had done something while she was on patrol on her own. Yuichi literally said that she's taken on small fries, so. I went to the basics and properly introduced myself to as his servant Leah. Hi, I'm Leah.
あんたがゲンさんの奉公人か。噂は聞いてたけど、本当にいたんだね。
Wow, are you Jean's servant? I've heard rumors about you. You're real after all. Yes, I am. He's very good to me.
そりゃそうだろうよ。
Oh no.
源十郎さんは今時のお侍には珍しいくらい立派なお人だからね。お嬢さん、いいところに奉公に来たね。
I don't doubt that one bit. Upstanding samurai like Genjuro are hard to come by. You found a real great place to be a servant. Oh, thank you.
おいおい、めったなこと言うもんじゃねえよ。ゲンさんの親戚ってことは武家の出だろう。
Careful with what you're saying. She's related to Gen, so she's probably comes from a samurai stock too.
この子もお侍に難癖つけられちゃいい気がしないだろうよ。
I'm sure she's not amused listening to you criticize samurai, you know. Oh no. I'm not a samurai lineage. I might be a relative of his, but I'm a very distant one.
そうなのかい？なら一体どんな経緯で奉公に来ることに？
Then how'd you end up a servant? My father was an old friend of his. I used to live out in the country. While there, I met the owner of an oil shop called Toda and the owner's servant of form folk. Had no name. I hadn't been bombarded with questions like this in a long time, but I was used to it by now. I'm glad I followed Miyagi's advice and didn't lie about where I'm from. If I fibbed and said I was a city girl raised in Edo or the daughter of a samurai family, I would have been caught a long time ago.
ああ、なるほどね。あんたも苦労したんだな。
I see, you must have been through a lot.
しかしちょいと気になったんだけどね。源十郎さんってお嬢さん以外には何名くらい奉公人を雇ってるんだい？
I'm kinda curious. How many other servants does Genjuro have besides you? Huh?
ああ、確かに。そりゃ俺も気になるな。旗本のお殿様のくせにしょっちゅうこんなしけた店で飲み食いしてる変わり者だからね、ゲンさんは。
Oh right, you got me curious too. He constantly stops by this dump to eat and drink even though he's a shogunate retainer. He's an odd bird, that Jean.
そんな気さくなお人柄だからこそ、私ら庶民のことを我がことのように気遣ってくれるんじゃないか。けど、それにしても生活ぶりが謎でね。
cares about us ordinary folk like we're his own because he's such a friendly, warm-hearted guy. But his lifestyle is a complete mystery to
そ
me.
うそう。考えてみりゃ、武家町のどこに屋敷を構えてるかだって分かりゃしないもんな。
For sure. Come to think of it, I'm not even sure where in Samurai Town his house is. Kuga! Kuga sipped his sake, listening silently, although it wasn't clear if he realized the other customers were looking at him probingly. They never intended to ask Kuga directly. They apparently had been hoping to clear this up through me from the very start. This was Kuga we were talking about, after all. If they asked him, he'd probably effortlessly sidestep the question anyways. Look at the threads. I can tell they're curious because just like him, they're curious just because they like him, not because any bad feelings. Even with my own backstory down pat, we never decided what I should say about Kuga. How'd I get this far without being asked this? Maybe they were just all holding back because I was never in a situation where they served alcohol. Girl haven't had a drink yet, though. I got in a big head about doing a bang-up job on patrol and pretending to be a servant all on my own, but maybe I just got lucky. Just when I lost all confidence...
お待たせいたしました。タコの煮物、里芋の煮っころがし、納豆汁にイワシの焼き物です。
Thank you for waiting. Here's the stewed octopus, simmered lambs, and gillered sardines, and miso natto soup. Oh, that's a lot. The server brought out a ton of food, almost as if to fill the silence I created because I was so stumped.
どうだ？酒の魚ばかりだな。これで腹は膨れそうか？
How's it look, Leah? I know it's just appetizer, but this be enough to fill you up? Actually, the sampler is one of my favorite meals at a restaurant, so we're good. Yeah, it looks really good.
二人とも悪いな。料理も来たことだし、そろそろ食事に集中させてやってくれ。
I'm sorry, but do you mind letting us focus on our meal? Our food's here.
こりゃ失礼したね。ゆっくり味わいなよ。
He got me out of the situation. I didn't get out of it myself. Sorry to interrupt. Enjoy,
店
sweetheart.
のなりはこんなんだけど、味は絶品だぜ。酒だってどぶろくだが、混ぜもんなしでよーく酔っ払えるしな。
This guy reminds me of the first guy who was like, come buy my fish, and then kept like bothering, like, no. This place doesn't look like much, but the food's great. The alcohol's unfiltered, but they don't cut it with anything, so you'll get nice and drunk. That's awfully honest of you. Woo! Managed to get away from that topic because our food came. No, because Kuga put an end to it. I was this close to going too far and saying something that might hurt Kuga's reputation, so I was utterly relieved to be free.
遠慮せず、好きなだけ食べてくれ。足りなければ、気に入ったものをまた頼めばいい。
Don't be shy. Have as much as you want. If there's not enough, order more of anything you like. Thank you. Aren't you hungry, Kuga?
私はそれほど食に興味がわかんのだ。酒を飲んでいれば腹も膨れる。
He's an alcoholic.
気遣いは無用だ。
Great. The first guy smoked and he's an alcoholic. I don't have much interest in eating. I get full from drinking, so please don't worry about me. Really? I guess he prefers drinking. His expression hasn't changed, so I can't tell if he's thinking his drink is good or not. As I thought this to myself, I reached for the skewed octopus with my chopsticks and brought some to my mouth. This is delicious.
お嬢ちゃん、この煮物のうまさがわかるかね。こりゃ料理の腕にも期待ができそうだね。
Oh, so you can tell how delicious food is, huh? Can't wait to see how good of a cook you are. That sounds almost like an insult. Oh, so you have good taste, huh? Wait, me?
舌で味を見る筋が良けりゃ、料理の方もそれなりになるさ。源十郎さん、この子に食事の世話もさせるのかい？
A good palate for flavors show when you're cooking. Genjuro, do you let her make all your food?
ああ、そのつもりだ。
That's the plan.
でも久我さんは舌が肥えてるから満足させるのは大変そうだね。
Must be difficult to please Kuga when he has such a discriminate palate.
美食家だからね、源十郎さんは。うまい飯を求めて城下町中の食事処に顔を出してるわけだから。
You see, Genjiro's a real gourmet. He dropped by eateries all over Castletown in search of delicious grub. He's me too. Oh, is that what the town folk assume he's doing because he stops by so many different restaurants to gather information? Knowing the truth that Kuga didn't actually have much interest in food made this feel like one heck of a misunderstanding. Yeah, it sounds like Yoichi should have been doing his job because Yoichi loves food. Kuga remained silent and didn't deny it. Of course he wouldn't. Their assumption was far more convenient for him. As an Onuiban, he wouldn't think of correcting them.
そうでなくても源十郎さんの方向は楽じゃなさそうだがね。きっちりしたお人だから。
Even if it wasn't, it must be rough being Genjiro's servant. He's a real thorough, strict guy.
言われてみればな。勝手にどこぞの武家のお嬢さんが花嫁修行に奉公へ来たんだと思ってたが、正体はただの田舎での小娘だって言うし。
Wow, alright, thanks. Jeez. I figured you were the daughter of some samurai family looking to work as a live-in servant hoping to marry. Turns out you're just a girl from the countryside.
気立ては良さそうだし、
Jeez.
難癖つけたいわけじゃないが、お嬢ちゃんに務まるのかは少し心配だね。
You seem well-mannered. Not that I'm trying to nitpick or anything, but I'm a little worried you're not cut out for this kind of work. God, a girl from the countryside. I didn't really object since I actually was the one, but then
彼女は十分よくやってくれている。
Leah does a perfectly fine job. Best critique. I love it. God. She does fine, guys. The other customers gasp at Kuga's brief, calm, yet very clear objection. Kuga, that wasn't a compliment. Unless my reputation was so bad, people were bad-mouthing me behind my back. Their opinions of me as a servant had nothing to do with my Oniwaban duties. This was why I'd planned to let the misunderstanding slide, just like Kuga had when they said he had a discerning palate. That's a different word. But I'm over the moon. I wasn't sure if he said that out of concern for me or if he really thought I was doing a good job. I didn't know Kuga's feelings as I couldn't see his threads. It was hard to tell what vessels thought when they used such different logic from human form folk. But
そうかいそうかい。そりゃよかった。おせっかいを焼いちまって悪かったよ。
alright, glad to hear it. Sorry for
お嬢
sticking
ちゃ
out
ん、
our
源
nose.
十郎さんにここまで言わせるなんていい働きをしてるんだね。その調子で頑張りなさい。
You must really be doing a good job for Genjiro to speak up like that. Keep up the good work. Thanks. Today's actually my first day. I've just been lying prior. Thank you very much. I mean, sir, I hope to be in your service for many years to come. Before I knew it, I was bowing my head deeply from a shogi chair where I sat. It really felt like I was Kuga's servant now because you flippin' are. I truly, sincerely wanted to work hard alongside Kuga from here on out.
ゲンさん
Jean? It's gonna be Jean. Sir?
いや、なんでもない。
It's
こちら
nothing.
こそ
I hope so
よろし
too.
く頼む。
He just thought I was really cute just now. He also lowered his head in a bow, although not as deeply as I did because he's older and my boss. I feel like he's stiffening up a bit just now. For a moment, I panicked that I had confused him by saying something weird, but that didn't seem to be the
よし、
case.
ここは俺のおごりだ。好きなだけ飲みなよ。
All right, your drinks are on me. Drink as much as you want. What? I don't.
飲まないそうだ。代わりに私がいただくか。
She doesn't drink. May I have it instead?
いいね、ゲンさん。そうこなくちゃ。
Ah, good on you, Jean. Now you're talking. Thanks in part to the kind things Kuga had to say about me, I fit right in after all. It wasn't that you weren't going to fit in, it's just that girls don't go here. I thoroughly enjoyed the delicious food and laid back conversation. Whoa, is this your manor, Kuga?
ああ、私の住まいだ。
Yes, that's where I live. Amazing. It's almost as grand as the Oniwaban base. I can't believe he lives in this by himself. That said, I'd been sleeping over at the base almost entirely by myself. My living situation hadn't been much different from Kyuga's.
先ほど居酒屋でもそんな話が出ていたが、この屋敷の場所は町の人間には伝えていない。
I know the topic came up when we were at the Izakaya earlier, but I haven't told any of the town folks about this
こ
manor.
の近隣の住民にも久我源十郎の屋敷だと知られないよう心がけている。その方が任務で立ち回りやすいのだな。
Oh wait, are they in Samurai Town? Is that what I misunderstand? Doesn't say it. Because Samurai Town is considered the more richy, wealthy place, and he tries to act like a commoner. That makes sense, but I don't know if that's what I'm misunderstanding right now. I tried to keep the residents out of this neighborhood from knowing it belongs to me. It makes it easier to walk around as part of my duty. Makes sense. Should I be careful about going in and out then?
ああ、武家町
Samurai
は
Town. I did
人
it.
通りが
Woo!
限られているので、それほど気を尖らせる必要はないだろうが、日頃は人目のない時を狙って裏口から入っている。
Samurai Town is limited to foot traffic, so no need to worry. I usually try to enter through the back door when no one's around, though.
この暗闇なら落ち着いて案内できそうだな。ついてこい。
I should be able to show you around in peace since it's dark out. Come with me. Okay.
屋敷は広いが、私は寝泊まりする以外にほとんど使っていない。なので、何をするにもこの部屋で過ごしている。
The manor is fairly large, but most of it goes unused except where I sleep. I spend most of my time in this room.
川屋と湯殿の場所も覚えたな。では、今夜は遅いし、もう寝よう。
You remember where the restroom and the washroom are, right? It's late, so I'll be heading to bed. It sure is. Well,
お前の布団は、余一がここにいた頃に使っていたものがあるな。日の出前は冷えるだろうから、この貝巻きも使うといい。
your bed. I should still have one Yoichi used when he lived here. It gets cold just before daybreak, so here, use this kaimaki. Kimono-shaped bedding with sleeves. Sounds like a dream. Smaller than a sleeping kimono. Oh, gross, never mind. With very little cotton. As he talked, Kuga took 2 futons out from the closet, laid them on the tatami mat, then set out a kamaki and a wooden pillow for each of us. Good. Right, I'm sleeping with Kuga because I'm guarding him. Yeah, it was my idea to guard him because no one would think it's strange for his servant to be around all the time, but I guess I assumed we'd be sleeping in separate rooms. I'm glad this happened before I asked him something boneheaded like where I'd be sleeping. He would think that I needed to be more like a guard. I get the sense that Kuga would never think that, but I'd hate to jinx it right out of the gate. Oh, I'll change into the night clothes. Do you mind turning around for a moment? Oh, in the same room? Girl, you could step out of the room. Not that I think you're interested or anything. I didn't want to sully your eyes. I'm sorry. Do whatever you want. That's gotta be the best one ever. Oh my god, what?
お前が見られたくないのだろう。なら、私は後ろを向いている。
If you don't want me to look, I'll turn around. Kuga said this before turning his back to me, sitting cross-legged on the futon. Other than my father, I've never slept in the same room as a man my whole life. It's making me so nervous. I'm saying weird things. Since Kuga was a vessel, given his personality, he'd never do anything untowards, even if he weren't a vessel. You don't know that because he is a vessel. That's good. That's a different person. I'll change in a hurry so I don't keep him waiting at least.
では、明かりを消すぞ。
I'm putting up the light now. Wait a second, did she turn when he changed? Notice he still has that one sword on his hip because I'm still convinced that's his thing. I could be wrong, but I think that's his connection to the world. Okay. As I slipped... Oh, wait, she did have a different thing. I got too distracted by him. As I slipped into my kaimaki, Kuga reached out and extinguished the flames in the lantern darkening the room. No, wait, that's the same color. Okay, they lied to me. Maybe I should have said goodnight. Even I thought it was ridiculous that I was fretting over something so minor. Simply tilting my head on the pillow and thinking of Kuga being there beside me made my heart beat
お
incredibly
前も
loudly.
私のようなものが相手だと、普通の人間や形人相手のようには振る舞えず、やりにくいだろう。
Kuga, I thought you were asleep. Why are you talking now? I'm having an internal monologue. I was hoping to be alone for this. You must find it difficult to conduct yourself around someone like me compared to normal humans and form folk. What?
しかし、嫌だと思うのなら、気兼ねせずそう言えばいい。前に、お前の手を引いてしまった時のように。
If something bothers you, feel free to tell me, like when I took you by the hand earlier. I didn't mind that. I was just really nervous.
そうか。
Were you? Oops. I got so carried away I bolted out of bed. I took that moment to yank my slightly askew clothes back together. Kuga remained laying down and looking up at me, watching quietly as I did so. Yeah, that's why I asked you not to let go of my hand. Oh man, what did I just say? My face was red, and with Kuga's eyes on me, I was too embarrassed to look back at him. Flustered, I averted my gaze and settled back into my kaimaki. Kuga continued
わ
on.
かった。だが、お前にいらぬ気苦労をかけたくはないというのが私の本意だ。
Understood. I never intended to cause you any undue
慣れ
worry.
ない生活にいろいろと言いたいことも出てくるだろう。川屋や行水の時はどうするかなど。
This feels like a trap, doesn't it? I'm sure you'll have plenty to say since you aren't used to my lifestyle, like taking tub baths. Pouring water into a wash bin and using that water from it to bathe yourself. Okay, that's not what a tub bath is, though. Well, yeah.
護衛役は果たしてもらわねばならないが、基本的にはお前のやりやすいように過ごせ。
I know you need to fulfill your bodyguard duties, but do what is easiest for
奉
you.
公人として務めてもらうとは言ったが、それもそれなりでいい。お前の本当の役目は、私の身の回りの世話ではないからな。
I praised you as my servant. You do well enough in that respect since it's not your actual job to take care of my day-to-day needs. Kuga, he really was just being considerate. Considering how vessels were built, he was only doing this to make his mission go smoothly. Before this, I'd always felt a bit confused anytime I realized this. But now it makes me so happy, I'm grateful. Now it wasn't just my cheeks that were flushed, my chest was warm too. Before long, I was no longer worried about sleeping. Alone with the non-family member, I just felt relaxed. That reminds me, you said Yoichi originally used this futon? Did you and Yoichi live together before he left to work at Yanagi's brewery as a servant for some reason? I can't picture that at all. Huh? Kuga had apparently fallen asleep at some point. After Kuga struck up a conversation with me too. Maybe he was going out of his way to talk to me even though he was really sleepy. The thought made me grateful all over again. I will absolutely protect him. Me anytime. Oh my god. And I will be useful to him as his servant too. Genjuro didn't respond to Leah's declaration. However, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he listened to her talking quietly to herself. He was fake sleeping because he didn't want to have a conversation with me. Chapter 5. That's right, that was just one chapter, so she's already living with him. That took no time. A few days had already gone by since I had taken on the role of being Kuga's guard. It was a struggle at first since Kuga and I were constantly on the move and I was keeping my eyes peeled for Hanzo, but I figured it out bit by bit. I'm used to living in his house now. Hopefully I can start working as his servant in earnest soon too. That reminds me, Kuga, I'd like to tidy up this room. Do you mind stepping out in the hallway for a moment?
廊下に
Into the hallway? Yep. I'll leave the sliding door open so I'll be able to tell right away if anything happens to you. I got a cushion so your backside won't get cold and I also made you a hot cup of tea. Here you go.
そこまでしなくてもいいのだが。しかし、ありがとう。
I just didn't want to kick you out of your room. It felt bad. You didn't have to do all that, but thank you. All right. I even got a compliment from Kuga. Things were off to a good start. Oh, he's got a hallway. Look at that. I looked out into the hallway and saw Kuga at a writing desk. I'd moved out of the room sipping his tea. It looked like he was writing something. Maybe it's an Oniwaban report since he's always writing those. Okay then, time to clean as much as I can at once while he's focused on that. It's pretty dusty in here since we hang out in this room all the time. I decided to knock all the dust on the beams and rafters onto the ground with a duster, sweep it up with a broom, and then take cloth and wipe everything clean. Once I worked out a plan, I began wiping down the room with the duster in my hand. Wow, it's way dustier in here than I thought. He didn't tell me that all he basically did was sleep, so he probably ignored what he couldn't see. In the short time that I had known him, I always thought of Kuga as a methodical person who could handle anything you threw at his way. Living with him made me realize he could be pretty inattentive when it came to day-to-day things, by which I meant he barely paid any attention to them at all. He really needed a woman's touch around here. No. Wouldn't it be nice if I figured out a way to make this place cozier so he can relax after a hard day's work? Got it. Get a cat. That was something the real servant would totally say. Did I just hit Kuga with the broom? Kuga, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
いや、こちらこそ邪魔してすまない。墨が足りなくなってしまってな。
I'm sorry for getting in your way. I ran out of ink. I'm such a dummy. I asked him to sit in the hallway specifically so I wouldn't lose sight of him too. I was so focused on cleaning that I didn't even notice Kuga had entered the room. Man, I was hopeless. It's not my job anymore. I'm so sorry about earlier, Kuga. Leave dinner to me though. I cooked all of my own meals before coming to Ito.
そうか。では手数をかけて悪いが、よろしく頼む。
Did you? Sorry to put you through all the trouble. I greatly appreciate it. You got it. I already made rice, so I'm going to be doing is making some sides to eat with it using these.
火鉢。餅でも焼くのか。
Grill? Are you going to grill mochi too? No. Dried fish I brought while I was out at patrol yesterday. Fat from fresh fish tends to fall onto the grill and it makes a mess, but dried fish doesn't do that. That was how I ate the dried fish they handed out in the village. The flame is also pretty gentle, so there's almost zero chance I'll burn it too. I'd come up with a pretty good method if I said so myself. Secretly elated, I laid the skewered fish on the grill. The fire looks good. I'll just let it roast. It should be ready to eat soon. Go ahead and keep working, Kuga. Sorry to make you leave the room again.
かまん。それに、これは仕事ではない。
I thought they were going to make it to where he wanted mochi and he found out he liked mochi or something. No worries. Besides, this isn't work. Huh? Weren't you writing a report?
それは昨日のうちに書き終えた。これは日記だ。
I finished that yesterday. I'm writing in my diary. I'm sorry, Kuga. What? Diary? To be perfectly honest, I wasn't expecting him to say that, so it caught me by surprise. You keep a diary, Kuga? Why would you?
どうしてとは
What do you mean, why? Because diaries are for writing down things that happen each day so you don't forget them, aren't they? Why would you need to do that when you don't forget
なる
anything?
ほど。お前たちは記録を理由に日記を書くのか
I see. Humans keep diaries to record things in.
私はそうではない。我が身に起こった出来事を一度書き出してどう対処すべきだったか検討するために日記を書いている。
That's not what I do. I write down things that happen to me in my diary to help me analyze how to handle them. As a form of self-reflection? How interesting.
昔はそういった側面もあったな。私は人の心の基地に疎かったので、町民に反感を覚えられることが多かった。
It did serve that purpose a long time ago. People were often repelled by me because I had a poor grasp on the tact required when dealing with those who have hearts. Really? But they all love
今と
you.
なってはな。私はもちろん守るべき存在であり、情報源でもある町民の気を逆なでするつもりは毛頭なかったのだが。
They do now. I exist to protect the townsfolk, and they provide me with information, so I never intend to rub them the wrong way.
こう、物を言うべき時に言わなかったり、逆に黙っているべき時に余計なことを言ったりで、争いを止めるどころか、火に油を注ぐこともあったのだ。
But by saying things when by not saying things when I should have, or by saying things when I should have stayed silent, I sometimes worsen arguments instead of ending them. I can't imagine that at all, but you know, I guess he does sometimes stare at people and get a little bit too close. I'm sure those qualities were even more obvious when he was starting out at the Castle Watchman, causing the people of Edo to misunderstand him. I never would have expected that. So you started writing in a diary to help fix it?
きっかけとしてはそんなところだ。だが、効果はてきめんだったと思う。
That was what got me started. It helped almost immediately, in my
一
opinion.
旦書き出して整理することで頭がすっきりする。人からキーに思われない振る舞いも徐々に学習することができた。
Sorting out my thoughts by writing them down helps me clear my mind. I'm slowly learning how to behave in a way that others won't find odd. Kuga put a lot of effort into this. Having people trust him was crucial to his mission, so doing this probably seemed obvious to him. As someone who also spent a lot of time contemplating how to befriend normal people in the past, I empathized with him. Come to think of it, it must not be easy for vessels to live like normal people. Have the other vessels, you know, like Yoichi, secretly been putting in this much effort too?
うん。
Why are we giving Yoichi a hard time? We established he's really good at
ヨイ
his
チは
job.
初めから基地がわかるというか、人のように行動するのがうまかったな。
I'm not sure since I've never asked, but Yoichi always seems to understand how to be tactful. He's very good at acting like a
金
person.
次や京志郎さんは私よりも早く生まれているのでわからないが、国高や大太郎は初めから人当たりが良かった。
Oh, interesting. Okay, so this had to do with age the whole time. I don't know about Kinji or Kyoshiro since they were born before me, but Kunitaka and Otaro have also been great with people from the very beginning. Otaro... Interesting.
友成もああ見えて器用に武家町に馴染んでいたな。
Thought he'd be older, honestly. Tomonari has also done a great job fitting in over in Samurai Town from the looks of it. Has he? Because every time I run into him, he's pretty awkward. Does that mean Kuga's the only vessel who's not good with relationships? That didn't mean I respected Kuga any less. Actually, it was the exact opposite. Knowing he's been through that in the past made him even more amazing than before. I keep saying the wrong word. That's really impressive. You work so hard, and now all the townspeople trust you?
褒められるようなことじゃない。初めからうまくやれれば、それに越したことはないのだから。
It's nothing complimentary worth. There wouldn't have been a need to do that if I had been good at it from the very
しかし
beginning.
日記はつけていてよかったと思う。自分にないものだからか、人の心や考え方に思いを巡らせるのはなかなかに興味深い。
I'm glad I kept a journal. Maybe it's because I don't have a heart on my own, but contemplating how people's minds and thought process work is deeply fascinating. Wow, would you mind if I read a bit of your diary then? I'm curious how you viewed the townfolk. That's not the only reason why. I also kind of curious about what he writes about me. Kuga must have incredible observational skills if he managed to make himself act like human-like through diary logging and reflection. It was bound to be an excellent reading. I hope he tells you no, because it's a diary. You don't read other people's diaries. Kuga? Yeah, that's he silently closed his open diary, tucked it under his arm, and then turned his back and walked away. Kuga, where are you?
部屋だ。日記をしまう。
To my room? To put my diary away? What? Does that mean he doesn't want me to read it? Or did he write something that might impact the mission, some kind of secret that would be good for me to see?
書いていない。これはあくまで。
I thought she was saying that internally. It's nothing like that. It's just very personal. Huh. Then are you writing bad things about me or something?
何をバカなことを言っている。そんなことはしない。
What is this nonsense? I would never. Then why won't you let me look at it?
なぜだろうな。
Why indeed? Kuga didn't actually seem to know, but he crossed his arms and remained silent. A human or form folk would just be plain embarrassed. I wonder if vessels even feel that way too.
ところで。
By the way, Leah, yes?
干物が燃えているが、大丈夫か?
Your fish is burning. Is everything okay? What? I turned around in a panic and saw that the dried fish in the grill had caught fire. Plumes of smoke were also rising from them. I'm gonna burn his house down. I should have known. Something smells like it's burning. Is there a fire somewhere? Don't tell me people are panicking outside and I didn't even get the smell. I see smoke coming from over there. I could feel all my hair standing on end when I heard voices talking about it. Water, water, water. I have to put out the fire. Dash. She shouts dash. Huff, huff, huff. Good thing there's a well in the garden. If there was a small fire, people would find out Kuga lived in the manor. Mismanaging a fire was also a serious crime in Edo. We probably wouldn't actually be prosecuted for something this minor since we were both Onuabon, but I would have been fired for this if I were a regular servant. Heck, they might even handed me over to the magistrate's office.
もっと早く知らせるべきだったか。お前の故郷ではこれくらいよく焼くのかと。
I probably should have told you sooner. Did you burn things this often back in your hometown? I'm so sorry. I completely forgot I was grilling them. And how pathetic. I completely failed at both cooking and cleaning. I did all the chores when I lived on my own. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I had botched this so bad. It made me embarrassed that I told him I wanted to be his servant once things were peaceful again. I'll clean it up right away so I can remake
い
dinner.
や、いい。もう家を出なければ、見回りの時間がなくなる。お前も支度をしろ。
It's alright. If we don't leave now, we won't have time to do our rounds. Go get ready too. Huh? But the floor is still wet. Kuga didn't seem terribly concerned about this sort of thing, however. He immediately headed back to the room. Since I couldn't leave him on his own, I followed him. Why?
半蔵って名前の形人？
A form
知ら
folk
ないね。
named Hanzo. Never heard of him.
赤堀源五右衛門という名の仇を追って近頃信濃の国から江戸に来たそうだ。そういったものの話は。
He came here from Shinona recently, seeking revenge on someone named Genjimon Akahori. Have you heard anything about someone like that?
仇討ちね。でも私は何も聞いたことないよ。
Revenge, huh? Haven't heard any single thing about that, sorry. I see. Thank you for your cooperating. After saying thank you and parting ways with the woman we had been speaking to, Kuga asked me to question in a hushed voice.
今の傘売りは人間だったな。
Was the umbrella vendor just now a human? She seemed to be, unless she was hiding her wooden tag. A lot of people who know about Hanzo seem to be form folk. Day after day, Kuga and I gathered bits of information at a time by asking around, all while keeping our eyes peeled for an ambush. From what we were told, Hanzo went around explaining his story and asking if anyone knew his target. However, no one named Genjimon Akihori lived in Edo. Miyagi had already confirmed this. Given everyone who asked responded with, I don't know who that is, or there's no one here by that name, we heard he was feeling very frustrated by the ordeal. The wandering samurai out for revenge that Yoichi heard about must have been Hanzo. Strangely enough, Hanzo didn't speak to any humans. He apparently only talked to form folk. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. The further the scale tipped in that direction, however, the more it felt that he had been choosing who to talk to. Maybe he found other form folk easier to talk to because he's a form folk himself.
どうだろう。理由があるのかもしれないが、今のところは何とも言えん。
Perhaps, I'm sure there's a reason why, but it's hard to say what that might be at the moment.
しかし、半蔵を知っている者はいても、あいつが今どこにいるのかを知っている者がただの一人も現れないのは難儀だな。
Even if someone did know who Hanzo was, the tricky thing is that not one single person seems to know where he is right now. For sure. We hadn't heard a single thing from Hanzo since we had fought him a few days prior. Maybe he expected us to chase him down, or maybe he had no reason to go out walking around now that he had tracked down Kuga for his foe. But what if he's keeping quiet now to build up strength, like Kuga mentioned? All the more reason we needed to strike before it was too late. With that thought in mind, we continue to patrol and question people. But that bastard said no shame. I caught a snippet of a conversation nearby. I looked in the direction of the voice. I heard and saw two men leaning in close to talk, looking at Kuga. They're not just looking at him. Glaring was a better way to put it. I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, but what I did catch didn't sound very friendly. Curious, I looked towards them. Their threads are yellow and red, meaning caution and anger.
ああ、お前たちか。少し聞きたいことが。
Oh, it's you two. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask. The man made a big show of spitting as he turned his heel, ignoring Kuga's attempt to speak to him. Even though Kuga couldn't see the color of their threads, he also noticed something was wrong here. Oh gosh, what'd I click on to hit exit? Hang on. I accidentally pressed the button back instead of save and then made a choice. I'm good at this. Oh, whoops, I didn't finish the choice. Oh, God. I keep making mistakes suddenly. Like it tool's the wrong answer, and I've clicked it twice now. Because I'm an impatient person and I press A to get to an option. Okay. Save here. And I would never chase after strangers unless he wanted me to. Kuga, the two men over there didn't have very good feelings about you. They seem to be mad or wary of you, I'm not sure.
私に？しかし、そのような感情を抱かれる心当たりがない。
Me, I can't think of any reason why they'd feel that way. This seems too dark right now, actually. Okay.
番方として働くようになって間もない頃ならありえたかもしれんが、今になってまで町民に警戒されているようでは、お庭番失格だ。
That might have been true back when I was just starting working at the Castle Watchman. If they're still wary of me now, it'd be an absolute failure of an Oniwaban. Right. That's why I also find it weird. I never met anybody who felt that way about you when we weren't on patrol together. Other than Hanzo. Oh no, we're gonna be worried. Kuga raised his elbow slightly at what I said, but held his tongue.
わかった。ではあいつの主人に会いに行こう。今の時間ならまだ店に立っているはずだ。
Understood. Let's go see his owner then.
二人を追うより早い。
The shop should still be open at this hour. It'll be quite quicker than trying to chase the two of them through the streets. Sounds good. They were both form folk. I wonder which store they belong to.
気づいていなかったのか？あいつは先日、居酒屋で共に飲んだものだ。もう一人の形人は、
You didn't notice? We drank with one of them at the izakaya the other day. We didn't meet the other form folk there, though. Oh, he must be Toda's then. We just didn't bother giving him a name. Maybe it was because he had been drinking. Maybe it was because he had been friendly to Kuga. But he came across so differently, it took me a while to realize who it was. If he's the same form folk I met that night, that makes his behavior just now even stranger to Toda's. The Todas! She didn't say that out loud, I feel like.
Genjuro-san! Ojo-chan-mo!
Oh, wait, I know this spot. We met Yoshiro here the first time. Oh my god, look, there's that toy with the bird at the end. It's an oyster catcher. Genjuro, the young lady, too. When we stopped by Toda's, a familiar-looking man immediately ran up to us.
うちのやつの話聞きつけてくれたんですか？私も店を開けられないんで、人に頼んで探してもらってるんですが、 何の知らせもなく。
Have you heard anything about my form folk? I sent people out looking for him because I can't leave the store, but I haven't heard a single thing.
戸田屋、すまんが私はよく事情を知らんのだ。だが、先ほど見かけたお前の形人の様子がおかしく、気にかかって尋ねた。
Apologies, Toda, but we had no idea what happened. Have no idea what happened. We saw him earlier and thought he was acting a bit odd, so we decided to pay you a visit.
あいつを見かけたんですね。しかし、様子がおかしいってのは一体。
You found him? But you mean he was... What do you mean he was acting oddly? He glared at Kuga before leaving with another form folk. When I briefly explained the situation, I watched the colors completely drain out of Mr. Toda's already pale face. The threads around his neck were also colors with worry and sorrow.
Genjuroさんにまでそんなことを。あいつ、ここ何日か妙だったんです。人間は裏がある、信用できん、などと言い出して。
He acted like that towards you? Towards Genjuro of all people? I'm not sure what's gotten into him. He said stuff like humans have ulterior motives. You can't trust them. I can't believe he said something like that to his own owner. Yeah, but you're owning them, so I guess. When I talked to them at the izakaya, they had been so close. You'd never know they were form folk and his owner.
事情は分かった。戸田屋、お前の形人は私が探し出す。必ず連れ戻すから安心しろ。
I think I have a grasp on the situation now. Toda, I'll find your form folk. Don't worry, I'll bring them back to you.
本当ですか。さすが源十郎さんだ。ありがとうございます。
You will? I knew it. I could count on you, Genjuro. Thank you so much. Toda bowed so deeply to Kuga, he was almost kneeling on the ground.
行くぞ。
Let's go, Leah. Okay. I wonder what happened. Do you think it might have something to do with the Hanzo case?
わからん。だがいずれにせよ、何かが起こっているのは確かだ。
Not sure. Either way, something is definitely going on here. We talked to the owner of the other form folk after leaving Toda's and found him in much the same situation. His form folk had been acting strange for a few days, then suddenly vanished into thin air.
あの形人たちに何が起こったのかは判然としないが、人への不信が高まっているとするならば、今も負の感情を生み出し続けていることだろう。
It's unclear what happened to these form folk, but if it's making them increasingly distrustful of humans, they're probably still producing negative emotions.
良いかを生み出すか、あいつら自身が良いかになるか。いずれにせよ、一刻も早く見つけなければ。
They might give rise to a blightfall or become one themselves. Either way, we need to find them as soon as possible. Yeah. Unlike Hanzo, these two form folk were well known around town. Multiple witnesses came forth when we asked around. We walked down an alleyway based on their testimony when...
少しは半蔵さんの役に立てるといいな。
Form folk from Toda's. Yeah, something's happening, but... Kuga and I stopped in our tracks when we heard the sound of somebody speaking. After taking cover, we took a peek and saw the two form folk we'd been looking for. Fortunately for us, it looked like the alley ended there. Kuga shot me a look and I nodded. We gotta stop them if they try to run away.
お前たち、戸田屋と八橋屋の形人だな。
You two, the form folk from Toda and Yatsuhashi's. Oh my gosh, I'm putting an R in there. Yatsuhashi's shop. They looked up from their huddled conversation and stared at us with wide eyes. But something was wrong. Instead of being a surprise to you, the threads around their necks had a joyous orange shine. Kuga, wait. My shout came a little too late.
今です、半蔵さん。
Now, Hanzo.
おうよ。
Aye, aye. That's contact. You can't show me not dying. A silhouette jumped out and attacked Kuga from behind in the blink of an eye. He's not bleeding, is he? Kuga dodged the attack in the nick of time, then swiftly drew his long sword.
まったく俺の敵は逃げ足が早いね。
Jeez, you're sure fleet-footed. That's Hanzo, right? That's what they called him, and he sounds like him. I froze in my tracks in spite of myself. Hanzo had a massive amount of black threads coiled around his body, even more than when we first met. He looked more like a black shadow than a person while looking at him in a dim place like this. That alone is unsettling, but... No sooner did I hear a bunch of footsteps approaching than a crowd of townsfolk, who had nothing to do with this, stood in Kuga and me to protect Hanzo. Who had nothing to do with this stood in Kuga and me to protect Hanzo. I'm not reading that wrong. It's just weird. Okay. There were 20 of them. They all held short swords and jit weapons. What the? Are they being controlled? Kuga had come to the same conclusion I had. All the farm folk gathered here to box us into this blind alley were the ones who said they knew of Hanzo when we had asked around earlier. Their lips were quirked into feeble smiles just like Hanzo, who had an eerie smile on his face. No, snap out of it, everybody. You gotta snap out of it.
人聞きが悪いな。こいつらはただ俺の境遇を憐れんでくれているだけさ。
You must have a terrible reputation. They just sympathize with my cause.
同じ形人同士、心が通じ合ってね。こうして集まってくれたってわけだ。
Great form folk minds think alike. That's why they all gathered here. When Hanzo readied his sword, the form folk swiftly cleared a path for him. They were all carrying weapons, however, and all of them were pointed at Kuga. I can't tell when they're all close to Kuga with only me for backup. We're solely outnumbered. I considered leaving so I could call for help, like you're supposed to do, but the one path leading to Main Street was blocked by the oddly behaving form folk.
この間はしてやられたが、今回は簡単にはやられんぞ。
You got me earlier, but you won't get me so easily this time.
尋常に。
No. Still got drink in it right now. Fight me fair, Anne. It's like I have to have something, even if there's nothing barely there. Kuga and Hanzo collided head on.
いちいち勝負と掛け声してから殺し合うなんてまどろっこしいよな。
Couldn't wait to kill me even... couldn't wait to kill each other after I said square. Although most of Hanzo's attacks had been ambushes, he showed no signs of shying away. As I feared, Hanzo didn't intend on playing by the rules of revenge matches of the Samurai Code. Although I knew that from the moment he called in a ton of people as backup. Guess I have to join the fight. Then the battle began. It seemed Hanzo had gotten stronger since we had last seen him. His swordsmanship hadn't changed much, but he kept us in check with skillful use of the whirlwind of attacks. This made him an equal match for Kuga. The townfolk were also attacking us from every direction. Stop it! You got this wrong. Kuga would never do anything that warranted revenge. They ignored my plea and continued swinging their weapons at us. It's no use. They're not listening to me. While we somehow managed to keep them at bay, Kuga spoke to Hanzo.
教えてくれ。お前、形人たちに何をした？心を惑わすのがお前の良いかとしての力か。
What did you do to the form folk to mislead the people? What you did to the form folk is misleading people. One of your Blightfall powers? I see. My apologies. I was getting ahead of the sentence. What did you do to the form folk? Is misleading the people one of your Blightfall powers?
Huh? 何の話だか。
What are you talking
とぼ
about?
けるな。お前
Maybe
へ
it's
の
the
同情だけを
mask.
理由に、
Maybe
この
he's
人
being
数が集まった
influenced
というわけも
by
あ
the
るまい。
mask.
それに、この者たち
Kinda
の様子が
like-
尋常でないのは明らかだ。
Oh goodness. Kind of like my sister's in the room, so we push the desk apart so that they don't when she's typing my screen doesn't shake. And I forgot, so I use the desk to pull myself closer, so it pushed the desk. But that could be it. He could be influenced by the mask, and that's what's turned him into a Blightfall, because the last person who was a form folk that turned into a Blightfall didn't know. Don't play stupid. There's no way you would amass this many people with pity alone. They're clearly all acting strangely. Hanzo swung his sword with all his might like he was trying to swipe Kuga's question away. Kuga jumped out of the way, dodging his powerful attack. Thanks to this, he managed to put some distance between himself and Hanzo for the time being.
どんな手を使ったか明かす気はないようだな。ならばいい。お前を倒せば、こいつらも元に。
Looks like you don't plan on telling me how you did it. Fine, I'll defeat you and turn them back to...
俺を倒す。まだそんなことを言っているのか。お前は。
Defeat me? You're still going on about that?
お前を生きてなど返すか。そのためになら俺はどんなことだってしてやる。
You think I'll let you leave alive? I'll do anything to keep that from happening. Even more black threads spewed from Hanzo.
次で仕留める。
I'll take you down with my next attack. Kuga ran towards him at the exact same moment, closing the gap between them. His sharp sword closed in on Hanzo once more. Oh my god. What I heard wasn't the sound of Kuga's sword parrying Hanzo's attack. One of the form folk had suddenly jumped between them. He had taken the blunt of Kuga's attack and was now withering on the ground in pain.
盾として使うために連れてきたのか。
You brought them here to use them as shields.
そう、その通り。
Yeah, exactly.
しかし、さすがだな、赤堀源五右衛門。形人一人を切って捨てても、かけらも動揺を見せないか。
However, I should have known you wouldn't show a single shred of remorse about killing a form folk, Genjimon Akihori.
まあ、人殺しのお前には造作もないか。
Must be a cinch for a murderer like you.
人殺しではない。お前の仇だという赤堀源五右衛門と私は別人なのだ。何度言えばわかる。
I'm not a murderer. You seek revenge against Genjimon Akori, not me. How many times did I tell you this?
お前こそ何度言えばわかるんだ。俺が家族の仇を見間違えるわけないだろう。
But you said you have never seen the guy. So, like, literally, just because someone fits a description doesn't make them that person. That's not how that works. How many times do I need to tell you? I would never mix you up with somebody else, not when I'm avenging my family.
それより、もったいないじゃないか。俺が本懐を遂げるためなら、ぶっ壊れてもいいと言ってる仲間がこんなにいるっていうのに。
Besides, that would be a real waste when I have so many buddies who don't mind being collateral if it means I can attain my goal.
どうせならもっと切れよ、赤堀源五右衛門。その行儀良さそうな面は もう見飽きたぞ。
If anything, you should slaughter more of them, Jinjimon Akihori. I'm sick and tired of you goody two-shoes act. Hanzo was getting more and more worked up, causing black threads to surge from him. Oh no, this is what happens when... Right as that thought occurred to me, I looked around and saw exactly what I feared. More form folk were throwing themselves at Kuga. At this rate, we'll never win this fight. Huh. I leapt in front of the form folk charging at Kuga, then unleashed a roundhouse kick at their feet. We did it. My kick wasn't very powerful, but had an immediate effect on the tangled group of form folk stumbling towards us. The form folk who fell in the very front tripped the ones behind them, causing whoever was behind them to trip and fall too. They toppled over in a huge numbers. When Kuga saw this, he immediately turned around and looked at me.
ここは逃げよ
Let's get out of here, Leah.
う。私も罪のない町民を切りたくはない。援護頼む。
I don't want to kill any innocent townfolk, cover me. Will do. Right now... Alright, now that's settled. After scattering the form folk who'd had us surrounded in no time flat, we left the alley as fast as we could. After scattering the form folk? Oh, after we scattered? Okay. Just have to make sure I understand the sentence I'm reading. Huff, 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 huff. Did we make it out? I looked back at the alley we were standing in a moment ago and saw no signs of anyone following us.
半蔵は
What about Hanzo? I think we're fine. I don't see a trail of black threads.
そうか。では拠点へ急ごう。宮地殿に報告をしなければ。
You don't? Then let's head back to the base. We need to report this to Lord Miyagi. Okay.
半蔵が形人を操った。
So Hanzo was controlling other farm folk. Back at the base, we reported what happened to Miyagi. Miyagi crossed his arms and fell
姿を
silent.
消している間にそんな力をつけていたのか。
He got that much stronger while laying low.
髪切りといい、形人が変じた良いかっていうのは普通の良いかにはない妙な力を持ってるのかもね。難儀な話だけど。
The form folk turned Blightfall we called the Kamikiri probably had strange powers we wouldn't see in normal Blightfall. It was an ordeal.
ああ。それでこのまま勝負を続けるのは得策ではないと判断した。
Therefore, I determined it was not my best interest to continue the fight.
みすみす半蔵を見逃し、奴の傀儡になった形人たちも救い出すことができなかったのはかなりの痛手だが。
Although losing track of Hanzo is quite the blow, and so is not being able to save the farm folk he's turned into puppets. After withdrawing from battle, we walked around asking our Oniwaban colleagues if the form folk had been released and had gone back home. The form folk who had been in the alley were all missing. Hanzo must have still been forcing them to help him.
仕方がなかったと思うよ。いくら源十郎でも、それだけの数の形人の道具を切らないように戦い続けるのは難しかっただろう。
There wasn't much else that could have been done. It would have been difficult to continue fighting while trying not to strike the form folk's original object, even for
酔いか
you.
かして手に負えない状態ならまだしも、ただ半蔵に惑わされているだけの形人を消滅させるわけにはいかないから。
Hanzo might be more than we can handle now that he's a Blightfall. Thank you. Also, thank you. Hanzo might be more than we can handle now that he's a Blightfall. Still, we can't allow ourselves to kill form folk who are being misled by him.
光重はともかく、河村たちがどう言うかわかんないけどね。
Hey, Mitsugi. You have no clue what Kawamura and the rest would say about this, do you?
どういうことだ?
What do you mean?
このまま半蔵の力が増したらいずれ多少の犠牲もやむなしみたいな話になってくるんじゃないってこと。
Saying they'll probably tell us there's bound to be more victims if Hanzo gets any more powerful.
だって操られてるのは人間じゃなくて形人でしょ。相当運が悪くなきゃ切っても死ぬわけじゃないし。
If all form folk are being manipulated and not humans, right? Just our luck. They won't die if we cut them with our swords. He's right. But you gotta make sure you don't hit the thing. If we prioritize taking Hanzo, the Blightfall, down, then Yuichi's idea made sense. They were both quite equally right. To be perfectly honest, that's why I had been relieved when Kuga chose to withdraw.
余一の言いたいことはわかるよ。小さな犠牲を恐れて、後に大きな犠牲を払うことになっては本末転倒だからね。
I got it, Yoichi. You're trying to say that we set ourselves for larger losses later on because we fear smaller ones. We've got to prioritize our priorities backwards.
しかし形人たちの多くは誰かの大事な相手だ。
The other thing is most form folk are somebody's close companion.
かなりの数の形人が被害に遭っているようだし、もしものことがあれば、持ち主たちが負の感情にとらわれて、新しい良いかが生まれる可能性も。
I don't like when they make the form folk sound like property because they have feelings. They can literally marry people. They don't have to stand within like 5 feet of the person who created them in order to exist. Like the fact that you've put words like this, it bothers me. Considerable number of form folk have fallen victim to this. Worst case scenario, their owners will experience negative emotions, birthing brand new Blightfall. God forbid their owners are sad. I agree, I have the same concerns. Kuga had been listening to the conversation in silence up until this point, but chimed in to follow with Miyagi said.
力の増す夜の戦いだったのも一因かもしれないが、半蔵は以前より強くなっていた。形人を操る力も厄介だ。
Part of it may have been because we fought at night when Hanzo's powers grow, but he was definitely stronger. His control of the form folk also made it tricky.
こちらも大人数で挑めば、形人たちは抑え込める。実際、一部は彼女が引きつけてくれていた。
But when we took on all of them at once, the form folk kept us from being able to do anything. Leah actually managed to draw some of them in. I did. I wouldn't have been able to handle all of them though.
形人を使った妨害や防御を無効化できれば、現段階の半蔵なら倒せなくはない。
Between using the form folk as obstacles and rendering our defenses ineffective, I don't think we'd be able to defeat Hanzo as he is now.
なるべく形人たちに危害を加えずに済む道を選ぶのは当然だ。
In which case it makes sense to choose the method that doesn't result in harming any form folk.
私たちの責務は良いかを滅することだが、それは江戸の人々を守るためであるのに他ならないのだからな。
It's our responsibility to slay Blightfall, but we only do it in order to protect the people of Edo. Kuga. I didn't see a single trace of regret about the choice Kuga made in his eyes as he clearly stated this.
わかったよ。そういうことなら、Genjuroが逃げてきたのも納得。
Got it. I understand why you ran away, Genjuro. Is this what, if it was the same story, because we haven't actually seen the story from 2 perspectives yet, then we would be going with the we're going to slash them up. Yoichi had some reservations over how he'd retreated from battle, but reconsidered after hearing Kuga's response. Yuichi wasn't the only one. Now I understood the mental calculations Kuga had been performing when he decided to stop the fight. If the Onryu band gave up slaying Blightfall because they felt bad for the form folk, Ito would be in a world of trouble. I'm sure that was another reason why humans weren't suited for it, because the fact that our hearts put us at risk of being affected by Blightfall. Sometimes you had to harden your heart. In fact, from their point of view, they had to abandon their hearts, lest they ruin everything. It would have been fine this time, but I need to be on the ball too.
では、この先、源十郎の護衛は彼女だけじゃ厳しいだろうな。
Well, then it sounds like you'll need more than just Leah to guard you, Genjiro.
表の仕事は休んで、与一も加わってくれるかい？源十郎が見回りに出るときは、半蔵が襲ってくる可能性も高まるだろうから、他の組にも協力を。
Why don't we have Yoichi take a break from his public job to join you? Hanzo is more likely to attack while Genjiro is patrolling. Maybe we can ask the others too.
ああ、それなんだけど、源十郎はしばらく外に出ない方がいいよ。
So about that, probably best that Genjiro doesn't go outside for a while.
なぜだ？
Why?
ひどい噂が出回ってるから、見回りなんかしたら石投げられると思
う。Really? Really bad rumors about you are going around. People will probably chunk rocks at you if you go out on patrol. What? Yoichi was just as nonchalant as ever when informing us of this, but there was no way we'd let that slide without a comment.
ひどい噂？
Really bad rumors? About Genjiro?
下道とか極悪人とか半蔵とのことが結構話題になってるみたい。特に形人の間ではかなり。
That he's a brute, evil personified. Apparently, words got around about his feud with Hanzo, especially among form folk. You don't think this is Hanzo's doing, do you?
だろうね。久我源十郎の正体は赤堀源五右衛門で、仇討ちから逃れるために素性を偽ってるって話になってる。
They're saying Genjiro Kuga's real identity is Genjimon Akihori, which he's hiding to avoid Hanzo's revenge.
だから噂を信じてる町民からしたら、源十郎は半蔵の父親を殺して仇討ちに来た兄弟も手にかけた極悪人ってわけ。
Anyone who believes the rumor thinks Genjiro killed Hanzo's father and that he's absolute scum who killed the other brothers who tried to avenge him. But those rumors are completely baseless. Oh, is Hanzo using his powers to convince everyone of this? That would be a bit of silver lining in all of this. With this, once Hanzo was no longer controlling them, the misunderstanding would clear up on its own. I asked Yoichi if for his opinion, sincerely hoping this might be the case, but his answer was less than satisfactory.
どうだろうね。俺としてはむしろこの話をきっかけにして形人たちの心を操ったんじゃないかと思うけど。
Who's to say? Personally, I think he used this story to control the form folks' hearts.
だってどいつもこいつも半蔵がかわいそうだとか仇討ちを手伝うとか言ってたし。
They must have agreed to help Hanzo get revenge because they felt bad for him.
なるほど。与一の考えには一理ありそうだ。
Yoichi's judgment has some merit.
良いかの力とは違うだろうが、お庭番にも人心を掌握して、こちらが望むような行動を取るよう操る術を心得ている者がいる。
It's not a Blightfall's power, but some Oniwaban have the ability to coerce people into acting how they want them to using their understanding of people's hearts. Controlling their hearts? There are people who can do that? Yeah, Otaro.
と言っても、半蔵のように操り人形にするような境地まで至るのは難しいようだけどね。
It's a lot of text. That's why I thought I could drink my drink. That said, it would be rather difficult to get to the point where you can turn people into puppets like what Hanzo is doing.
でも嘘をつくのをやめさせたり隠している情報を吐かせたりそういったことは可能らしい。
It's entirely possible to make people stop lying or get them to divulge information they're hiding from us, from you.
そしてそのためにはまず相手の心を開かせないといけないそうだ。
To do that, you
そ
need
こで
to
有
make
効な手の一つが
the
同情
other
と聞いた。
Miyagi. The last time you said something, it was 2 seconds. To do that, you need to make the other person open their heart to you. I've read the most effective method is sympathizing with them.
悪
Sympathizing.
人相手ならまた話は別だろうけど、半蔵が利用したいのはごく普通の町の人たちだからね。
Bad guys are totally different stories, but Hanzo wants to utilize completely normal townsfolk.
あいつ本気で源十郎を敵だと思い込んでるみたいだから話に真実味があるんでしょ。
He seems fully convinced that Genjuro is the person he seeks revenge on, so it sounds about right to me.
お人よしこそ信じきっちゃって源十郎に腹を立ててるだろうね。今までの印象が良かった分余計に。
A few suckers probably fell for it and are pissed off at Genjuro, especially because they had such a good impression of him up until this point. I can't believe this. If they had a good impression of him so far, if they knew Kuga on a personal level, then I wish they'd believe he was innocent instead of falling for rumors. But that's out of the question at this point. They don't know the truth like I do.
参ったな。まさかそんなことになっているとは。
Great, I never thought that this would happen.
明日にはもっと広がると思うよ。源十郎城下町では有名だし。
The rumors will probably spread even more tomorrow. Genjiro's famous over in the castle town. What if you went around telling people Kyuga's not Genjimon Akihori? They've got the wrong guy. Can't believe people are treating Kuga like a bad guy when he hasn't done anything wrong.
やめときな。俺とあんたは源十郎に近い仲だって知られてるし、かばってると思われたら俺たちまで街を歩けなくなるよ。
Don't. People know we're close friends with him. If they think we're covering for him, we won't be able to walk around town either. I knew Yoichi didn't mean any ill will by this, but I felt a little frustrated at how indifferent his reaction was. Kuga himself seemed perplexed about not being able to walk around town anymore, but he didn't really seem to mind being misunderstood.
では見回りは与一たちに任せるべきでしょうか。
I got this. I'll watch the whole town. I suppose I'll leave my rounds up to you, Leah, then.
そうだね。今のところ半蔵が攻撃を仕掛けてくるのは街中だけだ。
Sounds good. So far, Hanzo only seems to strike in town.
それに今回おびき寄せるような手段を使ったことから半蔵はまだ源十郎がどこで暮らしているかつかめていないんだろう。
A method that lures Hanzo out of hiding will keep him from figuring out where Genjuro lives. Kuga was silent, perhaps because he didn't think he needed to say anything as he waited for Miyagi to draw his conclusion. After a short
源
silence,
次郎すまないが噂が落ち着くまでは自宅を出ないでほしい。
sorry, Genjuro, don't leave your house until the rumors have quieted down.
与一半蔵と失踪した形人たちは俺たちで追うことにしよう。
Leah, Yoichi will be tracking down the missing form folk. I'm gonna BRB because I have a snack to eat right now, and I'm not gonna eat it while streaming. But I'll be right back. Oh, there's no music now. Of course there'd be no music when I decided to just wait for that scene to end. Oh well. I'll be back! Yaote, I'm back from Snackies. Alright. Several days had gone by since Kuga was ordered to stay at his home. An indescribably awkward mood had hung over the house since then. I'm probably the only one who can sense it, but... Kuga, I'll be leaving the house soon. You can leave your bowl there. Once I finished getting ready to go out, I said goodbye to Kuga, who was eating. He held his chopstick still as he glanced in my direction and quietly nodded.
Oh.
Very well. He says that, but always cleans his dishes anyways. Maybe he's just being nice. Or maybe he was simply distracted and wasn't really listening. Or maybe he just likes to wash his dishes. I hope he's okay. Kuga had been acting a little strange since he started staying indoors, or at least I thought he was. I could confidently say he was acting depressed. Couldn't confidently say that he was acting depressed or grumpy like a human or form folk, but something about him seemed different from before. He hasn't said much, and he's been spacing out a lot. Hold on, he's never been talkative. And he spaced out a surprising amount before, too. Maybe he's spacing out because he's thinking about a bunch of stuff, like the townsfolk, or me.
どうした?
What's wrong? Huh? Nothing, really?
そうか。
Ah. That was all he said before silently sipping his miso soup again. I knew it, he's definitely acting a little weird. And I'm not just standing here in the living room staring at him. I could ask him directly, but I knew he wouldn't answer in a way that would help me pinpoint the reason why. I'd been so busy with my Oniwaban work filling in for Kuga that I never had time to talk to him about it. Time got away from me while I was thinking. I've got to hurry. Alright then, I'll head out. Okay. Even after I stood up, Kuga continued staring blankly at his bowl. I wasn't sure what was going through his mind at that moment, but seeing him like that made my heart ache. Basically, what do you think, Yoichi?
何が?
About what? About what I just said, probably. About... Huh? I'm talking about Kuga! Don't tell me you didn't hear anything I just said. Yeah. Yoichi, me and you both, buddy. There's a chance he didn't even hear my response just now, let alone me asking him for advice. With Kuga unable to leave the house at the moment, I was paired up with Yoichi. He had no idea when Hanzo and the form folk he controlled might appear. Being alone was dangerous, so Yoichi was with me, having taken time off from Yanagi Brewery. Kuga was still Hanzo's only target, however. Ever since Kuga was ordered to stay home, he had seen hide nor hair of Hanzo. That, or maybe he was developing brand new powers so he could take Kuga down next time.
さ、口ばっか動かしてちゃんと足跡終えてる？今半蔵の手がかり見つけられるのあんただけなんだよ。
Can you follow his tracks instead of running your mouth? Thanks. You're the only one who can find us a lead on Hanzo right now. I am. I'm still searching right now, so I thought I could at least chat a bit while I look for tracks.
めんどいんだよね、正直。こうして半蔵の追跡を手伝うのはまだいいんだけど、あんたの源十郎話に付き合うの。
This is a huge pain in the ass. I don't mind helping you track down Hanzo, but listening to you talk about Genjuro,
話されてもわかんないから、俺には。だって今の状況なら待機してるしかないじゃん。
Doesn't matter what you tell me. I have no idea. All I can do at the moment is stay on standby.
源十郎だってそんなことわかってるだろうし、あんたの言うように様子が変になる理由がない。
Genjuro knows that. There's no reason for him to be acting as strangely as you say he is. That may be, but still, he really doesn't seem like himself. Maybe he's not actually happy with being told to stay home, or his feelings are hurt that the townsfolk don't trust him, or we don't have feelings. Nope. Yeah. I said whatever came to mind. I didn't know either. I also didn't get the sense that Kuga was dissatisfied with his order or that he was disappointed in the townsfolk. He's a vessel, so he doesn't even experience emotions like disappointment or hurt feelings in the first place. That's exactly what made me worried something was going on with him, though. Yoichi doesn't believe me, but something definitely is not quite right about Kuga. Maybe he'd change his mind if he saw it for himself instead of just hearing about it from me. Why don't you come spend the night at Kuga's house too, Yoichi?
Huh?
Huh? You've been going back to the base instead of Yanagi, right? Come to Kuga's house then. That way you'll be around to guard him in case of emergency too. Besides, I heard you used to live with Kuga before. It'll be just like old...
やだ。
No. Why not?
めんどくさいから。本当にめんどくさい。だったらあんたにわけわかんない話聞かされてる方がよっぽどいい。
Sounds annoying. Like, really annoying. I'd much rather listen to you babble. He hates the idea that much? Living with Kuga never felt like a burden to me, so I was surprised by Yuichi's reaction. And yeah, I shouldn't force it. I'll back off for now and just give it another shot the next chance I get. Oh, Yuichi, apparently Hanzo went to the magistrate office. The tracks go that way.
へえ、本当にちゃんと終えてたんだ。
Huh. You actually are following them. Man, Yuichi's relentless, or maybe it's just feels that way because I was with Genjiro before. As it happens, we were tracking the trail of black threads I believed Hanzo was leaving behind. Then suddenly, stopping for some reason earlier, but this time he left tracks for a fairly long stretch. This made following them a lot of work. We followed the seemingly aimless footsteps here and there when...
お願いいたします。少しでも早くお奉行様にこれを。
Please, could you give this to the magistrate a little earlier? I heard an urgent voice just then, causing me to stop in my tracks.
いや、俺の方が先だ。うちのは3日も帰ってきてねえんだぞ。
No, me first. My hasn't been home for 3 days.
私が先のはずだよ。あの子がいなくなってもう5日だ。どんな目に遭ってるかと思うと夜も眠れなくて。
Then I should be first. Mine has been gone again. Mine. It's not a thing, but you're talking like it's a thing. And that's why I feel like that's an something, that word that means like a lot. Like they're pushing it a lot more, the way they're acting, because they don't talk about form folk like this. I feel like, at least in the last round, I don't remember them talking like this. Anywhoosies. I should be first. Mine has been gone for 5 days. I haven't been able to sleep at night just thinking about what she might be going through.
わかったわかった。全員の失踪届は受け取る。だからおとなしく並べ。
I get it. I'll get it. I'll take all your missing person reports, so please just get in line.
また増えたみたいだね。行方知れずの形人。
Looks like more form folk have gone missing. Yeah. Ever since Hanzo started lying low, form folk have been disappearing from the city of Ito one after another. Since form folk hadn't gone missing until then, we were positive Hanzo was kidnapping them, just like the form folk who attacked me and Kuga. Hanzo seemed to be winning over passing form folk because he was leaving footprints near where they were last seen. No one had seen anything conclusive, however. Their family members had all vanished into thin air just out of view.
ああ、厄介ったらないね。このままじゃ江戸中の形人が半蔵の手下になっちゃうんじゃない？
For crying out loud, at this rate he's gonna turn form folk all over Ida into his cronies. Huh? Don't say that or it might actually happen.
事実じゃん。でもせめてこの足跡の先に何かがあるといいよね。罠かもしれないけど。
It's the truth, though. I hope the footprints actually lead us to something. I might be a trap, though.
っていうか、罠の方がマシかな。このまま収穫なしはさすがにきついし。
Although a trap might actually be better, it would suck if we came up empty-handed. True. I would rather be ambushed. Oh god. Like Yoichi said, we'd still be grateful to find Hanzo waiting to ambush us whenever these tracks led up. If he showed himself as Hanzo attacked us, we could fight him. Which of course had its risks, but it could at least let us flip the situation on its head before it slowly but surely got any worse. The townsfolk seem anxious and emotional and prints are on the rise. Fortunately, or rather oddly enough, there hadn't been an increase in Blightfall aside from Hanzo himself. The atmosphere definitely wasn't great though. We have got to find some leads on Hanzo quickly and solve this case. Right, I was getting ready to fire back up. Oh, would you look who it is? The person who spoke was the tempura lady who always doted on Yoichi. Hello, is your shop closed to...
そんなことより聞いたわよ、久我さんの話。大変だったわね。
Never mind that. I heard all about Kuga. Isn't that just awful?
私も最初に聞いたときはまさかと思ったんだけど。人は見かけによらないもんだね。あんたも怖い目に遭わされなかった？
I almost didn't believe it when I first heard about it. Guess you can't judge a book by its cover. He didn't treat you horrifically too, did he? No, not at all.
そう、それを聞いて安心したよ。もうあの人の家では働いてないんでしょ？次の奉公先は見つかったかい？
I'm relieved to hear that. You don't still work for him, do you? Did you find someplace else to work? The threads around her neck were a complete mix of colors representing sorrow, anger, concern for me as she talked about Kuga. Of the people who talked to me like this, some almost entertained by the horrible rumors being spread about Kuga. Most were angry at him out of the genuine sympathy for Hanzo or worry about me. I knew a majority of them didn't mean anything bad by it, which made me even more sad and miserable.
まだうちの店で引き取るって決めたわけじゃないけど、今は俺の手伝いをさせてる。
We still haven't quite decided to take her in over where I work, but she's helping me right now. Yoichi could probably tell that I wasn't sure how to respond based on how he followed up for me.
そう、それはよかった。柳屋さんなら安心だね。ましてや、余一が一緒なら。
Really now? That's great. You'll be in good hands at Yanagi's brewery, especially if you're with Yoichi.
まあ、めちゃくちゃこき使うつもりだけど。
Well, I'll be working her hard.
余一ったらそんな憎まれ口叩いちゃって。素直になんなさいな。
Yoichi, quit with that sharp tongue and be honest for once.
ちょうどよかった。これ、うちの息子に持ってこうと思ってたんだけど。二人で食べてちょうだい。
Perfect timing. I was hanging onto this for my son, but here, you have it. With that, she pulled out some tempura wrapped in paper from a furoshiki cloth. Huh? But what about your son's share?
いいのいいの。しょっちゅう食べさせてるからかしらね。あの子ちっともありがたがってくれなくて。
Oh, it's fine. He eats this all the time. He wouldn't appreciate it one bit. He's already eating.
やっぱりこの食べっぷりよね。次は揚げたてをあげるから、また店にいらっしゃいね。それじゃ。
Gosh, I love watching you eat. Stop by my place again so I can fry you up something fresh next time. See ya. Okay. Thank you so much. Panicked, I thanked her as she walked away. When I did, she smiled and waved at me. I should have thanked her for being worried about me. I should have thanked her for being worried about me, not just for the tempura. It was the right thing to do since I was in no position to tell people Kuga was innocent. That I knew that was how the townspeople expected me to react. Still, I couldn't shake the childish thought that if I joined in on the gossip, people might actually think Kuga is a bad guy. Every time the topic of discussion turned to Kuga, I said nothing and took very vague stances on the matter. Right, I need to apologize to Yoichi. He did his best to cover for me. Sorry about earlier, Yoichi.
はい。あんたの分の天ぷら。
Here's your tempura. Oh, thank you.
あのさ、源十郎のことだけど、俺、あんたが気にかけてること自体は別にいいと思ってるから。
About Genjuro. I don't mind that you're worried about him.
っていうかむしろ良かったと思ってる。あんたが源十郎を見てくれてて。
This music felt way too sudden. I'm glad you are. You've been keeping an eye on him for us.
様子が変とかは相談されても本当わかんないけど、別に俺も源十郎がどうなってもいいとは思ってないから。
I honestly not sure what to tell you about him acting all weird. Doesn't mean I don't care what happens to him though.
一応仲間だし。
We are friends after all. So does that mean you're worried about Kuga too, Yorichi?
心配？
Worried.
まあ、あんたがそう思いたいならそう思えばいいよ。多分似たようなもんだし。
Think whatever you want, something like that, I
正
suppose.
直源十郎って俺からしたらおせっかいすぎるっていうか、結構めんどくさい相手なんだけど。
Honestly, I think Genjiro's too much of a busybody. He's a real pain to be around.
でもあの人的には俺のためと思ってやってるんだろうって分かってたし、なんだかんだ言って信頼はしてた。
But I knew he did it all for my sake. When all said and done, I trust him.
あと源十郎って見てると案外面白いんだよね。矛盾してて。
He's also surprisingly funny if you keep an eye on him. He's contradictory. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry I got too distracted. My thoughts, Kuga's not a bad person. Don't talk to me. Hi, Sleazy. My goodness, I got way too distracted with this. I think the story is a little slow right now. My brain turned off. Contradictory. Not quite the way I expected anyone to describe Kuga. Not quite the way I expected anyone to describe Kuga. From my own point of view, Kuga had always seemed like a very direct, single-minded person.
すっごく気こらしい役目命みたいなとこもあれば、町民を優先して半蔵を倒し損ねたり。
He's very much a vessel, but even though he's duty-bound, he also does things like put the townsfolk first or let Hanzo go free.
俺だったら多分
Did he do that? Was that a
さすがに消滅は
choice?
させないように気をつけるだろうけど、最悪させてもしょうがないかって思うし。
I probably would have killed him. I mean, I would have tried not to, but not sure I would have had any other choice. What? But if you had...
そんなことしたら何？運の悪い形人が一人か二人失踪したことになるくらいでしょ。
Yoichi, you're so evil, sort of. Then what? One or two unlucky form folk would have gone missing
行
is
方不
all.
明事件が起きまくってる今の江戸より絶対平和だったと思うけど。
It would have been much more peaceful than what's happening in Edo right now, where foreign folks are going missing left and right. You can't stop laughing right now. What happened? Is it this? Yoichi wasn't wrong there. I wanted to say something back, but the only counter argument I could think of was an emotional one that was far too naive for someone in the Oniwa bond. That's too much for me. I was so embarrassed by this I couldn't think of anything to say. I was relieved we avoided fighting them at the time because I knew people would be sad if anything happened to the form folk. How many times has Eunice pinned my messages? 5, maybe 6. I mean, they're very pinnable moments. So relieved, avoiding fighting them at time, but I knew people would be sad if anything happened to the form folk. Because they're people. Like, this is like getting to me. Like, I know people would be sad if something happened to this person right here. Like, what? Considering the chaos in Edo now, I wasn't sure I didn't regret not stopping him then and there.
ちょっとそういう顔やめて。別にあんたや源十郎に文句があって言ってるんじゃないから。
Hold on. Stop looking at me like that. I'm not complaining about you and Genjuro. Huh?
そこが面白いんだって言ったじゃん。多分それだけ源十郎の中では町の奴らの存在が重いんだろう。
I brought it up because I thought it was interesting. The townspeople must be that important to him.
結局俺たちは貴子だから任務を遂行できるように動くだけだけど、やっぱりそれぞれ優先順位に違いはあるよ。
He's a vessel after all, so he only does what he needs to see his mission through. But we each prioritize different things. Yoichi, I'm so sorry to tell you this, but he already mentioned this to me.
同じ結果を目指して動いてても取る行動は微妙に変わる。
We might work to accomplish the same results, but we go about it in slightly different ways.
源十郎は貴子中の貴子って風に見える時もあれば、すごく貴子らしくない時もあって、それが俺的には面白いわけ。
Genjuro might seem like the most vessel-like of us all, but sometimes he doesn't act that way, which is I find interesting. I had no idea Yoichi felt this way. Listening to Yoichi allowed me to see Kuga in a brand new light too. A person who both was and wasn't a vessel-like. Before this, I had no idea what to make of Kuga's thinking, but the townspeople or myself so often, but got it, you're thinking more. He's so gentle and kind and warm-hearted. I felt this way about him countless times before, but never said it out loud as it didn't seem appropriate for a vessel like Kuga. I just kept it to myself. Maybe I was overthinking it. Kuga was a vessel, and his heart and emotions had been sealed away for the sake of his duties, and yet, the townspeople mean a lot to him. I can see it in everything he does. And also in the way he worries about Yoichi and I. Why couldn't I think of him as a gentle, kind, warm-hearted vessel he was? I was hesitant to say this to Kuga's face because he'd probably find it very strange, but I'm kind of shocked you're really fond of him, aren't you, Yoichi?
Huh?
What? No? Then he means a lot to you. He's important to you? What is this? I was getting think what you want vibes from you just now.
人間の考え方ってほんとベタベタしてるよね。めんどくさってか。鬱陶しい。
Yoichi, you aren't happy with me right now, you monster. Humans are always so touchy-feely about stuff. It's such a hassle. Scratch that. It's plain annoying. That bad. Probably would feel that way as a vessel, though. I probably shouldn't tell Kuga he's nice then. And personally, I think it was pretty nice of Yoichi to tell me this. However,
Yossei hoi! Yossei hoi!
cargo bearers and heave and heave.
おーい、そこのお嬢さん、悪いけどちょっとどいてくれるかい。
Hey, miss, sorry to bother you, but could you move out of the way for a second? Oh, I turned around and saw a cargo bearer making his way through the crowd. Sorry, go ahead. Thanks a billion. I hurriedly moved off to the side of the road as the cargo bearer left with a pleasant smile on his face. Someone who made a living carting people around in hand-carried transports called litters. Wow, it has walls and a floor almost like a tiny house.
あれはもうカゴっていうより乗り物でしょ。中にいるのは武家か公家だろうね。
It's more of a palanquin than a litter. Probably has a samurai or noble family inside. I need a palanquin quote now. Thank you. I need the dictionary for that one. All right. Kago are built a bit more simply than that. I've never seen one that ornate
あん
before.
た、ちょっとは江戸に慣れたかと思ってたけど、まだ田舎者丸出しじゃん。
Just when I thought you were finally used to living in Edo, here you go, outing yourself as a country bumpkin. Thank you. I guess Yuichi was more mean nice than nice. Having Kuga and Yoichi as my colleagues meant a lot to me, though. Miyagi too, of course. I was chasing after Hanzo's tracks, partly because I wanted to quickly put the citizens of Edo at ease, but also I wanted us four to work together again. You know, instead of one of us being locked in a room all day, every day. Isn't this...
髪切り事件の主人と形人が住んでた長屋だね。ここに足跡が続いてんの？
Isn't this the row house where the form folk and her owner from the Kamikiri case lived? The tracks really lead here? Yeah, they lead
また
inside.
面倒ごとに巻き込まれてるわけ？あの二人。幸薄すぎでしょ。
Did they get dragged into another big mess? Man, they got the worst luck. They definitely do. Although I felt bad for Otone and Mitsu, I didn't deny it. Of all the cases the Oniwaban had dealt with recently, the Kamikiri case had been one of the biggest, but the Hanzo case was just as big. I couldn't believe they were unlucky enough to be involved in both in such a short span of time.
今中に半蔵がいる可能性がある。あの二人が危ないかも。
Lee, there's a chance that Hanzo's inside right now. They might be in danger. You're right. Thinking about it gave me an even stronger sense of urgency. Yoichi reached for his short sword, and I followed suit by gripping my knife. A fight against Hanzo, the man we'd been seeking, could start the second we opened the door.
いい。1、2の3で入るよ。
Alright, ready? On the count of 3. Ich. Mitsu? Oh no, Mitsu? Really? This poor form focus never gets a break. Otone, not Hanzo, dashed out of the row house. She seemed to be in a panic, although it was hard to say why. For some odd reason, she blinked when she saw us.
二人ともどうして？
Why are you... Otone, is something wrong? Has a form folk carrying a sword stopped by your house?
いえ、そういった人は全く。
No, I haven't seen anyone like that.
本当だ。誰もいないみたいだね。
It's true, it doesn't look like anybody's here. While I made sure Otone was safe, Yoichi whispered as he peeked inside the row house.
でもさっき、密って言った？あんたの形人、どうかしたの？
You said Mitsu right now, right? Did something happen to your form folk?
蜜は。
Mitsushi. Otone looked crestfallen at Yoichi's question. It can't be. I couldn't help but notice her change in mood. What on earth had happened to Otone and Mitsu? We stepped inside the house where the smell of dashi soup stock wafted in the air, whetting our appetites. A fire was burning on the kitchen stove, where a colorful assortment of scallions, parsley, and tuna was bubbling away inside a pot. I'm sorry, were you eating?
いいえ、ネギマ鍋が蜜の好物なんです。
No, Tuna scallion hot pot is Mitsu's favorite.
好物を作れば帰ってくるんじゃないかと思って。犬や猫じゃないのにね。
I was hoping she'd come back if I made her favorite food, but she's not a cat or a dog, even though we talk about them quite frequently like form folk are. Atone smiled sadly, looking positively worn out. She recovered after we solved the Kamikiri case, and I'd seen her out walking with Mitsu many times. At this rate, however, she'd be laid up in bed again.
一応確認するけど、家出とかじゃないんだよね。
Just checking. She didn't run away from home, did
私
she?
はそう思っています。普段通り暮らしていましたし、出ていく理由はないはずです。
I don't think so. It was life as usual, so she wouldn't have had any reason to
お二
leave.
人もきっとご存知ですよね。近頃増えている形人の失踪事件。
I'm sure you both heard about the form folk who disappeared lately.
注意するよう言っていたんですが。
I told Mitsu to be careful too.
うん。
Yoichi and I instinctively shot each other a look as we listened to Atone speak and her wispy voice. When was the last time you saw
昨日の
Atone?
昼、私が買い物に出る前です。表にボテ振りが来ていたので、蜜を残して少しだけ外に出て。
Yesterday afternoon, I left to do some shopping. There was a street hawker out front, so I left Mitsu behind to go outside for a while.
近所の人で何か見たって人はいない？乙女さんが留守の間に人
We're
が
gonna
来て
say
た
that
とか、
all the form
蜜が
folk
一人で出
were
ていった
street
とか。
hawked, like the guy who was trying to sell fish to us. Did any of the neighbors see someone stop by while you were gone, or Mitsu leave on her own?
蜜が消えた時、近所のお店の奉公人が家の中にいました。
A servant from a nearby shop was in the house when Mitsu disappeared. You don't mean...
ただその人は酔っ払って間違えて家に入ってしまっただけのようで、すぐに出て行ってしまいました。
Apparently he was just drunk and entered the wrong house by mistake. He left
それ以
immediately.
外家の様子は変わってませんでしたし、初めは蜜もただ水でも汲みに行ったのかと。
Other than that, nothing unusual happened. At first I thought Mitsu just left to draw some water. Hanzo's tracks definitely led inside, but they cut off here. There's no doubt in my mind that he came here. But where did he go, and why did he come here? If he went out of his way to get Mitsu, then something definitely is wrong here. Or maybe the servants really had nothing to do with it.
ちょっと、平気？すごい顔してるけど。
You okay? You're making quite a face. Oh, am I? My
あ
bad.
んたはあんたの役目を果たせばいいから。同心気取りで難しいこと考えなくていいよ。
Just focus on your role here. No need to act like a cop and rack your brain over this. Okay. Is it really that easy to tell I'm thinking? That's embarrassing. Still, I relaxed a bit after Yoichi told me this. It might be gibberish to me, but the meaning behind Hanzo's actions could become clear with the collective knowledge of the Oniwaban.
やっぱりお二人は形人の失踪事件を調べているんですね。
I knew it. You're investigating the missing form folk, aren't you? Atone said, having figured it out based on our questions and our conversation that we weren't whispering in front of her, so it was very obvious.
さっきおっしゃってた刀を刺した形人が蜜を連れて行ったかもしれないんですか？
Do you think the form folk carrying a sword you mentioned earlier might have taken Mitsu?
まあね。そいつには形人を操る力があって、蜜も惑わされた可能性がある。
He has the ability to control form folk, so there's a chance he bewitched Mitsu.
だからもし急に戻ってきても注意して。あんたに危害を加えることはないと思うけど、下手人を倒すまでは何があるかわからないから。
Be careful if she comes back all of a sudden. I don't think she'd cause you any harm, but you never know what'll happen until we take the culprit down. Atone was painfully silent after Yuichi's warning. Of course she was. Who would be fine after hearing their loved one had been kidnapped and might be under someone else's control as we
絶
speak?
対にその人を捕まえてください。 ミツを元に戻してください。
Please catch this person and bring Mitsu back to me. Atone raised her head and looked directly at us with tears in her
私
eyes.
たちはご迷惑をかけてばかりで、その上こんな乱暴なお願いまでしてしまって本当に申し訳なく思っています。
We've caused you nothing but trouble, and yet here I am making unreasonable demands of you. I'm really
で
sorry.
も私では悔しいけれどミツを救ってあげられないのです。皆さんだけが頼りです。
Although it
どうか
pains me to say it, and I can't
どう
save
か
Mitsu on my own. We're all counting on you, please. I'm begging you. Atone lowered her head as if she were going to prostrate herself on the floor, but then she broke down in tears. Atone? The best I could do was stand close beside her. But in my heart, I swore to make her wish come true. I know it's hard, Atone, but make sure to eat and take care of yourself. Mitsu would be terribly worried if she came back and saw you looking gaunt.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you,
ヨイチさ
Leah.
んも
And you too, Yoichi.
俺
Me?
はい。実は今朝奉行所にミツの失踪届を出しに行ったんです。でも私と同じような境遇の人が大勢いて。
I actually went to the magistrate's office to report Mitsu missing this morning, but there was a lot of other people in the same situation.
届け自体は出せましたが、誰一人として私の話を聞いてくれたり、状況を教えてはくれませんでした。
I managed to file the report, but not one person listened to my story or told me what was going
お二
on.
人に来てもらえた私は幸運です。
I'm
だか
so
ら
blessed that you came.
あ、そう。
Oh, okay. Blunt as ever. Still, I was glad. I wasn't sure what would happen for a moment there, but Atone seemed much more positive than when we parted ways.
お二人ともどうかお気をつけて。
Take care, you two. We will, and you too, Atone. I said it wrong, but it's fine. We're fine. Ooh. After we left Atone's house, Yoichi and I relayed what happened after we followed Hanzo's tracks. The three of us put our heads together and still couldn't figure out why Hanzo went into Atone's house. We followed these tracks as far as we could, so tomorrow we'll need to find another trail of Hanzo's tracks to follow. What if they're not Hanzo's tracks, but the person's tracks, like how you found a person at the end of the tracks in the hallway? Think about it. All right, no one's around. As usual, I entered the house from the dark room so nobody else could see me, then headed straight for where Kuga was. However, the lamps were lit and I didn't see Kuga anywhere. What? I checked the restroom and the washroom and immediately after, but didn't find him there either. There's no way he would have disobeyed orders and left the house. Maybe something happened while I was gone. Nervous, I ran around the huge mansion looking for him when... Oh. I heard the sharp, rhythmic sound of something slicing through air. The moment I picked up on the familiar sound, my racing heart instantly calmed down. Huff, 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 huff. I should have known. I followed the sound out into the garden where I found the person I'd been looking for. The wind scattered the clouds covering the moon and illuminated Kuga, who had been standing in the dark until then. The sight took my breath away. All he was doing was practicing his sword strokes with a serious expression on his face. He hadn't done it in a while, but much like his report of his diary, I'd seen him doing this many times before. And yet, I couldn't take my eyes off of him. I almost didn't want the moment to end. I wanted to watch him do this forever. I'm not sure how long I stood there. Phew. Swing after precious swing, precise, just kidding, not precious, it's not cute. Never missing, even by the slightest amount. Kuga let out a small sigh and lowered his sword. Then he sheathed it in one sweeping motion, and then...
Nanda.
What is it? Huh. Kuga suddenly turned towards me and spoke, snapping me out of my daze. Did you know I was there the entire time, Kuga?
Ah. お前が来たのはすぐ分かった。
Yes, I noticed you the second you arrived. What? I was instantly embarrassed. Embarrassed that he knew I'd been staring at him. Embarrassed that I'd been admiring him. I was admiring him. Wait, wasn't I? That might have been the first time I'd ever gaped at Kuga. No, anybody like that. I'm sorry, I meant to say something.
私も同じようなものだ。霧のいいところまでやってしまいたくてな。
I don't mind. I did as well, but I just waited to get to a good stopping point first.
お前はどうして黙って私を見ていたんだ？
Why were you watching me in silence, though? He asked the one thing I was really hoping he wouldn't ask. Because... Yes? Because you were pretty? I doubt that's the answer he wants. But it was. Plot twist. Because you were so pretty. I guess that's fair. I knew this would happen. I knew saying something like that would only confuse him, but I told him the truth instead of coming up with something on the spot. After a brief period of silence, Kuga asked me just to make sure.
綺麗。私がか？
Pretty? Me? Look at your jawline, my guy. Yeah, yes.
どこがだ？
In what way? What? My face was already burning up, but it got even hotter when he immediately fired back with that question. Do I have to answer?
答えたくないのか？
You don't want to. I mean, I really don't want to answer it. The thought of leaving Kuga filled with questions after saying something weird did make me feel guilty, though, to be honest. Besides, I'm sure Kuga would understand my thinking if I explained it to him. Alright then, no shyness. I'm gotta hold my head high. You looked so pretty while you were practicing your swings. Kuga listened carefully with very serious expression on his face. Since he didn't say anything back, he must have thought I was still had more to say. I guess that means my explanation wasn't convincing enough. Okay then. Your hair and sweat were sparkling in the moonlight. Ooh. Your sweat glitters. Anyways, stop digging your grave. Your gaze was so sharp as you looked forward, and you had great posture. And when you swung your arms up, I caught a glimpse of your arms, and they were like buff.
たくましい。
Buff? What? I'm so completely and utterly embarrassed. I wanted to bury my head in my hands. He doesn't care. Kuga also rapidly approached me as I said all of this. And what's the matter, Kuga?
お前の声が小さくてよく聞こえん。たくましいと言ったのは聞き間違いか？
You were so quiet I couldn't hear you. Did I mishear what you said, or did you say I was buff? You didn't? Digging a grave and putting myself in the grave. God. I mean, like, this is, like, very awkward. I didn't have the courage to say it to his face a second time, though. A few anxious wrinkles appeared in Kuga's brow since I couldn't bring myself to respond.
わからん。そもそも私は美とは程遠い姿をしているはずだが。
Aww, he feels self-conscious. I don't get it. I've always been a far cry from anything one would call beautiful. Huh?
お前は私の髪やら姿勢やらを綺麗と言ったが、本来そのような言葉は流行りの遊女や看板娘にかけるものだろう。
Oh my god, is he mad that he's being called pretty and he wants to be called hot? You said my hair and posture were pretty. Isn't that a word you'd only use to describe a popular courtesan or shop
あ
girls?
とは歌舞伎役者か。金次ほどの美貌の持ち主なら不自然ではないだろうが、私にはそぐわない。
Or kabuki actors. I wouldn't question it if I had Kinji's good looks, but it doesn't seem like an appropriate fit for me. Kuga said all this so assertively, but I couldn't help but tilt my head in confusion. Is that right? You don't find anyone pretty except for people attractive enough to have portraits done?
それもわからん。私は大勢が美しいと言っているものを美なのだと記憶しているだけだからな。
I'm not so sure about that either. I've simply memorized beauty as whatever things most people call beautiful. Oh, right. He's a vessel. He doesn't understand. Beauty was something you felt with your heart. That's why Kuga had never personally found anything pretty before. I can't try to explain it to him all I want, but he still won't get it, even though Mimi straight up said all the town's girls thinks he's hot, so he should have already known this. There are many different types of beauty, Kuga.
種類?
Types? Yeah, not to mention everyone has their own opinion about what they think is beautiful. Some say blue skies are pretty, while others call fresh cooked rice pretty. Some are even smitten with rocks they find on the ground. Me, I'm the rock person. There's nothing weird about me calling you pretty. You really are. Oops, I didn't mean to hammer that point home. As embarrassed as I was, I wanted Kuga to know he was pretty too. Of course, Kinji and the women who were popular around town were also very pretty, but to me, they had nothing on Kuga. That's a lie. Kinji is my favorite, so you're wrong. You're so wrong. I was in awe watching him practice earlier, not to mention, I found everyday Kuga to be quite beautiful too. Not just his physical appearance, but his attitude towards life and his duties. Although I'd never put it in words like this before, it felt right in retrospect.
なるほど。よくわかった。
I see. I understand
炊
now.
きたての米や道端の石ころに美を見出す者がいるなら、お前が私を美しいと思うのもおかしくはないな。
If people can find beauty in freshly cooked rice or stones on the side of the road, you might as well find me beautiful. Exactly. Not a compliment. I agreed without even thinking about it. Does he think I put him on the same level as rice and rocks? Although we'd strayed a bit from what I had been trying to say, the fact that he understood that much was enough of a win for today. Accept what you can, I guess.
そうか。私が部屋を留守にしていたことで、そんなに驚かせてしまったか。
Did I frighten you that badly by not being in my room?
すまなかった。次からは書き置きでも用意しておこう。
My apologies. Next time I'll make sure to leave you a note. Oh, no worries. I passed through the garden when entering through the back, so it never occurred to me that you might be training. I'm sure we just missed each other. I'm really glad nothing happened to you after all.
Ah.
Right. Sus. Kuga seemed to be a bit tense just now when he agreed with me. Well, it's been ages since I last talked to him like I have tonight, even though I was the one who impulsively asked him to chat with me for a little longer. When we sat down next to each other on the veranda and had a nice, relaxing conversation, I noticed something about him seemed a bit off. It would have been pointless before, but maybe I should ask him one more time if anything's been weighing on him. No, wait, weighing on him isn't quite the phrase I'm looking for. Kyuka's a vessel. He definitely would have come off worried if he was human or form folk, though. But upon further reflection, I realized my dad and Mimi were the only two people I'd ever interacted with this much. In other words, family. I'd also been able to check their emotional threads. Kuga isn't family, and I can't look at his threads to know how he's feeling for sure either. All things considered, I couldn't rule out the possibility that I was overthinking it. To be frank, I was really nervous that Kuga would get exasperated with me forcing my needless concerns onto him. If Kuga didn't experience worry, that meant he didn't experience exasperation either, so I probably didn't need to concern myself with that. Still, he might keep his distance from me as long as it didn't interfere with his duties if he thought I was a pain to deal with. Why would he think that he has no emotions? That'd be horrible. But still, either way, I was worried about him at the moment. I absolutely couldn't just let it go. What? I just realized she blinks. She blinks. So did the boys. They will also blink when they're on idle mode too. He's currently just got his eyes closed. The newer games do that. The older ones, they didn't used to. Just then I noticed something. Isn't that your wakizashi, your short sword, not your itachi? Hyuga had taken his sword off when he sat down on the veranda. He placed both beside him so he could use them right away if anything happened. But his hand hadn't strayed from his wakashi the entire time. He always uses the long one when fighting, though. It seemed strange to me, but at the same time, I was also surprised because this was the first time I'd ever really laid eyes upon Kyuga's wakizashi. It's a fine blade.
So.
You think so? I'm made from it. They made me from this sword. All swords feel special, or I guess I should say that they seem to be imbued with what feels or whoever made them owned them. It's almost sublime. I never noticed until now.
お前は糸を見る力だけではなく、物を見る目もあるのかもしれんな。
You have quite the discerning eye, and I don't mean your ability to see threads. Why, this sword right here, if you didn't know, is the one that created me. Huh?
この脇差しは私の元になった道具だ。
This sword is the instrument I originated from. I said it on day one.
こうして私を生み出したぐらいだから、お前の言う通り、作ったものの気持ちも持ち主の思いも特別こもっているのだろう。
You're not wrong. It's imbued with an extraordinary amount of its creator's feelings and owner's love, enough love to create me. And do you look like your owner? Just curious. I was so shocked it left me completely speechless. This sword is Kuga's... I said this wasn't like a dungeon boyfriend or whatever. I guess I was wrong. He is a sword. However, everything clicked into place when he said that. For a vessel to be born, someone needed to cherish an object enough for it to become a form folk. That must have meant this sword had met that
日
requirement.
頃はあまり使わないようにしている。お前も知っての通り、道具は私たちの弱点だ。肉体の急所と同じように。
I normally try not to use it too much, as you know, they're our weak point. Our objects are like your body's pressure
し
points.
かし、今夜はどうしてもこれで素振りがしたくなった。
But tonight I felt the urge to practice
己
with
の
it.
原点とも言える道具に触れていれば、元の自分に戻れるかもしれないと思ってな。
I figured touching the object I came from might help me get back to being my old self. Back to your old self.
ああ、大気の命を受けてからというもの、何をしていても自分が自分でないような気がしている。
I didn't. I was just like, they're things. My bad. I guess a sword is a thing. I haven't felt myself since receiving orders to stay home, no matter what it is I'm
こ
doing.
こに私はいるはずなのに、まるでいないような。気子として生まれ
Is
て
it
から
because you wish you were with
初めて
me
の感
when I
覚だ。
leave? You're just missing me the whole time I'm gone. I'm here, but it feels like I'm not. I've never felt this way in my entire life as a vessel. Kuga's answered my question, but the way he spoke made it sound like he was talking to himself at the same time. Meanwhile, he traced the shape of his wakizashi several times as if he were making sure it was still there. Kuga. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. As a matter of fact, I couldn't tell if vessels even experienced worry or confusion in the same way people and form folk did. Kuga was handling his wakizashi very seriously. To me, he seemed to be desperately seeking an answer to the problem he was wrestling with at the moment. Kuga. Could you tell me more? How are you feeling right now?
どんな風に
How?
今言ったばかりだ。自分が自分でないようで、体はここにあるのに、すべてが揃っていないような
I just
妙な
said
心地がする。
I don't feel like myself when I'm here physically, but I also have this strange feeling that I'm not all here. Weird. Say that again. How are you feeling, my guy? Wonderful. Keep going.
そう言われても、他に何を
This
話
is
せばいいのかわから
Pleasantville
ん。
again.
それになぜこんなことを。
I have no idea what else to talk about. Besides, why are you talking about this? Ah, then I'll ask the question if you don't mind. What do you mean by your old self?
外に出て、お庭番としての役目を果たしている自分だ。
Going outside and performing my duties as an Oniwaban?
私はしくじった。複数の意味で。故に、お前や与一、宮地殿、その他のお庭番の面々にも負担をかけている。
I messed up in multiple senses of the word, and because of that, I've placed a huge burden on you, Yorichi, Lord Miyagi, the entire
そ
Oniwaban.
れだけではなく、江戸の住民たちにもだ。私がヘマをしなければ、今も町を出歩くことができ、半蔵と遭遇するのも容易だったに違いない。
Not to mention the citizens of Edo. If I hadn't erred, I'd still be able to walk around town. It would have made encountering Hanzo I can't think of the word right now. I know what it is. Cinch. A cinch. I did it.
半蔵討伐を最優先事項として定めていれば。
If only I'd prioritized taking Hanzo down during the last battle. If only I'd killed some form folk. Just a couple. Was he dwelling on every single thing as he spoke? Although he sounded just as indifferent as he had when he had told me he didn't miss mine disappearing along with the Blightfall, Kuga spoke haltingly, lost for words at times, which I found touching in his rugged history. Kuga, I had the same thought.
何?
What? It's been weighing on my mind this whole time. Could I have stopped Hanzo from spreading rumors about you? Should I have gone around claiming you were innocent?
何を言っている。あの時点で、半蔵の行動は予測できなかっただろう。
What are you talking about? You couldn't have predicted what Hanzo was going to do at that point in
それ
time.
に与一にたしなめられたはずだ。私をかばえば、お前たちまで街を歩けなくなると。
Besides, Yoichi would have chided you for sticking up for me, since it wouldn't have meant you wouldn't be able to walk around town either. But how is that any different from what you just said, Kuga?
どういうことだ？
What do you mean? I mean, thinking you should have done things you couldn't have. It's pointless to think about since we can't change the past. Oh, I guess this is what we called character development since previously she was the one, like, blaming herself. But it doesn't feel pointless to you right now, does it, Kuga? Oh no, look at that, like a worry. Worried lines creased Kuga's brow. I never noticed until we had a long face-to-face chat like this, but Kuga was a bit more expressive than he used to be.
いよいよ私はどうかしているな。お前に後悔は無駄だと忠告したこともあったのに。
Guess I finally gone mad. I just warned you it was pointless to regret the
し
past
かし、
too.
お前の指摘通り、今の私は考えても仕方のないことにとらわれている。そのせいで意識も散漫になっているようだ。
But as you've pointed out, I've caught up in things that there's no point thinking about. It's a distraction to me.
だから自分がバラバラになったような感覚があるのだろうか。
That must be why I'm feeling all over the place. Possibly, and how do I put this? Right now you're probably thinking you're a burden to everyone, that you gotta do something, but there isn't anything you can do, so now what? Or something like that, right? Hatched you feeling down? Right? I knew it. You've got emotions. You're a liar with emotions. Anyways, I was probably bearing witness to a historic moment right now. It's not historic. They're locked away, not gone forever. Kuga was clearly worried and confused and stumped. Even though he was a vessel, even though his heart was sealed, he was worried, confused, and stumped when faced with a problem he couldn't do anything about. Now that we've cleared that up, I think I know how I can help. I was no stranger to being frustrated, to the frustration eating away at him right now, or rather the emotion was an obvious one to anyone with a heart. I went about this in a very roundabout way under the premise that Kuga was a vessel. First of all, I want you to know something. I don't think you're a burden at all. What I said earlier was just a figure of speech.
そうなのか。私はお前にああ言われて、自分の頭の中を覗かれたような心地がした。
It was. It felt like you were reading my mind when you said that. That's why you're in a funk right now. Think back to when I just arrived in Edo. You didn't treat me like a burden, did you? I was weak, didn't know my way around. I was just a little girl from the
し
countryside.
かし、それとこれとは話が違わないか。
But aren't you talking about two completely different things? They're not so different. You probably thought I'd come in handy because of my powers, right?
おおむねそのようなところだ。
Indeed, something along those lines. Well, you're strong, Yuichi, and Miyagi trust you, and you've always been very good to me as a junior member of your team. So everything's fine. Do you agree with me on that? I pressed him to achieve the very first step, clearing up his misunderstanding. Kuga was silent as usual, pondering my statement because I forgot that self-doubt is also an emotion.
わかった。お前がそこまで言うのなら、一つの意見として受け止めよう。
Understood. If you insist, then I accept it as your opinion on the matter. Great. I seem to have broken through to him after all. Thank you. Now for the issue at hand. Like I mentioned earlier, you're in a funk right now. You're depressed, worried. You feel different from before. You can't focus on what's in front of you.
いや、しかし私は
No, but
気候なのだぞ。肉体と魂は存在していても心はない。
I'm a vessel. I have a physical body and a soul, but no heart.
私が今お前の言うような状態なのだとしたらまるで人だ。良いかを滅するための存在としてはあまりに危うすぎる。
If I felt the way you just described, I would essentially be human. My existence as a being who slays Blightfall would be in peril. Kuga's tone was much more sharp than before as he denied what I had said. I'm sure Kuga had seen townsfolk's feelings worried or depressed. In other words, he understood it conceptually, yet he failed to realize he was in the same situation himself. Maybe being a vessel was never that ironclad in the first place. Pardon. It's not that vessels don't have hearts, your hearts are simply sealed away, just like your memories of being an object. If a vessel's memories come back to them, their heart could too, even if nothing's wrong with a seal. And if that happens, that vessel is disposed of. So you know that he'll die, girl. Obviously, you must have a heart, and its presence is so powerful it's difficult to suppress. Kuga was silent, looking almost furious. I'd never seen him make that face before. I have. That's not furious. For everyone like Kuga, who takes his role as a vessel very seriously, this must be hard to swallow. That was probably exactly the reason he had been worrying himself sick, unable to pinpoint the cause that changes in him. After a long silence,
お前は本当に私には思いもよらないようなことばかりを言い出す。
you only ever seem to say things that I can't see coming. You truly
だ
do.
が不思議とお前の言葉にはそんなこともあるのかもしれないと
A lot
納
of
得させられる部分も多い。
a lot of what you said was strangely convincing. Really?
ああ、お前の話を聞いていて私自身奇妙に思ったことがあったのを思い出した。
Really, listening to you reminded me of a few things I found odd. As he said this, Kuga lifted the short sword he had had his hand on this entire time. He pulled it out from its sheath and mirror-like blade sparkling as it caught a faint moonbeam in the darkness. Oh, yep, that's him. That's what he looks like when he's a sword. It was a beautiful sword. It had a mysterious charm to it, a heart-stoppingly beautiful as it was spine-chillingly terrifying. Why are you doing these hyphen words?
この脇差しの茎には浅間忠峰という銘が刻まれている。
The signature Tadamine Asame is inscribed on the tang of this Wakashi. I just said the word wrong.
おそらく脇差しを作った刀工の名前だろう。私はこの浅間というものが一体どこの誰なのか調べてみたことがある。
It seems to be the name of the craftsman who made it. I looked up Asama in an attempt to find out what kind of person he
所有者
was.
つまり私の元の持ち主の名前という可能性も考えたが、それならば私に与えられる前に消されていただろうからな。
I thought that it might have been the name of the owner, in other words, my old owner. But if that were the case, the name would have been erased before the sword was given to me. What? I hadn't expected him to say something like this. What made you decide to look him up? You weren't curious about your past, were you?
ああ、当然だ。この脇差しがあまりに見事だったので、どんなものの手で打たれたのか知りたくなった。
Of course not. I'm not curious because I'm a vessel. I just wanted to know who forgot it. Who forged it. Because it's such a fine blade.
しかし、これだけの腕があるのに、あまり名は響いていなかったようで。
In spite of my
何もわからず
efforts,
じまいだったが。
the name didn't seem to be well known. I learned nothing about him in the end. He sheathed his wakizashi once again. The sound it made had a lovely, clear quality to it. Kuga set it down next to him before turning and looking me directly in the eye.
おかしな話だろう。私がこの脇差しを見事だと思うことも、刀工の正体を探ることも、良いかを滅するという役目には何の関係もない。
It must sound strange to you, admiring the remarkable craftsmanship of this sword and finding out who forged it has nothing to do with exterminating Blightfall.
町民の心を理解するために日記をつけるのとはわけが違うのだ。あれは
My reason for doing
私
this
が
is...
私自身のために起こした行動だった。
Sorry. My reason for doing this is different from the diary I keep to better understand the townspeople's hearts. I did it for myself. Once again, I was floored listening to Kuga speak. That must have been the one and only time Kuga had ever done something because he wanted to. Of all the many memories he would never forget, it had left that strong of an impression on him. After talking to him, I understand what he meant earlier. This was what they meant by vessels' hearts being sealed. Since it was a commonplace among vessels as well as Kuga, it was wrong of me to pity them for its locally speaking. Since it was commonplace among vessels as well as Kuga, it was wrong of me to pity them for it logically speaking. You say the word right, it makes perfect sense. But even now that I understand this, Kuga's worrying and the one time he had done something for himself, wasn't it a little strange that he was treating these things as sins, like things he shouldn't have done?
お前の意見が聞きたい。私はこれからどうすべきだと思う。
I'd like to hear your opinion. What do you think I should do next?
腕着者として宮地殿に処分を願い出るべきだ。
I think you're a little too hard on yourself, Kuga, if I'm being honest. Calm down. As an abject failure, should I ask Lord Miyaji to dispose of... I think you should work on getting back on your feet. I hadn't meant to shout so loud. He almost wished for his own death just now. Getting rid of him was out of the question. I had to somehow convince Kuga that he was fine and ought to be more positive.
どういうことだ?
What do you mean? Let me explain. People feel down. When people feel down, they don't keep worrying forever and ever. They try to fix whatever's wrong with worrying them.
なるほど。こちらから刺激を与えることによって状況を変容させ、原因そのものを取り除くのだな。
I see.
理にかなっている。
By taking incentive, I can alter my situation and rid myself of whatever is causing this. Makes sense. Something along those lines. Yes, you were probably worried all this time because you didn't realize you were worried in the first place. So please think of yourself as being an even more amazing vessel than you were before. Okay, you're just cooler now. Dr. Leah over here. She has her great moments. Once you know your own weakness, you can protect yourself and be careful about not exposing them too much, just like your sword. Keep in mind, she sees emotions. However, she's gotten in trouble for those in the past.
私が消えるべきだという話をすると、いつもそうしてムキになる。
You always take it seriously when I say I should disappear. Oh my god. Take it seriously when I talk about ending my life, bro.
お前は私が消えてしまうことがそんなに辛いのか?
Why are you smiling at that? Would it really be that painful for you if I did? Huh?
まあ、それはそうだろう。良いかに対抗できる力のある者は一人でも多い方が都合がいい。
Does make sense. It's far more convenient having even one more person around who's capable of taking on Blightfall. That was a surprise. I almost thought he was teasing me just now, which startled me pretty badly. But isn't it obvious? The pain part would be losing a dear friend. I wanted to spell this out for him, but I was still so panicky that I couldn't calm down enough to speak.
よくわかった。私は失敗を重ね、お庭番として十分な成果を上げられない状況にあるが、処分が必要になるほどの不利益は出していない。
I get it now. I can't seem to produce adequate results as part of the Oniwaban after all my mistakes, but I'm not such a failure as to warrant being disposed
む
of.
しろ、 この状況で戦える機構が減る方がよっぽど問題だろう。
If
私が間違っ
anything,
ていた。
losing a vessel who can fight under the current circumstances would be a much bigger problem. I was wrong. Right. I'm glad you understand.
しかし、本当に不思議なものだ。お前に悩んでいると言われ、私は己に施された術が解けかけているのかと思った。
I find that very strange. When you said I was worried, I thought the spell they cast on me might have been
それ
broken.
だけでも一大事だというのに、お前はもともと術は不完全で当然だというようなことまで言い出す。
That alone would have been fairly serious, and yet you went as far as to say that that spell was obviously imperfect from the start. Oh, Kuga, that's not quite... Maybe the seal isn't on your heart, but on your ability to sense that you have one. It would just be really hard to tell because our thoughts all come from our own minds. So you admit it, that your heart doesn't relay emotions. I'm listening. For now, I think we should just focus on protecting ourselves from the Blightfall's mind contamination.
なるほど。そう仮定すれば、私の身に起こったすべての異常も説明できるな。
I see. Assuming that were true, it would explain all the strange things that's been happening to me.
江戸のため、そして殿のために働く身の上である私たちに真実を知る機会はないだろうが。
We won't have the
ひとまずはそう理屈をつけておくのも悪くない。
We won't have the opportunity to know the truth since we work for Ito, as well as our Lord. Nothing wrong with rationalizing it, however. Now I really get what Yoichi said. Kuga both was and wasn't vessel-like. It was the perfect way to describe him, which was why I found myself smirking in spite of myself.
礼を言う。お前の助力でモヤモヤは消えた。
Leah, I owe you my thanks. My pent-up feelings are gone now thanks to your help.
私にとって不都合な状況は変わらないが、すべての活路が断たれたわけではない。
My situation is no less inconvenient, but that doesn't mean all means of escaping have been blocked off. Oh yeah, sounds about right.
ありがとう。では早速だが、今日お前が調査に出て分かったことを私にも聞かせてくれないか。
Thanks. Sorry to get right to it, but could you tell me what you learned while you were out investigating today? Sure. There was actually a ton of development today. The only thing is that we've already followed all of Hanzo's tracks, so we've lost his trail.
そうなのか。よし、詳しく聞こう。ここより部屋の中がいいな。
Really now? Well, I'd like to ask you all about it in more detail. We should go inside. Good idea. The wind's gotten chilly, so we should head inside before we fall. Right after I said that, a strong wind blew through. At that moment, I heard a bang like the back door had been slammed open. Huh? We use the back door all the time, so I knew it was locked more securely than the front. It was also hidden. You couldn't tell that you could enter at a glance. And I made sure to lock everything up when I used it early before heading towards the house.
様子を見てくる。何事もなければお前を呼ぶが、呼ばなければ。
I'll go check it out. If everything's fine, I'll call you. If I don't...
お前は正面から出て、宮地殿と与一を呼びに行け。
Go out the front and summon Lord Miyagi and Yoichi. Kuga could probably tell how I felt by the look on my face. Without waiting for me to say yes, he put his sword on his hip, then immediately headed for the back. Afterwards, a short but stifling moment went by. Come here, Leah. Who the heck could it be? Kuga, was everything all... Oh. My heart nearly stopped when I saw the back door open. I could see Hanzo's tracks there. And as I expected, Kuga seemed to grasp the situation by looking at my face.
半蔵が ここに来ていたの？
First off, you should have sent her away if the door was open. Is Hanzo here? Yes, I have no doubt these are his tracks. I don't think he's inside. The tracks stop at the entrance. Where are they coming from? I had a bad feeling about this. I timidly poked my head in through the back door and peered at the narrow path we used when walking around in the area. When I did, I knew it. Yeah, I'm so sorry. It looks like he followed me home. However, the tracks don't go inside. It almost looks like he went back home after confirming where your house was. So unless I'm able to erase his tracks, do you think he'll come back with some of his pals? He's coming back either way. I don't think you need to erase the tracks for him to know where he's gone. I don't think you're being able to see tracks mean anything to him. We'll be in danger here if he does. Should we move to the Oniwaban's base? But he might attack us outside. I definitely need to go get help. My hands grew colder and colder as I spoke. It took everything I had in me not to break down, knowing my mistake had put Kuga in danger. Leah? Kuga then grabbed my shoulders, making my heart squeeze in on itself even more. I'm so sorry. I should apologize. Not at all. You did me a huge favor, Leah. Come again.
こちらから半蔵を叩ける。半蔵が来れば迎え撃てるし、来なかったとしても足跡から居場所をたどれる。
Now I can make a move on Hanzo. If he comes here, I can engage in battle with him. If he doesn't, I can follow him to wherever he's staying using the tracks he
とにか
left.
く何もできずにじっとしている状況からは抜け出せたわけだ。
I've broken free from just sitting around twiddling my thumbs. Ah, he's got a point. When I thought about it that way, it definitely could be perceived as a good way out of this distress he was currently wrestling with. But it's nighttime. If Hanzo and his friends attack us now, you'll be in a ton of danger.
だからいずれにせよ、お前は一刻も早く宮地殿と与一を呼んできてくれ。
Indeed. Go call Lord Miyagi and Yoichi as soon as you
半
can.
蔵の残した足跡が一体どこへ続いているのか気になるが、それ
I'm
は
curious with Hanzo's
今
tracks
宵を生きて
lead,
超えてから確かめてもいいだろ
but we can check after we survive the night. Maybe the vessel heart seal theory I came up with isn't necessarily wrong after all. For him to be this calm at a time like this, something absolutely had to be sealed off. Or that's what a human like me thought at least.
う。来ないな。
He's not coming, is he?
そうだね。
Guess not.
ああ、
Yeah. Contrary to our prediction, Miyagi and Yoichi came running, but Hanzo never tracked. Although I was personally relieved the Castletown team managed to convene before anything happened.
困ったことになったね。
It's definitely a problem.
敵に居場所がバレたとなればどうするべきかな。今日このまま攻め込んできてくれればそれはそれでいいんだけど。
What do we do now that the enemy knows where you live? Which also, if the enemy found out where you live, why give yourself away by breaking in the back door and making it very obvious? Because that, one, does mean they can leave. That means they could, one, relocate. You might not know how they leave. Two, they could call in reinforcements, which they already did, making it harder for you to invade them. I don't understand. Because they heard the door open. That's pretty obvious. What do we do now if the enemy knows where you live? It would have been just fine if he attacked today.
問題はこのまま放置された場合だよね。
The problems that they let him be.
宮地殿、逆にこちらから攻め込むのはどうでしょうか。半蔵の足跡も残っているようですし、居場所を特定するのも容易かと。
Sir, do you think we should attack them instead? Hanzo's tracks haven't disappeared, so it should be quick work figuring out where he is.
もちろん、その場合は私も同行します。
Naturally, I would accompany you.
源十郎もそれはいささか危険すぎるような。
You? I don't know, that sounds a little too dangerous to me.
半蔵の足跡、この家から出て、どっちの方向に向かってたって？
Hey Lee, which direction did you see Hanzo's tracks went after leaving the house? I wouldn't consider it confirmed since I still haven't followed them all the way, but it seems like they're headed towards Castletown.
ほらね。やっぱ半蔵の潜伏先って城下町なんだよ。
Told you, his hideout somewhere in Castletown.
一番あんたが出歩けない場所じゃん。それとも町の奴らの寝静まった夜中に忍んでいくことにする？
That's absolutely the worst place for you to be walking around. Or are you gonna sneak around town in the middle of the night when everyone's fast asleep?
もちろん、私が外を出歩くとまずい状態なのは承知している。
I know it's a terrible time for me to be walking outside.
私が同行を希望するのは、私がいるだけで半蔵の逃亡する可能性を減らせるはずだからだ。
I'd like to accompany you because my presence alone will make it less likely that Hanzo flees.
半蔵が逃亡する可能性？源十郎は半蔵が戦いから逃げ出すと思っているのかい？
Less likely Hanzo flees? What, you think he's gonna run from battle?
はい。もし討伐隊に私がいなければ、半蔵は劣勢となった途端、あらゆる手を使って戦線を離脱するはずです。
I do. I'm his target, and if I'm not there, Hanzo will use any means necessary to leave the front line the second he realizes he's
なぜ
outmatched.
なら、半蔵最大の目的である私への仇討ちが達成されていないのですから。
The reason
私がいれば。
The reason being that he won't be able to accomplish his ultimate goal of getting revenge on me, but if I am...
そうか。その場に留まって戦おうとするかもしれないな。
Got it. He might stick around and try to fight.
その通りです。そしてこちらから攻め入れる機会が何度も巡ってくるとは考えにくい。この一
Exactly.
回にかけるつもりで挑むべきでしょう。
I doubt we'll have many opportunities to attack. We should gamble on this one chance we have. We do have.
ならば、私が参戦しないという選択はありえないと思うのです。私が戦いに同行できるいい方法はないでしょうか？
In that case, having me sit out isn't even an option. Are there any other good ways I could join you in battle?
それを言われるとね。今の話自体には納得したけど、
Really
俺は難しい
twisting
と
our
思う。
arms, huh? I agree with you, but it still won't be easy.
そうだね。今源十郎が外を歩いたらきっと市中引き回し並みの騒ぎになるだろうし。
True. People will act like you've been paraded around before your execution if they see you walking around outside.
ああ、うん。まさにそんな感じだね、きっと。今みんな気が立ってるから、極悪人と思われてる源十郎なんて絶好のはけ口だろうし。
Definitely. With everyone on edge right now, someone like Genjuro, who they think is the scum of the earth, would be the perfect outlet. Aw.
私自身は石を投げられようが、唾を吐かれようが一向に構わないのだが、それ以外の問題が多いな。
I don't mind one bit if they attempt to throw rocks or spit on me, but we have plenty of other problems to consider.
まったくね。もし運よく暴力沙汰とか良いか発生みたいな問題が起こらず移動できたとしても、源十郎が向かってることが半蔵にバレるでしょ。
Jeez. Even if we manage to avoid inciting violence or any blightfall spawning along the way, Hanzo would still probably find out Genjuro was headed for him.
それはまずいな。いっそのこと源十郎にお面でもかぶってもらおうかなんて。
That wouldn't be good. Maybe we should cover your face or something. Genjuro just Oh, you're onto something.
え？
What?
何か思いついたのか？
Did you come up with an idea,
ちょ
Leah?
っと、お面をかぶりましょうとか絶対言わないでよ。体格でバレるから、確実に。
Hold on. Don't you dare say he should wear a mask. His build would totally give him away. We literally saw the carriage together, Yoichi. I wasn't going to. If we want to settle this, our only option is to travel without letting anyone realize it's Kuga. And to do that, all we need to do is prepare one of those. You know, one of those things. Those things. Yeah, those things. This was what I meant when I said one of those things last night. I'm glad she's on par with me. You know, those things. It's cramped in here and we're so close to each other. I wasn't just close, I was literally sitting on top of Kuga. Or I guess I should say my butt was on his lap as he sat cross-legged. Why? Why, you ask? Well, we were crammed into a tiny, cramped litter. Boy, this is really, really heavy. All the weight shifted over to one side. Oh no, sudden movement. Wah! Eep. My entire body weight was pressed up against Kuga now. Oh yeah? Not for me, right, Tomonari? Yeah, it's not that bad. It's easy for you guys to say because all the weight is on my side. Now it was Kuga leaning up against me. Why didn't we have a CG for that? I'm sorry, we could do both directions. Thankfully, he had his hand pressed against the wall, but he only narrowly avoided kissing me by accident. Can't do that in 2 routes. That'd be too much. My apologies. No worries. It took me a while to finally spit out the words no, but I was so nervous my voice was shaking. Sorry, Yoichi said it was heavy, so I thought I'd do him a favor and shoulder a bit more on my end. It actually had a pretty good balance until you moved all of it. Kuga was leaning his entire body up against me again. It's been a pretty bumpy ride. Not much we can do since these litter bearers are total novices. True. I stuttered again. Never in my wildest dreams did I think this would happen when I proposed this idea. Yeah, why isn't she just walking around? You heard me. Yesterday, everyone reconvened at the Onoban base after waiting all night for Hanzo, only for him to not show up. And when I presented my idea,
Genjuro, kago de hakobu?
Carry Genjiro in a litter? Yeah, we could get one of those bamboo screens. Or one that's like a tiny room with a roof and wall. As long as it keeps Kuga hidden, it doesn't matter. When Tomonari and I followed Hanzo's tracks this morning, they led to an alley where Hanzo last attacked Kuga and I. There were also several set of tracks coming to and from the back entrance of a merchant home nearby. So in other words, that's the Blightfall's stronghold? Yes, according to the neighbors, the people who live there have been away on a pilgrimage to the Isle Shrine. They left a few form folk behind to mind the house. Those are the optimal conditions for Hanzo to hide. We'll absolutely need both Kuga and a litter to raid the house. Please, guys, could you lend us a hand? With Yoichi serving as my guard, I bowed sincerely on behalf of Kuga, who was still at home. Miyagi approved of my idea and told the other team why Kuga would be crucial to this battle. I hope they're in favor of it too.
カゴか。確かにそれなら、源十郎を運んでいると悟られずに済みそうですね。
A litter,
光重さんの話も理にかなっていたし。
it definitely would allow us to transport Genjiro without anyone knowing. What Mitsushige said makes sense too.
しかし、僕は運べませんね。顔を知られている数で言えば、噂の男である源十郎に負けないでしょうし。
I can't carry him though. Too many people know my face. I dare say as many as Genjiro, the man of the hour.
ああ、確かに金次さんがカゴ書きをしていたら気づく人もいるかもしれないな。では、それ以外の人にお願いするとして。
True. A lot of people would probably notice if you were the one of the litter bearers, Kinji, as far as who else we could ask.
それでいいかな、京志郎。
We should have enough, right, Kyoshiro?
ああ、カゴの手配ぐらいわけはない。お庭番総員で作戦に取り掛かるとしよう。
Correct. At least enough to arrange for the litter. We'll have the full Oniwaban get to work on this. We'll have the full Oniwaban get to work on the strategy. Thank you so much.
しかし、本当にこんな手でいけるのか、宮地。単純な作戦すぎて不安なんだが。
Do you really think this will work, Miyagi? It's so simple, it's making me nervous.
大丈夫。なんとかなるって。それに俺は、源十郎と彼女のことを信頼してるから、問題ないよ。
Everything will work out fine. Besides, I trust Genjiro and Leah. I'm sure there won't be any problems. Miyagi.
話はまとまったな。では、カゴは俺が昼前までに用意する。
It's settled then. I'll arrange for the litter by this
その
afternoon.
後、すぐに半蔵討伐作戦開始だ。金次と俺は別経路から半蔵の隠れ家に向かう。
Operation Defeat Hanzo will start immediately after Kinji and I will take a different route to his hideout.
友成、国高、大太郎、それから与一には、カゴ書き役を任せる。
Tomonari, Kinetaka, and Hotaru will be counting on you and Yoichi to serve as the litter
源
bearers.
十郎と彼女を運べ。
Carry Genjiro and Leah. Wait, me
当たり
too?
前だろう。お前は源十郎の奉公人として町民に知られている。よって、表立ってカゴを先導できない。
Obviously, the town folk know who you are. They know that you are Genjiro's servant. We can't have you publicly leading the litter. Right, but she could go with you or leave before.
だからお前も源十郎と共にカゴの中に入れ。そこから半蔵の足跡を確認しろ。
You'll need to get in with Genjiro, verify where Hanzo's tracks lead from the inside. What?
絶対おかしいよね。なんで俺までカゴ書きやらされてるの？あの場にいなかったのに。
This is all kinds of wrong. Why are they making me one of the bearers? I wasn't even there.
陽一まだその話してんの？やってみたら結構楽しいし、もうよくね？
Still going on about it, Yoichi. Now that we're doing it, I actually think it's pretty fun.
ほら、そんなしけた顔してないで、もっとカゴ書きらしくしようぜ。よっせ、ほい、よっせ、ほい。
Don't look so sour. Try acting more like a litter bearer. Hup, 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 hup.
今、中から悲鳴がしなかったか？
Did anyone else just hear a scream from inside?
そうか？
Oh.
大太郎、あまりふざけない方がいい。
Oh, Taro, don't horse around too much.
あれ、そんなつもりなかったんだけど。でも、友成が言うならやめとくか。
What? I wasn't trying to, but fine, since you said so.
っていうかさ、本当に納得できないんだけど、なんでこんな立派な乗り物になったの？
Anyways, although I'm really not happy about this, how'd we end up with such a nice palanquin?
もっとちょっと覆いがついてるくらいの貧相なのでよかったのに。そしたら運び手だって4人もいらなかったでしょ。
something a little shabbier with a shroud over it would have been just fine. Then we wouldn't have needed 4 people to carry it.
まあまあ、これくらい立派なやつの方が周りの人間も放っておいてくれるだろう。
As well as the nicer one, this one will make everyone leave us
それに
alone.
もう城下町に入る。あと少しの辛抱だ。
We're about to head into Castletown. Hold on for just a little longer.
ほんとだ。じゃあみんな、ここからは人通りも増えるし、もう少しカゴかきっぽくな。これは冗談じゃなくて本気で。
He's right. Maybe we should try acting more like little bears since there'll be more people around. I'm not joking. I'm being dead serious.
大太郎の言う通りかもな。よし。
Rotaru's probably right. Okay then. Hup, 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 hup. Ah, they're all trying so hard. It's been a lot less bumpy
そう
too.
だな。上達が早い。
They improved quickly. Awkward. I gotta pull myself together. The plan for me to keep an eye on the trail and guide everyone else there. As for Hanzo's hideout, Tomonari remembered where it was since he'd followed the trail with me. Tomonari could have shown them the way for all we were doing. We're heading over there, however. Hanzo might take action while we're on the way over. There's no guarantee he isn't already on the move. I couldn't overlook a single change in the tracks leading to his hideout. Kuga, sorry, but do you mind letting me look out the window for a moment?
ああ、そうか。
Sure thing. He nodded, then put his arm around my waist and held me tight like it was nothing to him. What? Contrary to our predicament, Miyagi and Yorichi came running, but Hanzo never attacked. When the ride was bumpier, I hit my head on the wall and nearly broke my neck every time I tried to peek out the window. Kuga felt bad and tried holding me steady. I have to focus. Now wasn't the time to be thinking about how embarrassingly, nerve-wrackingly awkward or bewildering this was. I leaned forward towards the tiny window, squinting as I tried to confirm which direction Hanzo's tracks led in. Okie dokie, nothing unusual for now. Everything's fine, thank you. Yep. When I leaned away from the window and returned to my position in his lap, Kuga removed his arms from around my waist. I'm actually closer to Kuga when I'm not looking out the window. Looking out the window was a lot harder, but so was literally every other moment inside the litter. Things had been going so well, but then we came to a sudden halt. Thinking it odd, I looked out the window again.
申し訳ないが、うちの主人は訳あって外に出られないんだ。見逃してもらえないか。
Apologies, but there's a reason our master can't step out. Could you let it slide?
そうだよ。こんな立派な乗り物で移動するような身分のお方が、形人なんか連れ去ると思う？
Interesting. You heard the man. You really think someone of high enough social standings to be transported in a palanquin this impressive would be a
それ
foreign
は
folk?
承知の上だが、規則だ。やましいことがないのなら、江戸の町民の心の平穏のため、協力してくれればよかろう。
I'll find out once we check. Rules are rules. If you have nothing to hide, we'd greatly appreciate your cooperation in putting Edo citizens at ease. Oh man. This isn't good, Kuga. We've been stopped by a constable.
なんだと。警備周りの役人には、京志郎さんが急ぎ手を回してくれたという話だったな。
I thought Kyoshiro went around talking to the security officers about waving us through. Maybe he didn't have enough time to talk to everyone. This guy looks pretty serious too.
僕たちが主人に叱られてしまう。
Please don't, our master will yell at
ほん
us.
とそう。そしたら俺ら4人ともあんたのこと恨むよ。それでもいいわけ？
We really will. If you do, all of us here will have to hell to pay. You're cool with that?
わかった。ほんの一瞬中を改めるだけでどこの誰かまでは聞きはしないから。
Alright, I'll just do a quick check for the inside and won't ask who he is or where he's from. Beep. The doors to the litter started to rattle as they talked. It seemed like the litter bearers were trying to stop him from forcing his way inside to look.
まずいな。これ以上はあいつらも拒めないだろう。逆に怪しまれてしまう。
Not good. They're not going to be able to block him for much longer. We'll just look even more suspicious. You're right. If what I heard outside was to be believed, and he was just going to take a quick peek, he might miss Kuga entirely. We'll be in a world of hurt if he does catch a glimpse of him, though. The constable seemed to be a citizen of Castletown himself. It was extremely likely he knew Kuga. Our elaborate scheme might be all for nothing because of a tiny snag. We definitely can't have this. I've got to do something. I wasn't about to hesitate after coming all this way. Oh, I only had one option. Hide your face! Nope. We already talked about him being too good looking, I guess. I get out thought sounded like it wouldn't be a good option. Kuga, I'll get out. Kuga's expression changed when I said this, having already made up my mind.
何を言っている?
What are you saying? It'll result in the least amount of damage here. Litters are only meant to carry one person. If I get out, he won't check
しか
inside.
し、相手はお前を知っているかもしれん。奉公人の町娘がこんな乗り物に乗っている理由は何と
But
説
he
明
might know you. How could you possibly explain why a servant girl is riding in a
ちょっ
pallid?
と待っていただけますか。戸が引っかかっているみたいで開かなくて。
Do you mind waiting a little bit longer? The door appears to be stuck and won't
何を
open.
やっているんだ。いいからちょっと買ってみろ。
What are you doing? It's fine. Let me try. I'm running out of time here. I still haven't come up with a plan or trick to trick him if he knew who I was, but there was no time left. His hand was on the door, ready to open it from the outside any second now. Leah, wait. Hugo pulled the arm I was reaching for the door with, making me stumble. What? Just like that, what he did earlier during our bumpy ride, I imagined to place my hand against the wall, keeping myself from crashing into Kuga. He's so close, which is no different from before, to be honest. Kuga's face had been above mine whenever I looked up, but now he was below me. What are you doing, Kuga?
危険だ。お前が怪しまれてこのカゴから降ろされたら誰が半蔵の足跡を見る?
We're in danger. If he finds you suspicious and makes you get out of the litter, who will watch for Hanzo's tracks? But it would be even worse if you got out. Don't worry. Let me go, please. I've gotta hurry.
あんまり乱暴にしないでよ。壊してもあんた弁償できないだろ。
Hey, 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 don't be rough. You break it, you buy it.
うるさいやつだな。これでいいじゃないか。
You've got quite the mouth on you. Anyways, I bet this'll do it. The door opening. This was oh gosh. Just having me step out of the litter wasn't an option anymore. Changed too many words in my brain just then. What could I possibly do to make the situation go as smoothly as possible? Kiss him, I guess. I was going to get out because I couldn't think of anything else.
失礼。ただいま事件多発中ゆえ、すべてのカゴの中を改めているのだが。
Pardon, we've had a few incidents, so we've been inspecting the inside of every litter.
うおっ
Oh my. I guess that's as close as she could get to hugging him instead of kissing him. Whoa. I could hear the surprise in the officer's voice, which made sense given there were two people crammed into a litter meant for one. What now? What's going to happen? Just how do I respond? Oh, am I completely blocking his view of Kuga's face? We didn't have any cloth or mask. She stuffs his face in her chest. Yeah, just pretty much bosom. This is it. We didn't have any cloth or a mask to cover his face with, and there was no room to hide him. I was left with no choice other than to shove Kuga's face into my chest.
ご協力感謝いたす。
Thank you for your cooperation. What? And here I thought he was about to conduct a very intense investigation. What made him decide to leave? The constable closed the door in a huge hurry without asking us a single question. So, are we in the clear? I believe so.
おい、愛力中ならそう言えばいいだろ。
You should have just told me he was on a date.
追い引き
A date?
いや、俺たちも口に出すのが気恥ずかしくて。
Sorry, man. We're just too embarrassed to say it.
まあ、口に出せないようなことしてただろうからね。
Yeah, I mean, can't really say what we're doing in there out loud. What? Before I knew it, they were running with the idea that we had been doing something unspeakable. What did Yoichi say? Is he trying to cover for us?
そろそろ手を離しても構わないのではないか。
Do you mind letting go of me? She's still cradling his head. Huh? Even though I didn't need to, I was still pressing Kuga's face into my chest. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. There was no other way to hide you.
ああ、わかっている。お前が好き好んでこんなことをするような人間だとは思っていない。
I don't know if that's a compliment. You don't seem like the kind of human who enjoys that sort of thing. Yeah, I'm definitely not. Come to think of it, I actually was doing something unspeakable to Kuga. Dear goodness, now that I was thinking back on it, I felt incredibly embarrassed. Yep. Oh. As we talked, the stopped litter began pushing forward again. It seemed like he really was going to let us go after that.
お前のおかげでなんとかなったな。
We managed thanks to you. Oh, you're welcome. Not at all. Thank you for stopping me too. Now that I've thought it through, it definitely would have been dangerous to get out. Right. Is it just me, or it felt like it was getting more and more awkward inside the litter by the second? Of course, I was the only one who could feel it in the air.
それにしてもお前、意外と。
Anyways, you were surprisingly warm, soft as a stretch. What?
いや、なんでもない。
Nothing. What? Now I was extremely curious what Kuga had been trying to say. Whether out of fear or embarrassment, I didn't ask him about it at all in the end.
これで全員揃ったな。道中問題はなかったか？
That's everyone then. Did you run into any issues on the way over? No.
僕の気のせいでしょうか。そこの二人だけすごく何かがあったような顔をしてません？
Kinji, no. No, my love. No. Shh. Perhaps it's just me, but doesn't it seem like something happened between the two of them?
何かというほどのことはない。彼女は体を張って私を守ってくれただけだ。
Nothing worth mentioning. Leah just put herself on the line to protect me. How? How did she do that?
らしいよ。
For sure, Kinji.
すごいよな。同心がびっくりして逃げ出すようなことをとっさにできるなんて意外にやるな。
It was amazing. She immediately did something that shocked the constable into running away. Didn't know you had it in you, Leah. I'll just let him say whatever he wants. Saying it wasn't true and having to tell them what I actually did would have been too embarrassing.
とにかく無事にこうして到着したんだからよかったじゃないか。な。
Anyways, glad we all made it here in one piece.
カゴの中から見ていて、半蔵の足跡にも異変はなかったんだよね。
Leah, you were watching from the inside of the litter and didn't see any changes to Hanzo's trail, right? Yeah, I didn't see any new tracks going in or out just now either, so he must still be inside.
実は僕と京志郎さんもあなたたちが来るまでの間に簡単にですが屋敷の様子を探ってみました。
Kyoshiro and I actually did a brief search of the house while waiting for you to arrive.
留守番だけが残っているはずの店としては、辻褄が合わないほど大勢の者が家の中で暮らしている。
We did. There are too many people living in the house for a place that was being housed at. Does that
囚われの
mean
形人たちでしょうね。奉行所に出された失踪届の数以上に大勢いるように見えました。
they must be the kidnapped form folk? There were just as many people there as there were missing person reports filed with the magistrate, and no one has seen them
さすがに
until
あれだけい
us.
ると犠牲を出さずに戦うのは難しいかと。
With so many people inside, fighting him without harming anyone will be a tall order.
だが、彼らも犠牲者だ。
But they're
できれば
victims
半蔵
too.
以外を消滅させる事態は避けたい。
If possible, I'd like to avoid killing anyone beside
手間を
Hanzo.
かけさせるが、皆は形人を抑え込むことに集中してほしい。その間に、私が半蔵を仕留める。
I hate to trouble you all, but I'd like you to focus on suppressing form folk while I bring Hanzo down.
源十郎、お前がなぜ前回半蔵を倒し損ねたのかは、光重から聞いている。
Genjuro, Michihige told me the reason why you failed to take Hanzo down last
俺が
time.
この場にいるからには、お前が何と言おうと同じ失態は犯させない。それは承知しているな。
Since I'll be present this time, I will not allow you to make the same mistake twice, no matter what you say. Understood?
無論です。
No objection, sir.
よし。
Very well.
もし源十郎が苦戦した暁には、すぐに妨害してくる形人を切り捨てて、半蔵への攻撃に加われ。
If it's a close fight, we'll immediately cut down any form folk running interference and join you in the attack, Hanzo. Kyoshiro then turned and faced everyone aside from Kuga and gave additional orders. It wasn't just Kinji who appeared to have been thinking the same thing Kyoshiro had from the start. Everyone nodded in agreement without any hesitation whatsoever. I didn't detect a single trace of confusion or worry on their faces. But if push came to shove, I'll need to jump into action with them too. It was my bare minimum duty as someone tasked with protecting Edo. A split second before I set foot inside from the back door, I suddenly found myself glancing sideways at Kuga. The look on his face seemed a bit different from everyone else's. Did Kuga feel bewildered and worried right now, just like me? Even if he did, he seemed like someone who would never give in to his worries. He just might. There weren't really any guards in the mansion, allowing us to easily make our way inside.
もしかして半蔵のやつ、今形人全員集めて何かしてるんじゃない？
Maybe Hanzo round up all the form folk and are doing something right now. There's a lot of light in this room. True. There were signs of people like Yoichi mentioned. Audible voices came from the biggest room, but the rest of the rooms were all deathly quiet.
罠か。
Is it a trap?
さあ、どちらでしょうね。ちょっと覗いてみましょうか。
Who's to say? Why don't we have a look-see?
今夜 ついに俺の悲願が達成される。身を捧げてくれた皆には感謝している。
I don't know what your wall scroll says, but I was taught during tea ceremonies that the wall scroll represents things important to the person. And I'm going to go with a dagger, maybe. Tonight, my dearest wish will be realized. I'm so grateful to everyone who sacrificed themselves for me.
Hanzo-san! Hanzo-san!
Hanzo. Beep. Visible from the tiny crack in the sliding door were so many form folk, there was hardly any space for them to sit, even though the room was so large. Sitting on a platform in the dead center of the room was Hanzo, making himself right at home like he was a lord. He was covered from head to toe in a huge number of black threads, which were dripping onto the tatami mat.
今晩、久我さんの家に攻め込むつもりだったってことかな。
I guess he's planning to invade Kuga's house tonight.
昨日のうちに来なかったってことは、まあそういうことだろうね。っていうか今、こっちが突っ込むには絶好の機会なんじゃない？
That must be why he didn't come yesterday. Meaning now's the best chance to strike, yeah?
ああ、行け、源十郎。
Right, go, Genjuro.
わかりました。
Yes, sir. He agreed, then silently took off down the hallway instead of towards the room Hanzo was in. Wait, Kuga? What was he up to? Before I had a chance to see what everyone else thought about this. Whoa. Kenji kicked down the door in front of us, bringing the room I had only been able to see a sliver of before into full view. Who the hell are you?
どうも、お楽しみのところごめんな。ちょっとお邪魔させてもらうよ。
Sorry to barge in while you were having a good time. Mind if we join you for a sec?
今日は随分行儀がいいですね、大太郎。僕はちょっとで済ます気はありませんが。
You're awfully polite today, Otaro, although I don't intend to make do with just a sec. What the? Kenji grabbed the nearest form folk by the collar as he spoke and took aim at the others, who were clearly flustered and threw the form folk as hard as he could. Kenji, I didn't know you had it in you. The other form folk he crashed into all toppled onto the ground withering in pain.
おいおい、金次さん。形人はできるだけ傷つけないようにって方針
So
聞いてました。
Easy now, Kenji. The plan was to hurt a few form folk as possible. Were you listening?
ええ、もちろんですよ。だからこうしてるんです。
That's why I'm doing this. I see. I could tell because I also fought in battle where I fought to keep form folk at bay. With punches and martial art moves, you were merely likely to slice into form folks' original objects by mistake, making it safer than fighting with a sword. Besides, they were probably all keeping the objects they came from in a place where they couldn't easily be broken. I guess that means the battle's begun? For some reason, it hadn't really sunk in, or rather it just all happened so fast. Yoichi, my fellow Castletown team member, was also pleasantly surprised by this since he hadn't fought alongside the others' teams much either.
金次さんはいいよね。ただぶん投げれば済むんだから。
That works, Kenji. Just throwing them should do the trick.
でも、こうやって気絶させても、形人たちってすぐ起き上がっちゃうんだろ？いつまでこんなこと続けたらいいんだろうな。
But won't they get right back up unless you knock them out? How long can you keep this up? Wow, Otaru and Yoichi also neutralizing form folk at an astonishing speed, and they weren't even breaking a sweat.
Kunitaka, 投げるの?
You gonna throw them, Kunitaka?
俺はちょっと手がかからないのはわかるんだが、性に合わないな。
I can see that it's a less work, but it's not my style. Tomonari and Tojo, on the other hand, were fighting using their still sheathed swords. I was wrestling form folk to the ground so I could be of some use to everyone else too. I just picture her like punching one person and she goes, I did it, I helped. This is totally different from when I was keeping the form folk at bay at my own. As predicted, the number of form folk under Hanzo's control seemed to have increased exponentially since the last time we fought him. Despite their large numbers, this was mere child's play for the Oniwaban, who were highly skilled in both battle and slaying Blightfall. Kuga was right. Well, now he can fight Hanzo without having to worry about the form folk. I was also positive the battle would turn out largely the way Kuga predicted it would. If Hanzo actually had the strength to take Kuga head-on and win, he wouldn't have gone through all of the effort of brainwashing form folk into being on his side. But why is Kuga nowhere to be found? Don't get any closer, scumbag. Yeah. When I looked in the direction of Hanzo's voice, I saw Kyoshiro with his sword at the ready and Hanzo squaring off against him. Hanzo was glaring angrily, sword pointed at Kyoshiro, but there was no way Hanzo's attack would reach that distance between them. He can't be.
どいつもこいつも善人面をして結局やることといえば人殺しの助太刀か
Disgusting.
武士の誇りはないのか
You act like good people, but in the end, all you're doing is helping a murderer. Have you no pride as a samurai?
死ねお前らのようなクズは全員死んでしまえ
Whoa. Die. Die. Trash like you should all die. Guys, get ready. Hanzo's about to attack. I shouted just as Hanzo swung his sword. The second Hanzo's... I'm so sorry, Yoichi. That was the best. The second Hanzo's Kamitachi air blade landed, the Oniwaban reacted with surprising swiftness. Some had their swords at the ready like Kyoshiro and cut through the air, while others dodged by the skin of their teeth. But the form folk Hanzo had rounded up weren't able to. Injured by Hanzo's haphazardly launched blades, many of the form folk collapsed to the ground.
何がしたいんだこいつは。自分で形人を連れてきておいて切り捨てるとは。
What's he trying to do? He brought these form folk here himself only to kill them?
攻撃を防ぐときは盾。それ以外のときは邪魔な置物にしか見えていないんでしょう。わかりやすい男ですね。
He uses them as shields to deflect attacks, but views them as mere objects standing in his way of the rest of the time. He's an easy fellow to understand, that one.
知った風な口を聞くな、偽善者どもが。俺はこうして力を貸してくれる皆のことを心からの友人、恩人だと思っている。
Hypocrites. Who talk as if you know everything. I view all who support me as dear friends, as people I owe my life to.
だが、どんな心温まる友情も痛みと恐怖の前では脆いな。
But even the most heartwarming friendship is fleeting. In the face of pain and fear, so I'll be getting rid of them right this second. Even more menacingly, there was a spike in the number of black threads covering his body and also spilling into the ground. I don't like this. At the same time, the form folk who had fallen to the ground groaned eerily as they got back up and surrounded us. He has the power to control all these form folk at once. Plus, he can easily use the same whirlwind attack he couldn't control earlier. Even though it was the middle of the day right now, he didn't seem to be any weaker for it. Hanzo had clearly grown as a Blightfall. Then more form folk holding torches appeared from somewhere else inside the house. Why do they have torches? Girl, what happens when you burn things? You're not planning to set fire to this building, are you?
ご名答。屋敷ごと燃やしてしまえば早いからな。 我が友達がたとえ怪人となってもお前らを道連れにしてくれるだろう。
Bingo! And not a moment too soon to burn the whole thing down too. My buddies might be reduced to ashes in the process, but they'll take you down with them. What? You'd really make the people you owe your life to do that?
俺に協力してくれる形人はいくらでもいるからな。だが、赤堀源五右衛門に味方する者は果たしてお前たち以外にいるかな？
Hanzo, I'm trying to talk, okay? I'm just let me speak. There are plenty more form folk who are willing to help me. Is anyone else besides you guys willing to help out Genjimon Akahori here? Didn't think so. The Oniwaban didn't respond to Hanzo's scornful remarks. Instead, they simply stood there as the form folk backed them into a corner. Something felt a tiny bit off about the entire situation. I would have been completely hopeless if I weren't here all by myself. Then I remembered how strong they were and their impressive ability to respond to what was happening quickly, something I'd seen for myself just moments ago. Don't tell me, are they... The moment this possibility crossed my mind, I looked over at Hanzo.
Genjuro!
Get him, Genjuro. A familiar shadow jumped down from the ceiling, knocking the sword and Hanzo's grip to the floor in one blow. Damn you. Kuga pinned Hanzo in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Hanzo's throat with his left hand and held his wakizashi. That's fine, I wasn't trying to press a button, I was trying to set my controller down. To the wooden tag at Hanzo's neck with his right.
Hanzo
Ishii. I will hereby exterminate you.
お前の元となる道具はわからないな。木札を切り捨てれば、次に名をもらうまで人の身には戻れないだろう。
I don't know what object you came from, but if I cut your wooden tag, you won't be able to have a human form until your next time you're given a name. The tone of Kuga's voice was so uncharacteristically cold it took not just Hanzo's breath away, but mine too. I knew it. Kuga disappeared, and the Oniwaban acted like they were at a disadvantage because they were planning a surprise attack. Probably should have told you it was happening. I probably should have realized you shouldn't have realized you should have been told that when Kuga went off on his own. Although I trusted him, I'd been a bit worried something had happened to him. Hurry up and help me! Hanzo was trying to make them come to his rescue. The formfolk who surrounded us obediently tried to make for Kuga all at once, but then the Oniwaban didn't let them. I pitched in with what little I could do to keep the formfolk at bay, all while watching Hanzo and Kuga's conversation unfold. You could not do those two things.
その前に、もう一度だけ言っておこう。私はお前の仇、赤堀源五右衛門とは別人だ。
Before I do, I'll say this again. I am a completely different person from the Genjimon Akahori you seek revenge on. Then why do you have his sword? Just say it,
お前は
Hanzo.
親兄弟を殺した男の人相書きに私がよく似ていると言っていたが、仇の取り違えで道具に戻るのは惜しくないか。
I know you said I resemble the description of that man who killed your family, but wouldn't it be a shame to revert into an object because you mistook your
お
foe?
前は復讐心に取り込まれ、尋常の形人ではなくなっている。しかし、今ならまだ。
You're so consumed with desire for revenge that you're no longer a normal form folk. However, there's still
浅間忠峰。
Tadami Asame. I heard him loud and clear. Was it because Hanzo sounded as proud as a little kid flaunting achievement for some reason? Or because I heard that name once before?
やはりな。 お前のその顔を見て確信した。その脇差し、我が父上から奪ったものだろう。
I could tell just by looking at your face you stole that short sword from my father, didn't you?
浅間忠峰は父が投稿として使っていたな。
Ah, is that why he has like the blue tips? Is that the hint?
この世に二つとない形見だ。元より見間違えるわけはなかったが。
Ooh, I called it. Tadamin Asama was the name of my father used as a craftsman. That sword is one of 2 heirlooms in the world he crafted himself. I would never mistake it.
やっとボロを出したな。赤堀源五右衛門。俺は決して取り違いなどしていない。いい加減に罪を認めろ。
But was your father a form folk? Are you a form folk? I don't understand. I caught you red-handed, Jingomon Akahori. I haven't mixed you up with somebody else. Enough with this nonsense. Admit to your sins. The volatile... in Hanzo's shouting was almost tangible. There was more black threads than ever. If Kuga hadn't been a vessel, just touching Hanzo in his current state would have been enough to contaminate his heart. I can't believe the sword Kuga originated from was made by Hanzo's dad. In other words, if what Hanzo said was true, that meant Kuga's owner and creator was the very same Genjimon Akahori who Hanzo sought revenge on. You've got it all wrong. At that moment, Kuga was sent flying by something that shot out from Hanzo's body.
刀がなければ何もできないと思っていたか?
Did you think I'd be completely defenseless without a sword? Hanzo quickly got back up and picked up the sword Kuga had knocked out of his hand. Then he slashed at Kuga, who still hadn't gotten back onto his feet, using a huge, sharp sword with an air blade wrapped around it. Genjuro! Kyoshiro snatched a dagger from one of the form folk and threw it, which plunged deep into Hanzo's back. When Hanzo flinched, Kuga took that opportunity to tumble off the platform. How cheeky of you. Catch, Genjimon! At Hanzo's command, the form folk rushed at Kuga like they were now a single being. Oh no. We'd managed to hold the form folk back until then because they'd been keeping their distance from Kuga. But some of them were already swarming on Kuga. He was also standing close to Hanzo, meaning he'd be done for and this kept up. Leah, we could use your help. Huh? Before I had time to turn around, I heard a huge explosion and my field of vision went completely white in no time at all. The mighty form folk stopped dead in their tracks when this happened. Tojo must have thrown a smoke bomb. Oh, got it. Wink, 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 wink. The form folk already had no will of their own. Since they were acting on their own, their true friend of... Since they weren't acting on their own like true friends of Hanzo, they couldn't do anything once they lost sight of Kuga, the person they'd been ordered to catch. Kuga won't be in the same place he was earlier. What about Hanzo? I see him. Hanzo must realize that saying anything would give away his location because he was silent. But just like before, I could tell where he was headed despite him keeping silent. Why? Because I could see Hanzo's tracks in the form of threads. He's in front of the hanging scroll in the alcove at the center of the platform. Hanzo understood what was going on the second I shouted and quickly took off in an attempt to change his location. But it was too late. Kuga had already apprehended Hanzo. Try as he might to escape, Kuga would be able to tell from the airflow or any noise he made. There was no way he'd lose Hanzo now. Kuga's fleet-footedness and sharp slash cut through the smoke hanging over everything. Kuga. In my slightly less limited field of vision, I could see Hanzo where the black threads led. He was on his knees, clutching the wooden tag at his chest. His wooden tag had split into two. Kuga had a hard glint in his eye as he waited for the moment Hanzo's physical body began to fade away, still holding the sword he had thrusted. What if he doesn't fade away? I thought I'd be able to make it through in this body. What? Were my eyes playing tricks on me? Hanzo stood up straight, or more precisely, floating in the air, and his body was now see-through. What might that be? His spirit?
いや、形人の幽霊なんて一度も聞いたことがないが。
No, I never heard of a form folk having spirits before. So I'm not the only one seeing this. That alone shocked me speechless. Wait, aren't you? When I saw who Kuga helped up, it made even less sense. Instead of Hanzo, it's Mitsu? Kuga had definitely defeated Hanzo by cutting his wooden tag in two. And yet it was Mitsu who had gone missing in Kuga's arms, limping and with her eyes shut.
人違いを気にした方がいいのはお前の方だぞ、赤堀源五右衛門。
Maybe you're the one who needs to worry about mixing people up, Genjimon Akahori.
俺は神の力を手に入れているのだ。故に、形人としての肉体などとうに捨てた。悲願を達成する前に、お前に殺されてはかなわんからな。
I have godly powers now. I've already cast my form folk body aside. I couldn't have you killing me before I realized my wish.
神の力。一体何を言っている？
Godly powers? What on earth are you talking about?
この姿を見ても信じられないのか？俺は形人たちだけではなく、それこそ神からもお前を撃てと助力を受けている。
It's getting pretty wild here. You don't believe me even after seeing this. I've been getting help not just from form folk, but also the gods to exact my revenge on you.
神の力は強大すぎて、なかなか生かしきれる器が見つからないのが困ったものだが、それも些細なこと。
The only thing is that my new power is so potent, it's hard to find a container to make proper use of them. But that's a very minor nitpick. As the smoke around us lessened, Hanzo's silhouette also grew fainter and hazier. Eventually, even the voice we'd heard so clearly started sounding further and further away. Looks like Sora from the Halloween Town part. I will kill you. That's for certain. I'll do anything to accomplish that. And no one can stop me. Ha ha ha. And then he stopped. Ooh, chapter 6. I'm going to take a 5-minute break since we just started the next chapter to get something to drink because I drank my liquids and to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Again, oh no, I don't know why it starts with no sound. I feel bad putting it on BRB with no sound on, but this is how it always starts. I'll be right back. Wop, wop. Oh goodness. Hello. Okay. I have a watch for now. I don't. I think 6 is the last chapter, so we might make it. We might make it, guys, without it being midnight. Maybe it won't be that long. It's only been 5 hours. Okay. Oh, it went sleepy. Oh, don't blame it. We had a lot to deal with afterwards. Our first order of business was to take care of the many form folk Hanzo had abandoned, who were as limp as marionettes with broken strings. I was most worried about Mitsu, since Kuga had cut into her wooden tag, but we already know what her thing is. We can bring her back. But apparently that had only been an illusion. Although it looked like he had, Mitsu actually wore hers around her wrist, so she was perfectly fine. Like the other form folk, however, it would be a while before she was in any state to talk. All we could do now was keep an eye on her. Interesting.
亡霊型の良いかって何なんだそれは。そんなうろんな話を信じろというのか。
Listen, angry guy from the entertainment district that I haven't gone to yet, that literally looks angry all the time. I don't like your tone of voice. What the hell do you mean, spirit blightfall? You really expect me to believe something as fishy as that?
と言われても、それが事実なのだから仕方がないだろ
う。What more can we say? It's the truth.
Why
would they lie? They're basically just bodies that you created. They have no reason to lie to you. They don't seem to be deluded or telling some kind of absurd joke. Hanzo's ability to truly harm remarkable.
じゃあ、半蔵が神の力を手に入れたっていうのも、あながち嘘ではないということか。
You don't think Hanzo could be lying about having godly powers? Genjuro. Just breathing. I knew this would be a big mess. After Yoichi and I brought Mitsu back to Otone, we went back to the base. An argument had broken out between everyone who accompanied Kuga back and Yabuta and Miyagi, who had taken part in the battle. It's true though. I can't believe he managed to possess another form folk and then turn himself into a Blightfall. We were able to kill the Blightfall in the Kamikiri case by slashing it, but only because we didn't know what its weak point was. In Hanzo's case, we couldn't destroy the object serving as his weak point because he had no true form. That would only injure the form folks he's possessed. That's a theory. To be real with you, that's just a theory. You just came up with that theory. How would you know this has never happened before? Imagine, this has never happened before. Let me just make assumptions. Weird. In other words, we have no way to purify or exterminate him.
そういえば、初めてあんたと源十郎が半蔵に遭遇した時も、急に足跡が途切れて、その先に形人が気絶してたって言っていたよね。
That reminds me, you said the first time that you and Genjiro ran into Hanzo, you found an unconscious form folk where his track suddenly left off, right? Oh yeah. We don't do flashbacks. It wasn't a town person. It was a flashback and even they didn't put the right name for the person because it straight up called him a form folk in the comment at the top. Maybe he was being possessed by Hanzo just like Mitsu was. It's like my prediction came true. Hanzo's tracks disappeared because he ditched the body in order to run away.
だとしたら、 いろいろと辻褄が合うよ。ミツさんの元を訪ねたところで、半蔵は一度仮の肉体を捨てたんじゃないかな。
That makes a lot of sense. I wonder if Hanzo abandoned his temporary body when he stopped by
乙女
Mitsu's.
さんの家に近所の奉公人がいたのはそのせいだよ。半蔵はそれに乗り移っていたんだ。
He must have done it because one of the neighbor's servants was at Otone's house and he possessed him instead.
そして次に狙ったのはミツさんの体なんだけど、その時点では他の形人と同じくかどわかしただけなのか、取り付くのに手間取っていたのかはわからない。
Next, he targeted Mitsu herself. It's hard to say whether he kidnapped her like the other form folk or just took a longer time possessing her at that
とに
point.
かく本拠地の商家に着いたところで完全に乗っ取れたって感じなんじゃないかな。
He probably completely possessed her by the time we got to the stronghold, the merchant's house.
もしかしたら体を乗っ取るのも何か条件があるのかもしれない。
Perhaps there are requirements around the possession of someone else's body.
だから行きの足跡しかなかったわけか。まあ、今更それが分かってもどうしようもないけど。
Which is why the tracks only came and never leave. Not much we can do with that knowledge at this point.
とにかく一番に考えるべきことは、どうやって半蔵を消滅させるかだ。
First and foremost, we need to think of a way to get rid of Hanzo.
これはもう陰陽師の管轄だろう。あの鼻持ちならない奴らと顔を突き合わせて、作戦を練らねばならないなんて気が重すぎる。
That is the soothsayer's jurisdiction. I can't say I'm jumping for joy having to come up with a strategy involving meeting with those unbearable bastards.
この件は俺と清彦、それに光重で対応する。お前たちは半蔵に操られていた形人の動向を見守りつつ、通常の任務に戻れ。
Kyoshiryo, I'm speaking right now, okay? Kiyohiko, Mitsuhiki, and I will take care of that part. The rest of you go back to your normal post and continue monitoring the form folk Hanzo was
た
controlling.
だし、源十郎、お前はこの件が収束するまで一切拠点から出るな。
Genjuro, on the other hand, you are not to leave the base until this has been resolved. What? Genjuro on house arrest? Why would they ever do that? It's not like his life's in danger. Kyoshiro's order startled me. Though matter of fact, Kyoshiro incredibly stern tone was a far cry from when he allowed us to take a litter to Hanzo's hideout.
拠点をですか。
The base, sir.
ああ、この拠点には結界が張られているため、良いかは侵入できない。故に、お前の屋敷よりも半蔵の襲撃を受ける可能性が格段に低い。
Right. There's a barrier around the base that prevents Blightfalls from breaking in. You're far less likely to be attacked by Hanzo here than at your home. He was like, but I like my house.
ま
My
さか異
journal
論
is
はないだ
there.
ろうな。今半蔵に攻め入られても、こちらには何の益もない。たとえ守備よく追い返せたとしても、取り憑かれた形人が死に
He
かけ
also
るだけ
has
だ。
emotions right now, so he's a little more emotional than you're used to, Kyoshiro. You're not objecting, are you? We've nothing to gain from you being attacked by Hanzo right now. All driving him away will do is kill the form folk he
そ
possessed.
れに、万が一
Theoretically,
半蔵がお前を撃破した場合、良いかとしてさらに手のつけられない存在になる可能性が高い。
besides, on the off chance Hanzo does attack you, I highly suspect he'll be even more out of control.
言えているな。念願を叶えておとなしくなる可能性もなくはないが、都合のいい期待はしない方が賢明だ。調子に乗って暴れ回るのが関の山だろう。
Exactly. He may behave himself after achieving his goal, but don't get your hopes up. The best we can hope for is that he'll get carried away and run
そうだ
wild.
ね。今は事件解決のためにも、源十郎には自分の身を守ることを考えてもらった方がいいと思う。
Precisely. Right now, you should consider protecting yourself in order to help us solve this case. Sigh.
承知いたしました。元より外へ出ることを望んだのは、そうすることによって半蔵を倒せると考えていたため。
I understand. I originally wanted to go outside because I thought doing so would allow us to defeat
半蔵
Hanzo.
討伐に私が動かないことが重要だというのなら、異論などあるはずありません。
If you say having me stay put is crucial to bringing him down, I have no objections. Kuga. As he had put it himself, Kuga agreed with their instructions and probably had no complaints of his own. Still, there was no doubt in my mind that Genjiro looked glum because he couldn't ask about, you know.
でもさ、半蔵の探してる赤堀源五右衛門って源十郎の元の持ち主なのか？
But like, isn't this Genjimon Akahori guy Hanzo's looking for the old owner, Genjiro? Your old owner? Don't say that out loud. Oh, Taro! Hyuga seemed concerned but knew better than to ask because he was fully aware he shouldn't be looking into his past. I hadn't been sure whether to ask about it on Hyuga's behalf or sweep it under the rug, but here was Otaro, this evil incarnate hiding among the leaves, this guy who's actually bad, casually saying it out loud because that's what bad guys do.
大太郎、それはあまり聞くべきことじゃない。
Otaro, that's not something you should ask.
そっか？でも事情がわかれば俺らも半蔵ともう少し戦いやすくなるんじゃない？
Wait, really? But if we learn more, maybe it'll make fighting Hanzo a bit easier.
それに源十郎だってめちゃくちゃ気になってそうだし。
Besides, Genjiro seems pretty interested. Dude, don't say he looks
ちょっと
interested.
変なこと言わないでよ。源十郎が自分の過去なんか気にするわけないじゃん。
Don't go around saying weird things like that. Genjiro would never be curious about his past.
この話終わりね。ああ、今日は疲れたし、さっさと湯あみして寝よう。
Are we done here? I'm beat. I'm gonna take a bath and head to bed.
宮地殿、あなたは全てをご存知なのですか？
Lord Miyashi, do you know the whole truth? Hyuga had cut Yoichi off while he was in the middle of blatantly trying to end the conversation.
源十郎。
Genjiro.
過去を知るのが危険なのは分かっています。だが、もし半蔵の仇が私の持ち主だったとしたら、
I realize it's dangerous for me to know about my past, but if Hanzo is really seeking revenge on my owner,
私は何をしてでも半蔵を止めると誓います。これまで以上に強い覚悟を持って。
but what if your original owner really was a murderer and he's justified for wanting revenge? He's like, dude, you killed my entire family for no reason. I vow to stop him no matter what it takes. I'm more resolved than I've ever been.
何を言っている源十郎。俺たちに覚悟などいらない。覚悟などなくても役目を果たすのが貴子だ。
What are you talking about, Genjiro? You don't need to be resolved. It's a vessel's job to do things through their way. Do things. Oh gosh. It's a vessel's job to see things through either way. If you miss one word, it makes the whole sentence different. It's crazy.
そうですが。
It's certainly true.
光重も耳を貸すなよ。ろくなことにならんぞ。それにさっき拠点の中でじっとしていろと命じたばかりだ。やる気を出されても困る。
Yabuda, I still don't like you. I just want that to be on the record. It's not worth hearing him out, Mitsushigi. Besides, you just ordered him to stay put at the base, giving him the motivation not to would just complete things. Just complicate things. I wouldn't complete it and make it complicated. Classic.
このまま何も知らせずにいたら、源十郎はまた無茶を言い出しかねないな。
Actually, Genjiro will just start saying nonsense again if we kept him in the dark about this.
何？
What?
自分の部下のことは俺が一番分かっているつもりだよ。だから俺の知っていることは全て教える。
Alright, kids, settle in. It's story time. I know my subordinate better than anyone else, so I'm going to tell him everything I know.
でもその後はさっきの言葉をたがえず、何をしてでも
半蔵を止めるという心意気でいてくれ。それなら己の安全を第一に考えることもできるだろ
う。Once I do, Kuga, don't stray from what you just said about stopping Hanzo no matter what it takes. Can you promise me you'll put your own safety first?
宮地殿、感謝いたします。
I'm very grateful.
必ず
I'll keep my word.
約束はお守りしよう。
Neither one of them seem happy.
俺と清彦で小言を言って、お前が行動を改める可能性はどれくらいある？
Mitsugi, how likely are you to change your behavior if Kiyohiko and I tell you off?
今回に限っては全くないかな。
Zero this time.
では、好きにしろ。しかし責任はすべてお前が取れ。どうせ承知の上だろうが。
Do as you like. Just know that you bear all the responsibilities for this.
清彦も、それで構わないな。
Do you mind, Kiyohiko?
俺はもう行く。陰陽師の剣だけでも鬱陶しいのに。
I'm leaving. The soothsayer thing alone makes me depressed, but this is treason. Yobuda left the manor, grumbling to himself and not looking at either Kuga or Miyagi. Then Kyoshiro turned towards Kuga and peered straight into his eyes.
Genjuro, 光重の言葉、決して忘れるな。
Genjiro, don't ever forget what Miyagi just said.
承知しました。
Understood. Kyoshiro seemed satisfied about hearing Kyuga's response. He nodded and also followed Yobuda's out of the door. This left Miyagi and the Castletown team, Kuga, Yoichi, and myself at the base. Not to mention the vessels from each team. Maybe we should go ahead and leave then? I didn't really want to hear about his past anyways. I just thought Kuga might feel better without us around. I figured that if Kuga had decided himself to hear what Miyagi had to say, we should probably leave them alone, but then...
行くの？俺は聞きたいけどな。Genjuroも別に構わないだろ？
You're leaving, Leah? I'm dying to hear this. I'm sure Genjuro doesn't mind.
ああ。それで半蔵との戦いが少しでもやりやすくなるというのなら。
Not at all. If it'll make fighting Hanzo easier, as you mentioned earlier.
俺は別にいいよ。知ってても知らなくても、半蔵っていう変な良いかを倒さなきゃいけないって事実に変わりはないわけだし。
I don't really care either way. It doesn't change the fact that we've got to take down an oddball blightfall like Hanzo.
でも、そんな変な良いかだからこそ、少しでも情報を集めといた方がよくね？何が討伐の手がかりになるかわかんないんだし。
Isn't that exactly why we should be gleaning away information we can? Gleaning any, not away. We've got no idea where to find clues that would help us take him down. Otaru was poking his nose into this like a curious bystander, but he was a vessel. A vessel who's also evil. He was probably only saying this as an attempt to find some way to make it useful to the mission. And Miyagi, what is he going to do? Although he hadn't used the exact words when speaking earlier, Miyagi knew Kuga well from working alongside him for so long. Would he talk to Kuga alone or include the rest of us outsiders? I waited for his decision when...
その前に、ちょっと金次さんに聞きたいことがあるんだけど、いいかい？
Before we get into this, there's something I wanted to ask Kinji about. Do you mind?
僕にですか？
Me?
何でしょう？
Regarding what?
今、人形浄瑠璃の小屋でかけられているのは何の演目だったかな？確か
What play are they performing at the Banraku Puppet Theater? If I remember correctly, isn't it? A play performed using puppets, where no actor gives a dramatic recreation and accompanied by a shaman.
道中評判の敵討ちですね。
A tale of vengeance.
そういう話なら僕も同行しましょう。ただし、今回もカゴかき役は遠慮させてもらいますが。
In which case, allow me to join you. I have to once again refrain from carrying the litter, however.
Eh?
What? We're getting a play, guys. Get ready. It's a reenactment.
Yose hoi! Yose hoi!
Hip, 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 hip. Their enthusiastic voices resonated through the entertainment district at sunset as they carried Kuga in the litter. I couldn't tell this afternoon because I was inside the litter, but now I can see how hard they were working. I walked alongside the litter with Miyagi and Kinji, since fewer people knew me here in the entertainment district than in Castletown.
Genjuro を安全に移動させるには、今のところこれしか方法がないからね。東條君たちには苦労をかけて悪いけど。
There's no other way to move Genjiro safely at the moment. I feel bad about putting them through this,
平
though.
気でしょう。国高は力が有り余っていますし、友成は何も考えてないでしょうし、大太郎は自分から口を挟んだんですから。
I'm sure they're fine. Kunitaka's plenty strong. Tomonari probably doesn't think anything of it, and Otaru offered to do it. I take it Yoichi probably isn't okay then. Carrying the litter seemed to be quite an ordeal. Their shouts were beginning to sound pretty frantic.
後で何か埋め合わせをしなきゃな。ああ、でももう着くよ。
I'll have to compensate them for this later. We're almost there. At least you're theatrical, guys. I watched my first Joruri puppet play after going to Kabuki Theater to visit Kinji. Inside the puppet theater was just as lively as the Kabuki performance had been.
浄瑠璃は
Super loud.
西の方から始まったものなんですよ。最近こうして江戸にも小屋ができて、歌舞伎役者としては商売敵ですね。
Joruri originated in the Kansai area in the west. Small puppet theaters like these have popped up in Edo, creating competition for the city's kabuki actors.
そうそう。そもそも浄瑠璃と歌舞伎って公敵主導詞なんだよ。浄瑠璃の演目を歌舞伎でやったり、歌舞伎の演出を浄瑠璃が取り入れたり。
Right. Joruri and Kabuki have always been friendly rivals. Joruri Theater now do kabuki plays, and kabuki performances incorporate Joruri style singing.
そんな話してる場合じゃなかった。光重、一体どういうことだ？源十郎の持ち主の話をしてくれるんじゃないの？
But now's not the time to talk about that. Mitsugi, what in the world are we doing? Weren't we going to talk about Genjiro's owner? Seriously. She's like, I'm done. That's what we were supposed to be doing, but Miyagi brought us all to the entertainment district to watch a play for some reason. Don't worry, apparently your sword's famous. However, Kuga, the person this all revolved around, was sitting in the dark, staring at the stage very seriously without any complaints. Anyways, maybe I should take this seriously and watch. Here's the play now. The play began, which went roughly like this. The Ronin Genjimon Akahori swords, really, it's literally the guy's name, swordsmanship was second to none. His adopted father, Yukan Akihori, found his arrogance concerning. You're too confident. Yukan turned to Mom Ishii, a man renowned for his good character and his help in rectifying the Ronin behavior. To test Genjomon's mettle, Umon sent him back from whence he came. However, Gengumon didn't much care for this. Gengumon challenged Umon, they're Pokemon now, this is, to a duel and was beaten. Resentful about his loss, he ambushed Umon on the street at night and killed him. Umon murdered out of undue hatred, left behind 4 sons. To avenge their loving father, his 2 eldest sons, Sanojo and Hikoshichi, challenged Gengomon to a duel. Alas, Gengomon beat them at their own game and Sanjumon breathes his last breath. Hiko Shichi managed to survive only to be caught in a storm on his quest to chase down Gengomon and drowned. That's not Gengomon's fault at that point. Despite being mere infants when their father was murdered, Genzo and his younger brother Hanzo resolved to take matters into their own hands. After many trials and tribulations, the two of them finally succeeded in killing Gengomon Akahori, avenging their father's 29 years after his death. I actually forgot if I took a screenshot of this one. So he's dead. A sat in stunned silence, rooted to the spot as the curtains fell and the audience around us began to leave the tent. What's that?
この道中評判の敵討ちは20年ほど前に実際にあった事件を元にして作られた話なんだ。
Yeah, but was it good? Like, people care that A Tale of Vengeance is based on an actual incident that happened 20-some years ago. Miyagi slowly began to speak. The entire Onuaben honed in on the sound of Miyagi's voice after having paid attention to the puppet play.
しかし事実と違う点も多い。まず四男の半蔵は上門の実の息子じゃなくて形人だった。
Many parts of it is different from reality, however. First, Umon's youngest son, Hanzo, wasn't his actual son, he was form folk.
そして結末についてだけど、半蔵と玄蔵は玄五右衛門を倒せなかった。二人とも父や兄と同じように殺されてしまった。
In real life, Hanzo and Genzo weren't able to defeat Genjimon. They were both killed just like their father.
子供の頃から仇を追い続けて、結局殺されてしまうなんて哀れだと、当時はとても話題になったそうでね。
All anyone could talk about back then was how much of a shame it was that they were killed since they wanted to avenge their father ever since they were little.
それで劇にした作家が見た人を喜ばせるような内容に変えたんだろう。
The author of the play must have changed that detail to something he thought would make the audience happier.
あと、玄五右衛門が脇差しを奪う描写がなかったけど、それは単に後世の人に語り継がれなかっただけだろうね。
Also, Gengomon was never depicted stealing a wakizashi in the play, but that's only because the dead don't talk.
それを宮地殿が知っているということは。
And sir, you know this because...
ああ、みんなも気づいているだろうが、この物語は源十郎の元の持ち主と半蔵の因縁を描いたものになっている。
As you may have already realized, the story depicts the connection between Genjiro's previous owner and Hanzo.
赤堀玄五右衛門こそ源十郎の元になった道具の持ち主なんだ。
Gengomon Akahori owned the object Genjuro was derived from. Kuga must have been prepared to hear this, since the moment he heard the name Tadamin Asame leave Hanzo's lips, but his owners not only stole the precious object he came from, he killed the person who forged it. If I were in Kuga's shoes, I would have been praying there'd been some kind of mistake. But the truth had been forced onto him. He was not forced, he asked, and there was no way to hide from it.
光重は分かってたわけ。半蔵とかいう形人が現れて、源十郎を玄五右衛門って敵扱いし始めた時から。
You knew about this, Mitsugi. You knew ever since Hanzo showed up calling Genjuro Gengomon and started trying to exact revenge on him.
すまない。俺は源十郎の元になった脇差しがどういった経緯で幕府のものになったのか聞いていた。
Sorry, I heard how Genjuro's sword came to the shogunate's possession. Please. I heard how Genjuro's sword came into shogunate's possession. I guessed the rest the moment I heard their names. Huh, that explains what happened when we first talked to him about Hanzo. The color of Miyagi's emotional threads usually matched what he said, but they had been a slightly different color then.
その経緯を 私にもお聞かせ願えますか？
May I ask how it did? Kuga asked Miyashi quietly. He may have been quiet, but...
宮下殿。
Sir.
そうだね。俺の知っていることはすべて教えるという約束だった。
Right. I promise to tell you everything I know.
さっき、半蔵とその兄が源五右衛門に返り討ちにされたことが哀れまれて、事件が有名になったと言っただろ。
You know how I mentioned that the incident was infamous because people felt bad for Hanzo and his older brother. It's brothers, but killed by Gengomon was trying to avenge their
それ
father.
で過去の悪事も知られて、源五右衛門は住んでいた藩から追い出されたそうだ。そして生活に困って脇差しを七に。
When people found out about the terrible things he had done, they chased Gengomon out of the fief he was living in. Unsure how to get by, he pawned the
その
sword.
後しばらくは傘職人などをして生計を立てていたようだが、すでに病気で亡くなったそうだよ。
I got so nervous because we've met an umbrella vendor. Afterwards, he made a living as an umbrella vendor for a while before eventually succumbing to an illness.
なるほど。よくわかりました。
I see. Very well then. Kuga was on edge while listening next. I was on edge while listening next to him. I hope he's okay after hearing all that. I was concerned that he knew too much about his past now and worried because his past must have been a painful one for him to know. Miyagi seemed to feel the same way. I didn't even need to check his threads. I could tell by looking on his face.
まさか
But sometimes his
道
threads
中
don't match
評
the
判の
looks.
敵討ちにこんな真実があったとは。とりあえず来た甲斐はありましたね。
I had no idea there was any truth to a televengeance. Coming here was worth our time after all.
女型の目立つ劇じゃないし、キクリアではやらなそうだけどな。
Doesn't seem like the kind of play you'd do over at Kikuoriya since the Onagata wouldn't really stand out. Although the entertainment district crew seemed as unbothered, or should I say vessel-like as ever.
まあ、俺たちの出自なんてみんなそんなものさ。源十郎だけが特別というわけじゃない。
We all have similar origins. Genjiro's nothing special.
もしかしたらマシな方かも。
Right, possibly even better.
はあ、本当にその通りだよ。だからあそこで話を終わらせておけばよかったのに。
Pretty much should have just ended this conversation back at the base, but then you wouldn't have had this gorgeous play. I guess Tojo and Yorichi are bothered by it too. Although Tomonari appeared to simply be giving his thoughts. This may be the first time I've ever seen vessels show concern for another vessel. I guess that's why Kyuga's reacting a little bit different than he did before. Has nothing to do with the fact that he's got his emotions back. Nothing. Days had gone by in a flash since Hanzo, now a spirit, disappeared without a trace. Hanzo was nowhere to be seen, but the Oniwaban spent every single day constantly assuming he might be somewhere nearby.
俺は半蔵さんの助太刀をするんだ。こんなところでお前らに捕まっているわけにはいかん。
I'm helping Hanzo. I would never let the likes of people like you arrest me here. In the corner of Castletown, a form folk who was caught in a net was shouting loudly.
早くやっちゃって。後が詰まってる。
Hey Leah, hurry it up. You're holding us up. Okay. At Yorichi's insistence, I touched the form folk as he frantically squirmed around after getting caught in the nest. I prayed and prayed with all my heart that he'd go back to his old self to free him from Hanzo's control. Then, sprinkle sprackle. I could see in his face that he was back to his law-abiding self despite having hurled his curses at us just moments before, his threads of fiery red. Phew! I was simultaneously relieved that I successfully managed to purify him, and also wondering how many people I'd performed the Stow sacrament on today. Did I say it right? The city of Ito was currently in an uproar over the recent rash of form folk running rampant. Form folk who had been living completely ordinary lives suddenly went mad, demanding Genjuro show himself. This was clearly Hanzo's doing. Form folk all over Ito fell victim to it even faster than the kidnappings. With no idea what was happening, people were beginning to fear the form folk themselves.
はあ、今日も一日江戸中を走り回って終わったんだけど。
Yet another day of running around Edo done. We have no choice. If they were locked up in jail, we wouldn't be able to perform the snow sacrament on them. Yeah, we've gotta wrap this up before anyone else finds them.
じゃなくて、俺が言ってるのはキリがないって話。だって一回注ぎしても半蔵にもう一回洗脳されたらまた暴走するわけじゃん。
I'm saying there's no end to this. Just because we perform the snow sacrament on them doesn't mean Hanzo won't brainwash them into going on another
しかも
rampage.
下手人は霊体だからみんなに注意しろって言っても無駄だし。光重たちもまだ倒す方法はわかんないって言うし。
And he's a spirit now, meaning there's no point in telling everyone to be careful. Mitsugi and the rest said they still have no idea how to defeat him. True. Got me there. Hearing him describe the situation like that made me want to heave a big sigh too. When Hanzo first ran amok, form folk simply fell asleep after being captured by him. We were glad to see the brainwashing went away on its own once they were woke up, but that only lasted momentarily before they started going on rampages without warnings. Ever since, we'd been working hard to perform the snow sacrament on all the form folk before they woke up in order to prevent any further rampages. However, only form folk have been involved with Hanzo at first, but now form folk we'd already performed the snow sacrament on were starting to go crazy again. This would never end no matter how many times we purified them.
見なよ。あれ、形人じゃねえか。
He's a form folk, ain't he?
本当だ。このご時世によく形人を連れて歩けるもんだね。暴れ出したらどうするつもりなんだか。
He is. These days you can't walk around with a form folk who knows what the hell happened if he goes crazy. Uh-oh. There was one other thing bringing my mood down. It was catching snippets of conversations that I never would have expected to hear simply walking around Ito before.
いっそのこと、形人なんかみんな道具に戻しちまえば安心して暮らせるのにな。
I'd rather turn all the form folk back into objects, that way we could all live in peace. It kind of reminds me of being back in the village where living with form folk was banned. With townspeople staring at them and whispering, the form folk and his female companion, likely his owner, awkwardly made themselves smaller as they walked around. Hey Yoichi, do you think Hanzo's trying to threaten us by making all these form folk run wild?
脅し？どういう意味？
Threaten? What do you mean? He's a spirit. He can go anywhere he wants except for places with barriers around them. Wouldn't it be so much easier for Hanzo to look for Kuga himself instead of manipulating form folk into doing it for him? So why is he doing this?
ああ、源十郎を差し出せ、かくまうなっていう半蔵からのことづけかもしれないってあんたは思ってるわけね。
True. So you think this whole give up Genjiro and stop hiding him things in order from Hanzo? Yeah. Not that we would ever hand him over. That's the absolute last thing I want to do. I don't know if I'd say ever. If all Hanzo wanted to do was find Kuga, his method was terribly ineffective. I figured he must have some other motive.
町の人間でもそんなこと言ってるやつは多いよね。これは源十郎に殺されたやつの怨念とか呪いだとか微妙に正解なんだけど。
A lot of humans in town have been saying it must be some kind of grudge or curse from someone Genjiro killed, which is technically true, I suppose. No, it isn't. Kuga hasn't done anything to Hanzo.
でもあいつは未だに源十郎が仇だと思い込んでるからね。まあそれはいいとして、半蔵の狙いは明らかに江戸を混乱させることでしょう。
They're still convinced that Genjiro is the one he's looking for. Either Enough about this. Clearly Hanzo's goal is to sow chaos in
だってこれだ
Edo.
け住民の心がめちゃくちゃなのに、自然発生の良いかは全く増えてない。半蔵が取り込んでるって考える方が自然じゃない？
But I mean, Blightfall haven't been spawning more frequently even though people are all messed up over it. Doesn't it just make sense that Hanzo's involved? The words rolled off of Yoichi's tongue as if he had collected his thoughts of this a long time ago. Does that mean the more mayhem there is in Edo, the more powerful Hanzo becomes? That'd be horrible.
ありえない話じゃないだろ。神の力を得た良いかなんだから。
It's not out of the realm of possibility. He's a Blightfall with godly powers after all.
形人を連れ去ったり、源十郎の悪い噂を流したのには、そういう意図もあったのかもしれないね。
Maybe taking all the form folk and spreading bad rumors about Genjuro were part of his plan all along. I feel like we're always one step behind Hanzo. There was no getting around it. Finding a way to defeat a spirit, Blightfall like Hanzo, something we had no precedent for, was going to take a long time. It frustrated me that everything aside from battle was going swimmingly for Hanzo, like the rumors about Kuga or passing people bad-mouthing form folk. My single most important duty is to protect the people of Edo in order to make them make their lives even a tiny bit more peaceful, and yet defeating Blightfall, protecting the townsfolk's way of life, not being able to do either filled me with unease. I'd been running around putting all my energy into snow sacraments, but essentially accomplishing nothing. Just doing nothing.
河村たち来てないか。今日こそ半蔵を倒す手を見つけたって知らせがないか期待してたんだけど。
Kamamura and the others aren't coming. I was kind of hoping they'd tell us they found a way to beat Hanzo today. I guess not. We'll have to send our report to Miyagi's house later. After heading back to the base, I walked down the hallway with Yoichi. Kyoshiro and the others would join us soon as they'd made some progress figuring out a way to defeat Hanzo. The fact that they were nowhere to be seen meant they were still investigating. Chirp! Kamame. Kamame came hurtling out when she heard Yoichi's voice, since I let her run free in my room. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The next moment, she was cheerfully nuzzling Yoichi's foot.
そっか。あんたも今拠点で暮らしてるんだっけ？源十郎の屋敷じゃなくて。
Right. I forgot you're living here at the base, not Genjiro's house. Yeah, there's no point in guarding it without Kuga around, and it's dangerous over there since Hanzo knows where he lives now. Speaking of which, Yoichi was no longer living here at the base. He was back to staying at the Yanagi Brewery. I'm back. Hi. Hello, Sleazy. Welcome back. To be perfectly honest, I thought he should stay here at the base since he was as busy as ever with Oniwaban task. Say, why don't you come live here again, Yoichi?
Yada.
Yeah, no. My little antisocial bestie here. You could at least keep an eye on Kuga. You know, it doesn't matter what you say. I can tell you're worried about him.
してない。めんどい。やだ。
No, I'm not. Hell no. He won't even give me the time of day. She's like, isn't he so cool? Kamame clung to Yoichi's foot, also saddened. See, Kamame wants you to stay here with us too. I don't think she'll let you leave. Yoichi shot me a thoroughly annoyed look before kneeling down and picking Kamame up in the palm of his hands.
じゃ、今晩だけ預かる。どうせ明日も一日あんたと行動するし。
Fine, I'll watch you tonight, but only because you're working together all day tomorrow. Chirp? What?
報告書も俺が帰りついでに光重んとこに届けておくから。じゃあね。
I'll drop the report off at Mitsugi's on my way home later. What? While I stood there bewildered, Yoichi took an overjoyed Komame with him and left the base. He stole my bird. He actually turned me down. I just thought it'd be a little livelier around the base with Yorichi here, which might cheer Kuga up. You cheer Kuga up. I went back to my own room and sighed to myself with Komame gone. It was the complete opposite of lively. The huge bass was even more silent, especially since we turned the music off. Well, who knows if that would have even cheered him up anyways. Earlier, I'd been so preoccupied with the idea that Vessels didn't even feel depressed or that Kuga might actually be annoyed that I was concerned about him. In other words, I didn't see Kuga as, well, himself. And as a result, I ended up leaving him to worry by himself for a while. Nice, just leave him. Is that a little skeleton? I can't tell. That would have never happened if I had more experience dealing with people. Thinking about it made me feel so bad for Kuga, I could feel my chest tightening up. But I know how to avoid repeating the same mistake. I'm gonna go talk to him. Let's go! You're gonna go break into his room? Kuga, it's Lee. May I come in? I called out to him since I couldn't see a faint amount of light coming from his room, but he didn't answer. Is he practicing in the yard? Remember last time you were looking for him? Excuse me, Kuga. He's just breathing in here? Okay. When I quietly opened the sliding door, Kuga straightened up on the tatami mat and continued staring intently at his wakizashi. Kuga had been like this ever since Miyagi had told him the story about his old owner. He used to brood like this a lot when we were ordered to stay home at his house. I could talk to him, but he probably wouldn't even notice. Normally, he was so sharp, just standing in front of the door would have alerted him to my presence. That alone told me how deep in thought he was, which made me feel very conflicted. Kuga.
お前か。
Is that you? You have eyes, sir. Yes, I'll be quick. I came to give you the daily report. Kyoshiro and the others are still investigating ways to defeat Hanzo, so we don't have anything to share. Aw. I told him first assuming he wanted to know that above all else, but he looked disappointed. Well, looked might be too strong a word. Perhaps it was because I spent more time with Kuga than anyone else I'd met since coming to Ito. Or maybe it was because I'd been worrying about him any time I wasn't focused on work. But there was no way I could miss the nearly imperceivable change in his expression. Leah. Huh. Yes.
報告の前に少し私の話を聞いてくれないだろうか。とは言っても、お前に話して聞かすほど私の考えもまとまってはいないのだが。
Before we discuss your report, do you mind hearing me out for a moment? Not that my thoughts are organized enough that I have anything to tell you.
前に私が悩んでいるのだと教えてくれたとき、お前と話すことによって己の内側に存在する名状しがたい何かを理解することができた。
Earlier when you said I was worried, talking to you helped me understand something inside of me that I found hard to describe.
今の私にはそれが必要だと思う。だからお前の力を借りたい。
Oh my stars. I think I need that right now, so I'd like your help. I came here because I needed to talk to him. I never thought I'd ever hear Kuga say he wanted to talk to me too. I'm so sorry. I think? Or relieved? If I had threads around my own neck, I'm sure they would have been very in proper colors. As touched as I was that Kuga needed my support, I knew I shouldn't be carried away with myself. Get carried away with myself. He was in trouble. Of course I help. Could you explain what's on your mind just like you did last time? I steeled both my face and mind before sitting directly in front of Kuga, obscuring his view of the sword.
お前は私のことをどう思っている？
How do you feel about me? I'm sorry, what? Yes? I let out a hysterical yelp when I thought I'd just braced myself for this conversation. What do you mean by that?
私はお前から、いや、お前以外でもいいのだが、他の者から何かを盗もうとするような素振りを見せたことがあったか？
Do I seem to you, well, anyone, do I seem like the kind of person who would steal? Steal somebody else's things? You?
ああ。
Yes. I wasn't sure what he was getting at, which left me feeling even more confused. I just thought about Tojo's route, which I doubt this is what's happening here, but he smoked because his own owner smoked. Is he just a klepto? Has anything gone missing recently? You would never. You're the sort of gentleman who would give away one of your rice balls even though you only packed 2 for lunch.
わかった。
I see.
では次の質問だ。
Next question then.
私に対し傲慢だと思ったことはあるか？また夜道を共に歩いているとき、隙を見て殺されそうだと感じたことは？
Some weird hypotheticals, Kuga. Have you ever thought I was arrogant or gotten the sense I would murder you on the street at night while we were walking together if I saw the opportunity? Kuga was saying some pretty strange things. Are we gonna say that he's actually not imbued with his old master, but the person who made the sword? They were so strange, I had a feeling I knew exactly what he was worried about. You're talking about Genjimon Akahori, and not yourself, aren't you? You would never steal. You're not arrogant, and you wouldn't murder me. Absolutely not. Why are you so worried about that? Genjimon Akahori was just your owner. You're your own person, Kuga. I knew he'd been unhappy this entire time, that Hanzo equated him to Akahori, and that the townspeople believed the rumors. I never would have expected Kuga to start acting as if he and Akahori were the same person. Kuga probably only thought this because he was worried, but knowing that kind of person he was, it made me incredibly sad that he thought that.
知っているか？主人の道具への思い入れがあまりに強い場合、形人は主人によく似た姿になるらしい。
Leo, were you aware that if someone in particular is particularly attached to an object, the resulting form folk strongly resembles its master? Well, my form folk that I created wants me to get married to a rich man, and I don't seem to be caring about that, so I don't think it's that strong. What?
形人は物に宿る魂と主の思いが結びついて生まれる。
It's a good point. If he loved you so much, would he sell you?
主の強い愛着に影響を受けるのは不自然ではないように思う。
Form folk are born when an object's soul and owner's love for it combines. It makes sense the owner's personal attachment to the object would impact them as
なの
well.
で人間の親とこのように。だとすれば受け継がれるのは容姿だけではなく内面もそうなのではないだろうか。
Just like the phrase like father, like son, in which case wouldn't they also pass down who they are inside, not just their looks? Would they? That would mean Mimi looks nothing like you. Kuga's doubts about himself weren't completely unfounded. If so, the anguish he felt once he learned more about his owner undoubtedly ran deeper than I ever could have
お前
imagined.
は先ほど私は盗みや殺しなどしないと言ってくれたな。私も自分ではそのつもりで生活していた。
You said a few moments ago that I would never steal or murder. I've lived my life with no intention of doing those things
だ
either.
がしかし自分ではわからないうちに赤堀のような言動をしている可能性もなくはないと気にかかっていたのだ。
However, I'm worried that it's entirely possible that I might act like Akahori without even realizing it. No, really, you would never.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
しかし今の私は 心や記憶を封じられている。故にそれらしい面が出ていないだけで、解放されれば赤堀と同じ極悪人なのかもしれん。
But the only reason that side of me hasn't shown itself is that my heart and memories are sealed away. If unleashed, I could be just as villainous as Akahori.
封印が解ければ処分される身の上なのだから気に病む必要はないのだが、しかし私は
It's my lot in life to be discarded if the seal ever comes undone, so there's no need for me to fret over it, still.
いずれ己が己でなくなるやもしれんことが不安なのだろう。
Either way, I'm worried that I might stop being myself and not even know it. Kuga mumbled this before looking at me, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips.
やはり思った通りだ。
I knew talking to you would
お
help
前に話すと考えがまとまる。
me get my thoughts together.
しかし困ったものだな。今回は不安の存在にこそ気づけたが、それを振り払う方法がない。
I'm not sure what to do though. I recognize that I'm worried about something, but I have no way of shaking that
以前
feeling.
は半蔵さえ倒せればなんとかなる悩みだったが、これはあいつが消えたところで済むものでもない。
My earlier dilemma could be
それ
solved.
に関係なく半蔵を滅するのは
Kuga.
最優先事項だが。
My earlier dilemma could be solved by defeating Hanzo. Taking him down is the number one priority regardless, but his disappearance won't fix this problem. Remember when you speak from the diaphragm when doing the men's voices? I don't have the time. Besides, anytime I do a voice for someone, I forget and then I stop doing it later. Kuga. This had to be something that only worried him because he was a vessel. Humans didn't even worry about resembling their masters or being otherwise influenced by them. You can't that's not the kind of okay. Form folk didn't have their hearts and memories sealed away, so they had no need to worry about what would happen if the seal came undone. Wait a second, is that true? Didn't form folk and humans, for that matter, also worry about resembling or being influenced by other people? Especially the father-son relationship Kuga mentioned. Kuga, what I'm about to say might not make any sense at all. But do you mind if I share my thoughts too? Maybe we can think about what's bugging you
そう
together.
か。それは心強い。それで、お前は私の話を聞いて、
Would
どんな
you?
ことを思った？
That would be reassuring. So what do you think about hearing me out? Kuga and I had completely reversed roles. Just like Kuga, who had fumbled for the right words the entire time, I began to talk after careful deliberation. I used to worry about something when I was little too. I always wondered why I was like this, even though my father wasn't a mind-reading demon himself.
悟りの化け物。
A mind-reading demon. It's unrelated. Yes. Since I could see threads and tell people's emotions, mentioning it out loud made people afraid of me. I wondered why it was me. Thanks to Lord Yoshimon, I now know I inherited my mother's powers, and I've been blessed with the opportunities to put them to good use. Is this your way of saying, hint, hint, you inherited your other father's emotions? I knew nothing back then, and it filled me with unease. I really gave up hope a few times because I figured, what's the use? Wait, why am I even talking about this? I only started talking about it because I thought it might lead to something that would solve his problems. Oh, right. What I mean is, maybe Genjimon Akahori isn't the only person you resemble or were influenced by. That's how I felt when I learned I was a member of the Hakuseki clan. My powers were passed down to me from my mother, my grandmother, my grandpa, my older ancestors. Thanks to Tomonari and Tojo coming together, coming to get me and being sought out by the Onuaban, I've stopped putting myself down as a monster. And yet, if I had never known about the Hakusekis, I probably would have thought I was the only odd one out in the entire world. Finding out my powers have been passed down for a long time was a bit of a relief. It also made me realize my Hakuseki abilities weren't the only thing I inherited.
能力だけじゃない。
Not the only thing. I don't remember her, but I think I also resemble my mother in ways that aren't just my abilities to see threads. Mimi used to tell me all the time that I was a dead ringer for my dad, my habits, the way I laugh, when I'm having fun. That's what it means to be a family. Before you were you, when you were still just an object, you belonged to Hanzo's dad, right? Correct. He nodded, his eyes slightly downcast. Now that he knew Akihori stole him after killing Hanzo's father, the truth must be difficult for him to swallow. Praying that what I was about to say would shift his view on the matter even slightly, I continued talking. Tools aren't used by a single person. Some are shared by families, staying in use over several generations. I'm sure you inherited many different qualities from everyone who wielded you with care, including Hanzo's dad and Hanzo himself. What I'm trying to say is I don't think you need to worry about a single owner you had. Besides, you didn't only inherit your personality back when you were an object. You're who you are thanks to all the people you've met and experiences you've had. Even if the seal on your heart and memories broke, I think you would still be you. I looked into Kuga's eyes and stated this very clearly.
私とお前は立場が違う。キコと人間だ。
Oh my god, Kuga's doing that. We're not the same. Our situations are different. I'm a vessel and you're a human. Gah. I worked so hard to communicate my thoughts, but they didn't seem to resonate with Kuga
だ
at
からお
all.
前の先祖や両親の話と私に複数の持ち主が存在するという話に
Your
直接の関係
story
はない。
about your parents and ancestors and me having multiple owners are completely unrelated. True, you're right.
しかし近しさを見出すことはできる。重要なのは誰かから受け継いだものだけではないとお前は言いたいのだろう。
However, I can see the similarities between them. You're trying to say that I didn't necessarily inherit everything that's important to who I am.
白石の一族に伝わる能力だけがお前の全てではないように赤堀の存在が私の全てではないように。
You inherited your Hakuseki powers, but that's not the entirety of who you are. Just like Akahori's existence isn't the entirety of who I am. Right. You did inherit some of those things, and they might be important, but they're not everything.
ああ。お前の言う通り、その一部分だけで己の全てが決定するという考えは、物事の捉え方としていささか危険ではある。
Indeed, you're right. The idea that one part of me determined the sum of who I am is a rather dangerous way to approach things. Wow. I've done a terrible job of explaining, but Kuga was clever enough to fully grasp what I
と
meant.
はいえ、私とお前が同じだとはやはり思えないが。
That said, I don't think you and I are anything alike. After all, your hands are so much smaller than mine. Sorry.
いや、謝るな。私はただ不思議で仕方がないだけだ。
Don't apologize. I just can't help but find it odd.
今も言ったばかりだが、私はお前と自分の立場を別のものだと感じている。
I know I just said this, but your situation feels completely different from mine.
それなのに、お前が過去に私と似たような悩みや不安を感じていたのだと知っただけで、感じていた苦しさがわずかに和らいだのだ。
You enjoy not feeling alone. I get it. It's a common thing, Kuga. And yet, simply knowing you experience the same sort of worry and anxiety I'm dealing with now makes it a little less hard to bear. I thought I'd completely messed that up, but I managed to help after all. The thought brightened my gloomy mood considerably.
どういうことだろうか。いわゆる他人の不幸を喜ぶというものか。あまりいい趣味には思えないが。
What does this mean then? Is this that what people call delighting in someone else's misfortunes? It doesn't strike me as being in terribly good taste. Well, that does happen sometimes. I wouldn't say they're glad others are happy, just relieved to know they're not the only ones going through it.
なぜだ。自分の悩みが消えるわけでもあるまい。
But why? It's not like your problems go away. Good question. Maybe people are just relieved to know they're not alone.
お前も先ほどそのようなことを話していたな。
You mentioned that earlier too. After thinking silently to himself for a little while, Kuga looked right at me one more time.
どうやらこの手のことにかけて私は赤子同然らしい。人や形人の感情の基地を見て取るのは慣れたつもりだったが。
Subterfuge is definitely it. Got it. Apparently, I'm no better than a newborn when it comes to this. I'm used to interpreting people's emotions, but I'm clearly incapable of interpreting my own. Because you didn't have emotions until recently.
それだけ人間というのはこんな風に日々あらゆることに心を砕いているということか。
You're like my master giving me guidance? You mean to tell me humans rack their brains like this over everything day in and day out? Not over everything. Some of us are unique and special, and we do it way too much. I guess so. I definitely think a lot, although you could also say I have a lot to worry about.
人もなかなか大変なのだな。しかし簡単に答えの出ない悩みも多いだろう。今の私や幼い頃のお前のように。
Kuga's over here making me question my existence as a person in the world. It must be rough being human. Aren't a lot of problems difficult to come up with an answer? Like the situation I'm in now or when you were little?
そういう時はどうする？やはりこうして誰かに話をして考えをまとめつつ、己の境遇に類似した他人の不安や苦労を聞くことで気を休めるのか？
What do you do? Set your mind at ease by talking to someone to help collect your thoughts, like now? I was alone until very recently. Listen to others' problems and struggle resembling your own? Sure, you could do that, although that was a pretty blunt way of describing it. He wasn't wrong, but there had to be a more positive method. Oh, right. Well, worrying over the same thing constantly will just wear you down and make you more depressed, won't it? Dang! It would indeed. Since you'll just start worrying about things that never bothered you before, making things even harder. You should make time to take your mind off of things. No. For example, petting Komame helps me.
お前の育てているスズメだったな。
Komame? You mean that sparrow you've been raising? Yeah, just holding her in my hand feeling the warmth of another being is strangely soothing. Come to think of it, I remember hugging Mimi and my dad anytime I felt lonely or was going through a rough time as a kid. Now Komame fills that niche for me.
なるほど。
I see. All right. My explanation seemed to be going much better this time. Kuga was listening to what I had to say with great interest. Then, just as I hoped.
私もこまめに触れていいか?
Do you mind if I pet Komame as well? Of course. You can't. You can't. Komame's not here.
どうした?
What's wrong? Oh, sorry. Yoichi is watching Komame today. I guess we'll just have to hug. Took that option off the table. Why today of all days? He's never once offered to watch her for me until just now. I found myself resenting Yoichi a bit, though he hadn't done anything wrong. But that was my fault for dragging him over, knowing he didn't want to be here in the first place. Sorry for bringing it up. She'll be back tomorrow.
そうか。では差し支えなければ、今夜はお前を抱いていいか
We did it. We convinced him. She will. Well, if it's all right with you, do you mind if I give you a hug tonight instead? Huh?
こまめがいないときは、父や姉に抱きついていたのだろう。いや、父や姉に抱きつけないから、こまめを手に乗せるようになったという話だったか。
You said you used to hug your father and sister before you had Komame, right? I mean, you mentioned letting Komame sit in your hand because you can't hug them. That wasn't really the point, but I probably ought to be used to this by now, though. Hearing they spelt his name? No, Kuga say things like that always took me by surprise, but I knew he had no underlying motive. I know this is in my head, and yet it still makes my heart skip a beat. Wait, now's not the time for this. Of course you can. If it'll make you feel a little better, then let's give it a shot. My face was getting hotter every second, but I still opened my arms wide to show him I was ready for a hug. Just like Komame the first time she was offered food, Kuga's eyed me cautiously. Kuga, everything okay?
抱きつくということをしたことがないので、勝手がわからん。うまくできるだろうか。
I've never given someone a hug before, so I'm not exactly sure how to. I'm not sure I'll be able to do it right. Oh, it's okay, I don't mind. I mean, I don't think he's doing it wrong. I think you are. What the heck are you doing? Oh. All of a sudden, he closed the distance between us, and I found myself staring at his chest. When he reached around my back, I could feel his sturdy arms and large hands touching me. However, that's all he was doing. Honestly, it was more like he was hovering over me. Kuga, are you hugging me? He just said he didn't know how to hug someone. I was extremely close to Kuga's chest, and his hands were on my back, so I slightly feel how warm he
だから
was.
うまくできるだろうかと言ったのだ。あまり強くすると、お前が痛がるだろうし。
I told you I wasn't sure if I could do it. I'd probably hurt you if I held you any tighter. Nah, I'll be fine. I told you to, so don't hold back.
わかった。
Okay. Your hands are still in the wrong spot. I could feel his arms flex through our kimonos. My face was buried in his chest. At this point, my legs were no longer neatly tucked beneath me Caesar style. I was up against Kuga's knees, sitting cross-legged like him. It made my heart
痛く
pound.
ないか。
I'm not hurting you, am I, Leah? No.
そうか。しかし、苦しいんじゃないか。
Are you
息が上
sure?
がっている。
You're out of breath. Boy. No, I'm not. I'm just nervous, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. Anyways, don't worry, I'm fine. If it hurts, I'd tell you.
そうしてくれ。痛くても言ってくれ。
Please do, even if it hurts. Huga's really... There was no use giving it any more thought, although we were touching. Huga's heart definitely wasn't racing like mine. I feel like you could feel his heartbeat.
温かいな。
You're warm. You are too, you know.
というより、熱いかもしれん。
You're more than just warm, you're hot. That was probably all my fault. Sorry, should we stop?
それは、離れてほしいという意味か。
Are you saying you want to? Huh? No, that's not what I meant. I just thought you were complaining I was too warm.
いい。効果がありそうだ。
It's fine, this seems effective.
お前の心臓の音は大きいな。これが伝わってくると、確かに落ち着くような気がする。
Why would that be calming? Your heart is beating really loudly. Being able to tell it really is rather
お
calming.
前にもこんな風に私の胸の音が聞こえてるんだろうか。
Can you hear my heart beating like that too? I was so embarrassed I couldn't bring myself to say anything. He seemed to really like it and was just quietly standing there holding me in his embrace. He probably feeling pretty warm himself from doing this. Besides my heartbeat, it really wasn't beating all that loudly, but he could feel it steadily thumping because we were holding each other so tightly. This all started out as a way to soothe his anxiety, but I probably found it more relieving than he did. I knew it. He's no different from me. His heart and memories are just sealed away. No, even the seal doesn't matter when you're together. It does, though. Kuga probably wouldn't agree with this line of thought since he just got done telling me humans and vessels were different. Still, I only just realized by touching each other like this, his body was warm and his heart made noise when it beats too. My nose was buried in his kimono, which smelt faintly of sweet sweat mixed with incense. No. When I looked up, I occasionally glimpsed his Adam's apple moving. What did I do? I want to keep doing this for as long as possible. I wasn't sure why I felt so heartbroken and frustrated. Kuga would probably marvel if I said I wasn't quite sure what emotion I was feeling right now, even though my own heart didn't have a seal in it. Kuga?
なんだ
What? Do you mind if I hug you back? I was so nervous my voice cracked. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we were one-siding hugging this and that's what was happening. I was so nervous my voice cracked, I couldn't help that my throat was dry, so I cleared it a few times to moisten it.
Come on.
I don't mind. Hugo's voice was quieter than usual despite how close he was. It made my ears tickle a bit. As nervous as I was, I put my arms around his broad shoulders and gently rested them there, like what he had done at first. I might have just imagined things, but do I detect him silently trying to tell me that's not quite what I was supposed to do? Maybe it really was my imagination. Still, I was also a little bit weird of me to get cold feet when I just told him not to hold back. Here goes. I gave him a squeeze with my arms I just wrapped around him. He silently hugged me back a bit harder than before. That hurts a little. I wasn't sure if it hurt because I was putting too much arm into it or because my heart was beating too fast. Thank you. But he'd pulled away if I told him that, so I silently reveled in his warmth. That should have been a CG of its own. What are we talking about here? How dare you not show her hugging back? The next day I got dressed and then walked down the hallway rubbing sleepy eyes. I was so nervous after that I couldn't sleep. Fortunately, that didn't mean I hadn't slept a single wink all night. Still, I was clearly more sleep deprived than usual. Weird, I was nervous the first time I slept in the same room as Kuga, and then things got hairy in the litter, but I managed to sleep just fine both times. We'd ended up battling Hanzo immediately after what had happened in the litter, so I could chalk it up to having bigger things to worry about at the time. Besides, we had hugged last night. I'd probably been a bit flustered by how long we held each other. Okay, time to forget about that. Komame will be back today, so he won't need hugs from me anymore. I was fully aware of how awkward I was being, but that would go away on its own like it always did once I focused on work. What's the big deal if Kuga and I run into each other here at the base when no one else is around? Chirp! What? I was so lost in my thoughts that it took me a few seconds too long to even notice Komame at my feet. Komame, what happened? I woke up early this morning to pick you up from Yoichi's. Chirp, chirp. We stayed up late. We gossiped about boys. Komame appeared almost gallant as she looked at me.
俺が先に夜市のところに行って起こしてきたんだ。今日はまず 拠点に集まってほしかったからね。
I went to Yoichi's and woke him up. I wanted him to meet me here at the base today. Oh. I turned around when I heard the voice I knew so well and saw Miyagi, Kyoshiro, and Yobuta standing there. Behind them was Yoichi, looking even more lethargic than usual, as well as the rest of the Oniwaban.
俺、ほんとついさっき寝たとこだったんだけどな。
I only just fell asleep a little bit ago.
でも飛び起きただろ。ついに半蔵へ一矢報いれるかもしれないんだから。
But you jumped out of bed when you heard, right? This may finally be our chance to get back at Hanzo. Oh, of course. Kyoshiro and the others have been posted at Shido Castle recently. Since they had turned up at the base, I assumed something must have changed about the situation. Hearing him put it that way really lifted my spirits. Just then, I heard a flurry of footsteps somewhere inside the base.
宮地だろ。それに皆も。
Sir, everyone. Kuga came running when he heard their voices. I could see it in his eyes that he had his hopes up, just like I did. I couldn't tell if he sensed it or if it was just a coincidence, but Kyoshiro was as calm and composed as ever when he spoke.
Genjuro, お前も広間へ来い。
Genjuro, come to the reception hall with us.
これよりお前たちに霊体型良いか半蔵を倒す方法を共有する。
But before that, allow me to share how we'll defeat the spirit Blightfall that is Hanzo.
この辺はもう俺が言うまでもなくみんなわかってるだろうけど、形人が良いかとなった場合、考えうる倒し方は2つだ。
I'm sure it goes without being said around here, but when form folk become Blightfall, there are two possible ways to defeat them, even though we've only ever defeated one Blightfall form folk before, and she's alive. She's doing great, actually.
一つは形人の元になった道具を壊すこと。そしてもう一つは一時的なものになるけど、実体化の要となっている木札を破壊すること。
One is to destroy the object the form folk is based on, the other is more temporary, destroying the wooden tag they need to maintain their physical form.
しかし、半蔵にはいずれも通用しない。相手は霊体だから木札は見えていても触れないし、あの体じゃ道具だって持ち歩けないはずだ。
However, neither apply to Hanzo. He's a spirit, so we can't touch his tag even if we can see it. But he can walk around with the object he came from. But he can't walk around with the object he came from.
となると、どこかに隠していることになるが、半蔵の故郷にあるのか、それとも道具ごと霊体化しているのか、可能性が多すぎて捜索は難しい。
He may be hiding the object, but there's no telling if it's in his hometown or turned intangible too. It'd be a difficult search with so many possibilities.
だから、俺たちは霊体である半蔵本人をどうにかするための方法を探った。
Hence, we search for ways to defeat Hanzo the spirit himself.
半蔵の霊体、魂とより代になる形人を結びつけるしかないという結論に至った。
We've concluded that Hanzo's spirit body requires a soul and a form folk body for him to occupy.
要するに、半蔵を普通の形人と変わらない存在にするんだ。
To put it simply, Hanzo is no different than any normal form folk.
そうすれば、元となる道具を切ることで消滅させられるはずだよ。
Meaning we should be able to rid ourselves of him by slicing the object he was born from. Miyagi's thorough explanation only convinced me for a brief moment before I realized something else and suddenly began to feel nervous. If Hanzo's soul needs to bind to a form folk, does that mean we'll be killing the form folk he possesses?
バカなことを。そんな血も涙もない手が使えるか。こちらで仮の器を用意してやるつもりだ。
Hiko, be nice to me. What is this drivel? You really think we'd do something that heartless? We're going to prepare a temporary container. A container.
そうだ。霊体である半蔵には本体が実質存在しない。なぜそんな摩訶不思議な状態で消滅していないのかは疑問だが、まあそれもあいつの言う神の力だろう。
Exactly. Hanzo's real form doesn't tangibly exist. We're unsure why he's in this bizarre state and didn't cease to exist, but assume it's due to his godly powers.
ならば、こちらであいつの名前を刻んだ寄付だと、それに対応する器を提供してやればいい。つまり、器が半蔵の本体になるわけだ。
In that case, we'll need to supply him with a wooden tag that has his name carved into it and a container. In other words, the container will serve as his body.
その器に半蔵の魂が結びついている間に器を破壊すれば、半蔵を討伐できるだろう。
If we destroy the container while Hanzo's soul is bound to it, we should be able to subdue him. This is the first time he's not glaring at us, by the way.
なんか簡単そうに言ってるけど、それって結構大変じゃね？
Sounds pretty simple when you explain it like that, but won't it be pretty difficult to pull off? Yeah, I'm not sure Hanzo will obediently get into a container for us.
そこ
Get in
は
the
ちゃん
box,
と細工しておく
Hanzo.
よ。器が完成したら詳しい使用方法を教えるね。
We'll carefully construct it to make sure of that. Once the container is complete, we'll explain how to use it with more detail. Hit the button.
ふん、ならいいけど。
In that case, that was our plan of action for now. No one in the Oniwa band seemed to have any objections, and they nodded in agreement. Kuga had simply been quietly watching this going down, but I didn't notice that the hand on his lap was clenched into a tight fist. The day after we decided on our course of action, there was one other gratifying development. Mitsu! As soon as Otone invited us in, I ran over to Mitsu, who was just getting out of bed.
Yoichi-san mo.
Yeah, and Yoichi. Mitsu smiled at Yuichi and I while Otone propped her up from behind. She still seemed a bit sleepy, but was otherwise well. The snow sacrament was performed on Mitsu while she was sleeping seemed to have worked. Relieved, I asked how she was doing. I'm so glad you woke up. Are you feeling okay?
はい。何日も寝ていたからか。今はもう何ともなくて。
I am. Maybe it's because I've been asleep for a few days. I'd feel that in my soul. But I'm perfectly fine today. I just want to
帰ってき
cross
た
my
時は
wings.
体中ボロボロだったのよって言っても、この子何も覚えてないみたいなんです。かどわかされていた間のことも。
Lost my legs. She was pretty bad shape when she got back, but she doesn't remember a single thing. She doesn't remember anything about being kidnapped either.
そう。でも半蔵に洗脳されてた形人は大体そう言うよ。何も覚えてなくて、ただぐっすり寝てたような気しかしないって。
She doesn't. Well, most of the form folk who were brainwashed by Hanzo said the same thing. They don't remember anything and just felt like they were asleep. Oichi was telling the truth, but Mitsu hadn't just been controlled by Hanzo. Hanzo's spirit was taken over and turned her formfolk body into a blightfall. She had more direct contact with him than any one of the other formfolk who were harmed. Mitsu, I'm sorry to ask you something so taxing after you just woke up. But what do you remember, no matter how insignificant it might seem?
覚えていること
What do you mean?
ですか。記憶が曖昧になったのは、この長屋に見知らぬ男の人が来た直後です。
My memories are
鍛え切れ
fuzzy,
た若いお侍さんで、
but it happened just after a man I didn't recognize came to the row house. He was a young, battered samurai. Was that when Hanzo came? He wouldn't have been himself at that point in time.
彼とは何か話したような気がするんですが、その後はよく覚えていません。
I feel like I talked to him
お
about
侍さ
something.
んもそこで姿を消したような。
But after that, I don't remember much. Then the samurai disappeared.
そ
Really? I guess I can't really blame her for not remembering that part. Do you remember anything else? After placing a hand by her mouth and thinking to herself for a spell, Mitsu began speaking a bit shyly.
これはあまり関係ない気がするんですが、その後はずっととても幸せな夢を見ていました。
I'm not sure this has anything to do with it, but afterwards I had a really nice dream.
夢
A dream?
はい。夢の中の私は男の子である仲のいい家族の一員として暮らしていたんです。
Yes, in my dream I was a boy in a very close-knit family.
お兄さんが3人もいて、私は夢の中でも形人だったのですが、全員に本物の家族として迎え入れてもらっていました。
I had 3 older brothers. I was still a form folk even in my dream, but they all welcomed me in their family like I was one of their own. An involuntary gasp at Mitsu said this. You can't mean...
やはり関係ないですか？私が紙切りになってしまっていた時は、もっと恐ろしい夢ばかり見ていましたし。
That had nothing to do with it, did it? I only ever had terrifying dreams when I turned into the Kamakiri. No, don't worry about it. I want you to tell us anything you remember.
そうですか。
You do? Then... After that, Mitsu told us everything she remembered experiencing in her dream. About being held by the boy's mother and fathers, tears streaming down their faces when he transformed from a tool into a form folk. The happy days he spent being doted on by his 3 older brothers who treated him just like their own little brother.
どんどん成長していく兄弟たちに追いつけるように、ちゃんとした家族だと周りにも受け入れてもらえるように。
To catch up with my... Wait, she said she saw them transform. What was the tool? Tell me the tool. To catch up with my brothers who grew up quickly, to be accepted by the people around me as a member of the family.
私は毎年、いえ、毎月、毎日かもしれません。
Every
少しずつ、
year, no, every day.
少しずつ姿を変化させて、
Maybe even every
人間のように振る舞っていました。
I made slight adjustments to my form and acted human.
そう。確か私は、家族からは半蔵と呼ばれていたような。
I definitely remember my family calling me Hanzo. Can't be. What could that even mean? They were hardly comparable by the crimes Hanzo had committed were much more serious than Kamakiri. But instead of seeing something horrifying or Blightfall-esque, the person Hanzo assimilated with could only remember when he had been happy. Didn't that prove Hanzo's heart was still filled with love for the family he lost? But he was covered in so many negative emotions that were practically pouring out of him. Realizing it all over again, that Hanzo fiercely held grudge came from such an earnest, pure place left me speechless. Kuga must have been in Hanzo's happy memories too. But Kuga wasn't family to Hanzo. He only saw Kuga as the adversary who robbed him of everything he treasured, the person he had used every trick in the book to kill.
今話していて思い出したんですが。
I just remembered something as I was talking. Mitsu had been recounting her happy dream with a spellbound look on her face up until this point, but then began speaking like she'd came to her senses.
私の意識が朦朧とする前、夢の中の私、形人の男の子とよく似た声が聞こえたんです。
Just before I faded out of consciousness, I heard a voice that sounded a lot like myself in my dream, like that formfolk boy.
そう、確か。良いかの匂いがするいい器だって。
I remember exactly what he said. Smells like Blightfall, a great container. After leaving the row house where Otone and Mitsu lived, Yoichi and I hurried back to the base to tell everyone. The additional information Mitsu had provided us with was as follows. Mitsu had been targeted because she was a formfolk who had morphed into a Blightfall herself in the past. Hanzo appeared to have successfully swapped containers the moment he had encountered Mitsu, but it had taken time for him to completely take over her consciousness. Apparently, Hanzo had said all of this himself. So that's why his tracks stopped there. I guess formfolk who share a connection to Blightfall are better equipped to use his powers when we fought him earlier.
ただ、神の力は強大すぎて。
We don't read flashbacks. That was what he said at the time. With some thought, I could probably guess why he had chosen Mitsu instead of another formfolk too. But with our attention already split between the berserk formfolk and Ito, which was taking a turn for the worse as a result, we were one step behind Hanzo yet again. It's not too late. Since our last battle, Hanzo had been using formfolk to throw Edo into further chaos, yet he hadn't done anything himself. It seemed like he still hadn't found a new container to replace Mitsu. Unable to contain my impatience, I said something to Yoichi as we walked ahead of me. Yoichi, who do you think he'll target next? Mitsu is only formfolk who turned into a Blightfall at this point, and I don't think Hanzo would possess formfolk who can't fully manifest his powers.
良いかの匂いがする形人は何も自分が良いかになったやつだけじゃないんじゃない。
Formfolk who smell like Blightfall are just the ones who turned into Blightfall themselves, you know? Huh?
良いかに接触したことで汚染された形人とか。例えば、水茶屋の美春さんなんか残留思念に飲まれてずっと意識をなくしてたし。
Are you telling me Mimi's in danger again? She keeps being in danger. Could be formfolk who were contained after coming into contact with Blightfall, like Maharu, who fainted after being overwhelmed by emotional imprints. The moment I heard Yoichi say her name, I grabbed him by the arm and took off running.
ちょっと報告に行くんじゃないの?
Hold on, weren't we going to give a report? I need to make sure Mimi's okay first.
はあ、確かにそうだね。
Oh.
はいはい。
Did I concern you? My bad. Oh, good point, yeah. Oh. Yoichi wiggled out of my grasp and ran ahead of me to the tea stall where she worked. But I started running before he did. As grateful as I was that he got there a little bit sooner, watching Yoichi get further away in the blink of an eye, even though he had been so lethargic moments ago, made me painfully aware that I need to train more. I need to go to the gym. I need to take care of my body.
もう、本当に大変なのよ。最近は形人ってだけで変な目で見られるから、木札も堂々と持ち歩けないし。
It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Everyone's been giving me weird looks just for being a formfolk, so I can't walk around with my wooden tag out. Girl, I see your wooden tag right now.
あ、お店のご主人は私を信じてくれてるから、それは平気なんだけど。でも中には、形人を働かせてるだけで文句を言ってくる意地悪な人もいるの。
The owner of this tea stall trusts me, so I've been fine. Some people have been really mean and complaining just because he lets formfolk work here, though.
私のせいでお店に迷惑はかけられないから、今はこうして裏方の仕事を。これでも看板娘なのにひどいったらないわよね。
I don't want to cause the shop trouble, so I've been working here in the back. It's nothing short of cruel for a pretty face who should be bringing in customers. We'd come running to the tea stall out of concern that something could be happening to Mimi right this second, but we were relieved to find things surprisingly peaceful. It's said that she can't do her normal job and all that, but although she obviously had a lot of pent-up anger, she began complaining the second she saw me. There was no sign of Hanzo and she seemed just fine.
おしゃべりしたら少しすっきりしたわ。それで今日はどうしてきたの？夜市も一緒だなんて珍しいじゃない。
You look so done with this. Oh my god. I feel a little better after talking to you. By the way, why'd you swing by today? I don't often see Yoichi with you. Oh. I promptly looked over at Yoichi when she asked this question. Do we tell her somebody might be after her? I was on the fence, so I waited for Yoichi to make a move.
別に俺は特に用もなかったけど、この子が水茶屋に寄りたいってうるさかったから。
Nope, I didn't really need anything. She just wouldn't stop nagging me about stopping by to see you.
あら、そうなの？
Does she know? Yeah.
俺お腹減ってるんだよね。団子じゃ足りなさそうだから別の店で食べてくる。食べ終わったら合流ってことで。
I'm starving, so I'm gonna go eat somewhere else now since Dango probably won't be enough. Bite your tongue. I'll catch back up with you when I'm done eating. And he just trots away. With that, Yoichi shot me a brief but meaningful look before walking back outside. He was fibbing just now. Guess that means I should talk to Mimi about Hanzo. I couldn't exactly say where Yoichi was headed, but it looks like he's gone towards Samurai Town. I'm back. Welcome back, Asia. You've missed so much. We found out... I don't know. I guess she missed so much, but has anything really happened is the question. He's targeting foreign folk? That's where we're at right now. Yeah, that's it. Maybe he left to give our report? Not sure, but I should stay here and hang out with Mimi until he gets back. I was worried I wasn't strong enough to take Hanzo, but he wouldn't go out of his way to target her while I was around. I could at least help Mimi get away.
私に会いに来てくれたのね。もしかして心配してくれたの？
So you're here to see me, Leah? Were you worried about me? As those thoughts ran through my head, Mimi asked me a question. She had a much gentler look on her face than when Yoichi had been around. It was more sisterly than her usual expression, one I only ever saw when it was just us two. I'm glad, though. I won't really have to lie to her after all. I had a lot going on right now, and I've been so busy lately that I hadn't seen you for a while.
何言ってるの？そんなの気にすることないのよ。あなたが大変なのはよくわかってるから。
What are you talking about? Don't worry your pretty little head about that. I know you have your hands full.
だって、久我さんの奉公人になったと思ったら、変な噂が流れ出して、それに形人の失踪事件も起こるし、今度は暴走事件でしょ？
Weird rumors started going around not long after you became Kuga's servant, and first foreign folk are going missing, but now they're going berserk?
平和だから今のお役目が終わった後のことも考えなさい。なんて話してたのが大昔の出来事みたいね。
It feels like forever ago that things were so peaceful and I was telling you to think about what you do once your job was done. We totally did talk about that, didn't we? Well, sort of. I mean, Mimi did most of the talking. Come to think of it, this tea stall was where she recommended working for Kuga. It ended so quickly I never had time to get used to my job as a servant, though.
私は諦めてないわよ。落ち着いたらもう一度、久我さんに奉公させてくださいって志願してもいいんじゃない？
I haven't given up that yet. Once things calm down, you should try volunteering to be a servant again.
必要なら、またこ
Where
ま
did
めちゃんを
you
預か
get
ってあ
this
げてもいいし。
skeleton
けど、久我さんとあ
emotion?
なたとこまめちゃんで暮らすのも素敵よね。
What? You don't even know who they are? It's probably someone I followed when I used to use your name. Jeez. I still don't know what it is, but it's super cute. You're not wrong. I like it. I don't mind taking in Komame for you again if you need me to, although wouldn't it be lovely if Kuga and Komame all lived together? Wouldn't that be the dream, all of us? That reminded me, Mimi did take care of Komame while I was living with Kuga at his manor. Come to think of it, she'd been a huge help during a crazy time. She'd taken care of Komame for me, and even when the other town folks were sad because they believed terrible rumors about Kuga, she never believed them for a second.
ねえ、最近久我さんとはどうなの？まだお役目には戻ってないみたいだけど、あなたは時々会ってるんでしょ？
How's Kuga been lately? I assume he can't go back to work yet, but I'm sure you still see him sometimes. Huh? Oh yeah, actually we're currently living together at the Onuaban base.
え？それって。
No, but that's... Oh, it's kind of an extension of me guarding him like before, and there's other people there too. When we summon them all to the base anyways, we haven't been sleeping together in the same room the entire time or anything like that. Last time. Not like last time. I wanted to add a few more details, but left them out because I had a feeling it'd be too much of a shock for Mimi, who thought Kuga was a completely normal man.
もう、そうだったのね。知らなかったわ。でも、
Oh, then.
ならあなたも少しは安心できるわね。
I see. I had no idea. You can relax a bit too then. Relax?
だって久我さんのことずっと心配してたじゃない。失踪事件の頃、見回りついでにうちのお店に寄るたびに、あなた久我さんの話してたわよ。
You've been worried sick about him. When farm folk were disappearing left and right, you were talking about him every time you stopped by the stall while doing your rounds. Oh. She was right. I was worried about Kuga back then because he was acting differently and also frustrated that I couldn't do anything to help him. But now... Maybe it was... conceited of me. Sorry, I say concreted of... Like, oh my god, that's not right. Conceited of me, but I definitely felt a lot closer to Kuga than I had before. Yeah, I was... Lately, I've been able to talk about all kinds of things with him. I might not be much help to Kuga, but it's a relief just getting to be closer to him. Mia?
なんだか驚いたわ。あなたにとって久我さんはとっても大切な人なのね。
I'm surprised. He must mean a lot to you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mean a lot to me? That's too much. You've gone too far. Wait, what? Mean a lot? He's my friend and he's done so much for me. Of course he means a lot to me.
そうよね。当たり前よね。
Yeah, of course. She's like wink, 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 wink.
それで久我さんのどういうところが大切なの？いつから大切なの？大切になるきっかけがあった？
So what? She like put on her glasses. She's got like a notepad now. So what is about Kuga that makes him mean so much to you? When did it get started? And did something start it? Somehow I feel like you're talking about something else. After her barrage of questions, I gave Mimi a thorough account of everything that had happened between us so far. That means she told him we hugged, we held hands. Mimi, forgive me. Concealing all this information I couldn't tell her as a member of the Onua band was exhausting, and we only talked about things I'd be embarrassed for other people to know.
だってなんだかおかしいわ。だってそんな風になってるってあの真面目な久我さんが。
But something's not quite adding up. I can't believe someone as serious as Kuga would act that way. Mimi's impression of Kuga has taken a strange turn since I couldn't reveal that he was a vessel.
まあ、あなたさえ良ければいいのかしら。でも、嫁入り前の女の子だし。
As long as you're fine with it, even though you're at the marrying age, you know, when we sell you.
とにかく、癒されたいなんて理由なら、抱擁なんて許しちゃダメ。こまめちゃんにお願いしなさい。
Anyways, I'm not gonna let a hug slide just because he finds it soothing. Ask Komame instead. Okay, I get it. But I'm fine. He's a decent guy.
それは信じてるけど、ある意味、うぶすぎるのかしら。だからこれまで独り身だったのかも。
It's true, he knows nothing, actually. I believe you, but don't you think it's a little amateurish of him? Maybe that's why he's been single all this time. Kuga, I'm sorry. I thought to myself, hanging my head because I felt bad then. Leah, he's here to pick you up. I turned when I heard the tea stall owner's voice and saw Yoichi standing at the entrance. Sorry, Mimi, I've gotta go.
そうね。陽一がのんびりしてたおかげで、あなたとたくさんおしゃべりできて楽しかったわ。
Gotcha. Well, it was great having a nice long chat with you. Thanks to Yuichi taking his sweet time. Personally, I wish he had come back a little sooner. Even if he actually did go out to eat, he's still been gone a while. He must have been setting things up to take care of Mimi after we left.
ちょっと待って。あなた今、形人の暴走事件について
Hold
調
on
べ
a
てい
second,
るのよ
Leah.
ね。
You're investigating all the farm folks going berserk, right? Yeah, I am.
それは、きっと、失踪事件とも関係あるのよね。また、良いかの仕業なの？
Something to do with all the disappearances too, doesn't it? Is it also the work of the Blightfall? I was unsure how to answer her question. I found myself at a complete loss for words. She immediately grasped what was going through my mind and shook her head from side to side.
いいの。あなたが話せないことを教えてほしいわけじゃないから。
It's fine. You don't have to tell me anything you can't talk about. I just...
心配なの。私も襲われて怖い思いをしたから、他の形人たちもあんな目に遭っているならかわいそうだと思って。
I was just worried because I was scared of being attacked too, and I feel terrible for any other form folk going through that. Mimi.
誤解しないでね。あなたやヨイチたちにもっと頑張れとか、そういうことが言いたいんじゃないのよ。そうじゃなくて。
Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to tell you guys to work harder or anything. Yeah, it's okay, I understand what you're trying to say. The Blightfall had harmed her during the Kamakura case, so she must have secretly been beside herself with worry, seeing the public upset in Edo and form folk in danger. As concerned as I thought I'd been for her, I regretted not worrying more. Even though she had never shown it because of how tough she was, she must have been feeling incredibly anxious. Well, I can't tell you the details, but this one's different from the Blightfall that attacked you. Even if we don't take it down, we can heal afflicted form folk.
そうなの?
Really now? Since the form folk associated with Hanzo were made part of him instead of being contaminated, they should return to normal if we can put a stop to it. It was slightly different from what happened to Mimi, who was bound by a cocoon of black threads after being contaminated by the Kamakura. Kiri. I couldn't explain all of that to her though. Fortunately, what I said seemed to have put her a bit more at ease.
それならよかったわ。本当に。
I'm glad,
よかっ
really.
たけど。
Really, I am. Wrong button. She said that while giving my hand a tight squeeze.
あなたも気をつけて。今危ないのは形人の方なのかもしれないけど、私はあなたが傷つくのが一番辛いから。
Be more careful out there, Leah. Form folk might be in more danger right now, but nothing would hurt me more than seeing you harmed. I could tell just by looking in her eyes that she meant what she said without even having to check the threads around her neck. I feel like that exact phrase was used earlier. I squeezed her hands back before walking over to Yoichi. Thanks, Yoichi, for giving me a minute.
一度拠点に戻って美晴さんに護衛をつけるよう頼んだ。今は高村が見張ってくれてる。
I went back to the base and requested protection from Maharu. Takamoto's standing guard right now. Yoichi told me this the second we left the tea stall, keeping his voice low. I knew it. He had gone back to the base after all. Tomonari? If she needs protection, I wouldn't mind being with her all the time.
もしかしたらそうなるかもね。でもまずは俺たちで詳しい話を報告してあの人をどう守るか決めないと。
It might come to that, but first we need to give a detailed report and decide how to guard her. I feel like we should also keep guarding. Oh yeah, that reminds me. That's the new emote. I got that too for for the end of year thing. I think they said I did. Yeah, the goat one. This is for the day. Which, before we wind down, I'll go over my review, or whatever it's called, my end of year. It's not the end of the year yet, but it's close, so it gives you your review. And this is the first one that actually accounts for a full year, because my previous one I had started in September, so it was only a few months. So hey, it's exciting. It's super fun to look at. Miyagi was waiting for us when we got back to the base. Yoichi had summoned him there. We immediately told him everything from what Mitsu had told us to how Mimi was doing. After hearing all of this, he mumbled with great interest.
なるほど。半蔵が良いかとの関わりの深い形人を求めているのだとしたら、確かに美春さんは有力候補だな。
I see, if he's seeking out form folk with deep ties to the Blightfall, Maharu would definitely be a strong contender.
今のところ危うそうな気配はなかったよ。まあ、あいつは霊体なんだから気配も何もないんだけど。
I didn't see any signs of her being in danger at the moment, but he's a spirit, so not like there'd be any. It took Hanzo a while to find Mitsu. Maybe he isn't aware Mimi exists yet.
なら、このまま美春さんを見守っていれば、彼女に取り付くために半蔵が接近した時を狙って作戦が実行できるかもしれない。
If we continue guarding Maharu, we might be able to implement some kind of strategy around the moment Hanzo approaches to possess her. We should probably continue to watch Mitsu as well, because I don't think it's illogical to think he might take over her body again too.
そうすれば、美春さんに取り付く前に決着がつけられるし、彼女の体に負担をかけることもないだろう。
Doing so would allow us to settle down before he actually possesses Maharu, and also wouldn't put any strain on her body. As much as I would love for everything to go perfectly, she'd be in harm's way either way. Maybe I only felt this way because I caught a glimpse of how she really felt, but I didn't want to put her through danger or fear now more than ever.
それでどうする？今はとりあえず高村を見張りにつけてるけど、ずっと隠れて見張るのも大変じゃない？
So what do? We're having Takamura keep an eye on her for now, but watching her from the shadows all the time will be a ton of work.
美春さんはお庭番の存在を知ってるんだし、もう事情を話しちゃえば？そしたら普通にそばで護衛できるし。
She knows about the Oniwaban. Why don't we just tell her what's going on? Then we could guard her the normal way and stand right next to her. Wait, you mean mentioning that Hanzo is after her? I don't know.
何か問題？
What, got a problem with that?
俺もそれはあまり良くないと思う。美春さんはお庭番の存在こそ知っているが、ただそれだけだ。
I think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea either. She knows the Oniwaban exists, but that's all.
自分の置かれた状況を知ったら、きっと怯えてまともに生活できなくなるだろう。そこから半蔵に作戦が蹴取られるかもしれない。
If Maharu knows the situation she's in, she'll probably be so scared she won't be able to go about her normal life. And then Hanzo may catch a whiff of our plan.
ああ、それはまずいね。じゃあ交代で監視するか。
That'd be bad. Alright, how about we monitor in shifts then?
美春さん以外にも、過去、良いかの汚染を受けた経験のある形人は見張っておきたいね。
We should keep an eye on other form folk besides Maharu who've been contaminated by Blightfall in the past.
ただ、汚染具合では美春さんが一番だから、最優先にして間違いないね。他の形人のことは、表のお庭番に協力を頼むよ。
Although we definitely should prioritize Maharu since she was the worst. She had it the worst. She's bad. We'll ask the public Oniwaban to assist with the other form folk. so glad. I was relieved to hear things coming together quickly. If the discussion had headed towards telling Mimi what was going on, it would have been an argue. I would have had to argue against Yoichi and Miyagi. I guess that's the one thing that makes me ill-suited for this job. Even if more efficient ways of doing things existed, I recoiled at the possibility of doing something that would get hurt. I used to think it was naive of me and that I needed to do something about it, but strangely, I didn't hate that about myself as much as I used to. I don't want to kill people. Yeah, I got it. I had absolute faith Kuga would say something like that back then. Truthfully, however, I never thought a vessel like him would say something as soft as I would. First off, calm down. It was different for Kuga though, and it wasn't soft of him to say that at all. Kuga just prioritized things in a slightly different way than other vessels. Still, he was always true to the mission and never once doubted that about himself. He learned what it felt like to be worried and uneasy, and even now, in spite of his own struggles, he still insisted on being positive. I probably found a lot of comfort in that. Although a member of the Oniwa Bond myself, I couldn't behave like a vessel. I would never be as competent at my job as Miyagi and Yubata, but who went far beyond the vessels and the ability despite being human. Strangely enough, being around Kuga made me feel like I could accept my heart just the way it was. She's got a lot of thoughts. It'll be a huge undertaking to deal with all the form folk going berserk while preparing to attack Hanzo. Still, I'm glad that we finally found a way to predict his actions after being in the dark about when and where he might appear up until this point.
Yoichi,
Leah, Yoichi, let's work hard to bring peace back to Edo today. You got it. I answered Miyagi's encouragement with an enthusiastic response of my own. I'm gonna protect the important people in my life with my own two hands. Kuga and Mimi, I won't let anyone hurt them ever again. And maybe, just maybe Komame. Chapter 7. Oh goodness. Okay, well, I think we'll break here then. Honestly, I thought he was going to have 6 chapters. All right, well, we'll continue this tomorrow. I might be playing Lethal Company tomorrow, so I'll get up early if that's the case and start my stream. But yeah, let me pop this in here real quick. Okay. I have to find it. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. I love you guys for visiting me. It makes me happy. Let me go back. Let's see. Where did I put it? Recap. Here it is. Oh dear, it's too big. Okay, hang on. We'll make it smaller. All right. About there. How about that? This is my recap for last year. So I streamed, this is how many hours were watched. So I've had 472 hours watched for my stream. I've made 141 streams total. And in the year's time, so basically from December of last year to this December, I got 68 new followers and had 4,028 chat messages sent, which is crazy. And then Verche Evermore was my top category this year, which I think is crazy as well because we just played that one. That was pretty recent. Lover Pretend and Caller X Malice, which is really exciting. I even have the one from the year prior as well, which really shows a bit of a difference. But like I said, that one I only streamed for a few months before I got that one. So this one is from just like a few months. Oh gosh, I hit the wrong button. Oops, I lied. I didn't hit submit. And so for this one, I had only had 52 hours watched. So that was the previous year. So what a change. And like, oh goodness, more than doubled my stream. So I was pretty excited about it. I was really, it's nice. It's small steps and it makes you really happy. So I was really enjoying it. I posted it on my Twitter with last year and this year. So, but this was a big step for me and I had a lot of fun. So thank you guys for joining me and watching me. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It means the world to me. And then I will upload all the VODs onto YouTube, which I've had a couple people pop in now and say they're watching the VOD. So thank you for that too. It makes me really happy. I love seeing the comments as well. I enjoy it. I love it. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day, guys. I will see you guys soon. Thank you. Bye. I'm sad. Every time the chapter ends, there's no music. But bye. Bye, 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 bye.